got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we don't.
Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do and say that.
You got me
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Hello everyone and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Today is day 2 of our challenge finals here for Call of Duty Mobile in EU, which means that today is also the day we will be crowning a champion of the region. I cannot wait to see who that is. We had some really solid series yesterday if you were here for day 1, so that means today is going to be even more exciting than ever. I can't wait to see who wins. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'm your host. Let's bring in our casters as well so we can start talking about today, because it's going to be an epic day. We've got Ton and Infinity to kick us off here. Ton, are you even remotely rested and prepared for day number 2 here of our finals?
I'm fine. At the same level of fine that I was at 3 a.m. yesterday when you asked me that question. No, I'm feeling in good spirits. I'm really excited. I feel like the adrenaline of all these massive games that are upcoming is dragging me through here, Lauren. I'll be on fumes by the end, but I'll be happy.
Brody, I mean, we've been kind of looking forward to the potential Animus exclusive grand finals for quite some time now, and we've got exclusive in there already.
Yeah, just like last time. I mentioned this at the end of yesterday. Just like last time, exclusive in the grand finals, and we all know what happened then. So I'm not going to get ahead of ourselves here. Really excited for this. A big fan of Europe. And I do have a lot of energy right now. How long that'll last, I don't know, but we'll see.
It's going to be, honestly, the games are going to give us the energy we need here today to get through this, because they're going to be really exciting. So for everyone at home, we'll do a quick refresher before we dive into all of our action. First, we'll do socials and Discord, though, because that's what's important. If you're missing anything update-wise, make sure you're following us on social media, whether that's just following along here for what we've got this weekend or for what we have throughout the rest of the year, because we have lots of Call of Duty Mobile in store after today. So make sure you're at least on X, Insta, or Facebook, or just join our Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Hang out with our community members, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, and of course, continue to get all of your updates. And now we're going to walk through how all this works. Hopefully you know how this works by now. Okay, it's been 6+ weeks at this point, but we'll give you a quick refresher. Obviously, we got through our entire beginning when we had our open finals. That was our first thing we had on stream. Moved into the challenge season, which we just did for the last 4 weeks. Our top 8 in the region were whittled down to 4 to make it here to our challenge finals. And we've already whittled it down some more, with one team being exclusive, making their way through to our challenge finals, one of the 2 best teams in the region, and they will be battling it out later on today in a best of 7 grand finals to determine who gets the title, the trophy. It's going to be epic here, Ton.
Massive as well. And just to mention, of course, that grand finalist pair who went through the winners bracket side of things, that being exclusive, will have a 1 map advantage heading into that grand final as well, which is massive, especially if they do go up against Animus, which is kind of what we expect. I'm sure we're going to discuss it, but that is a huge moment for exclusive to get that winners bracket win, so that will help them along. Yeah,
that's going to be huge for them. Of course, huge prize pool as well. Separate prize pool for what we had during the challenge season, Brody. Even more money on the line.
Yeah, even more money. Everybody walks away with something, but the further up you go, the more money that you get. And the grand prize is $7,000, and that is a lot of cheddar. So you want to make sure you can try and win the entire thing, not just to become champion, but also walk away just a little bit wealthier.
Absolutely. And when that's combined with the money they got from the challenge season, okay, it's a pretty penny here. So they want to do well. But of course, it's all about the bragging rights as well. But if you're just joining us here for day 2, let's take a quick look back at our bracket so you can see everything that happened yesterday, because it was a great day. We had some really quick 3-0s that went the way of both Animus and Exclusive to kick things off, which we weren't super surprised by. But then we got a little bit of a preview here with Animus versus Exclusive, and Exclusive just looked so dominant, Ton.
They look fantastic. I think, when we, even in the game up against Vanquish, we were expecting maybe a little bit more of a spectacle there. Didn't get it. Exclusive came out the gates really, really hot. But just to kind of comment on Animus's win against Special Suicide Squad, that was a 3-0, yes, but they didn't quite look at it, and that was kind of very apparent in that upper bracket final as well. Exclusive finding the win fairly comfortably in the end, a 3-1 victory, an emphatic one at that as well. So they'll be feeling very confident in that grand finals, but I would not count Animus out if, of course, they get there.
Absolutely, which means, of course, we will be focusing on the lower side of the bracket now. From here, our teams that lost yesterday were knocked down, and that's who we're going to be watching to see who makes their way through into that second spot in our grand finals. So you saw it on the bracket. We're going to be kicking things off with Special Suicide Squad versus Vanquish. Whoever wins will then move forward in the lower bracket. Whoever loses will be eliminated from the competition, but whoever moves forward has to face off against Animus. That will be the last stop before the grand finals. Those two teams will battle it out, and whoever wins moves forward to face off against Exclusive, but with a disadvantage, like Tun was saying, because Exclusive have the one map advantage from making their way through the upper bracket. So lots of things to be keeping track of here today, and it'll be interesting to see how our storylines go, because like Tun mentioned, Brody, we'll start talking about this first matchup here between S Cubed and Vanquish. Special Suicide Squad put a better fight against Animus than Vanquish did against Exclusive.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's because Exclusive were just having a much better day yesterday. I mean, it's kind of the best look we'd had from Exclusive pretty much all season long. They'd come in looking totally diffy in challenge finals. With that said, though, I think, SSS, they put up, I think, a fight against Animus only really in the hard point, and only really because I think Animus weren't really doing all that much of note. I don't think I got a chance to cast this one to start off the day. And, sitting there watching it, you could kind of tell that Animus were making a ton of clear errors that SSS kind of rarely were able to actually capitalize on. I think Animus were kind of lucky to actually walk away with a victory here, but as we got further and further throughout the series, as Animus did walk away with that hardpoint victory, the rest of it was totally convincing. I mean, it was, a 7-2 search and destroy, I think, to my memory. It was like a 3-1 in the control, a crossfire control as well, which was an important pick. I thought that was the way into the series for SSS, and it turns out it just was not. That wasn't the only series, of course, we had on the day, though. You mentioned the fact that Vanquish, unfortunately, did end up losing to Exclusive, and I think that the biggest shocker in that series was that 250-35 hard point. Losing a hard point is one thing. Losing a hard point and getting 35 point clubbed is another. So for Vanquish, I think they're going to come in today feeling not so great about yesterday's performance versus Exclusive. And the thing I want to see coming in today is a small change to the roster, because yesterday I think they were sorely missing Kuda. That definitely didn't help.
All right. I love that. We'll have to pay attention and see. Those roster changes do sometimes completely impact the outcome of a game. For example, if they didn't have Shark yesterday, then that crossfire you were just talking about there, Brody, might have gone the opposite direction, Tom, because there were some insane clutches on behalf of Shark.
There was, and he did really well for the opposition to finally get it over the line. But if we're talking on Special Suicide Squad, though, two players that I really enjoyed watching yesterday, Chuso and Caruso, were fantastic up against Animus. Obviously not able to get over the line, but they seem to be the ones who were really leading the way. They'll have to be good again, of course, up against Vanquish. But interested to see what the roster is going to look like. I think, it depends what Vanquish are going to sort of say from that. Are they going to feel despondent about it and be like, oh, we choked, or we just didn't play to the best of our ability? Well, now you've got nothing to lose, because you can't quite possibly be as bad as you were yesterday. So you're going to be going up against S Cubed. You have it within you to beat them. I just want to say, I feel like I may be being harsh on them with that statement, but at the same time, we've seen so much positivity from Vanquish over the season. We absolutely loved watching them play. They've got better and better and better, and then fallen at, well, not quite the final hurdle. This could be that, but realistically speaking, we need to see a lot more from them than we did yesterday.
I mean, we've seen this happen with Animus in season past. Sometimes, they do much better in the challenge season and then stumble right at the end. It happens to the best of the squads, and it's not indicative of their overall ability. Like you're saying, we have seen some really strong performances from Vanquish throughout the season. Same thing with S Cubed. So I think this is still going to, they had a night to reset. This will still be a good match between these two teams, and they both want to continue on in the competition. They're both going to be fighting very hard for it. So we'll take a look at their picks and bans here, see what that last piece of this equation is, see what they decided to go with as far as their series sounds or looks here, Brody. Starting off with the Slums.
Yeah, Slums is an interesting one. I think we saw this from SSS once during the season, and that was a loss to Exclusive. Looking across then, like, really quickly here, the big thing that jumps out to me is actually going to be that raid control. I think this is a bit of a misfire on Special Suicide Squad's part. I think you're not likely to get the crossfire, and I know they lost it yesterday. I got to imagine that was probably a straight ban coming through from Vanquish, but if you have to pick between Takeoff and Raid, I take Takeoff all day long, because that is where Vanquish have looked weakest this season. I think allowing Raid through was kind of an error there from Special Suicide Squad, though that might be important looking at that one. Tunisia, not a surprise for either of these rosters. They've played a lot of it this season, or a lot comparatively to how many search and destroy maps we've just seen either team play. So not a surprise to see Tunisia in there, but Raid for me, I think, is the big one that Special Suicide Squad let through.
All right, well, this is going to be a great way to start things off. I'm keeping notes here on how this is going to go. Chat, it's the first match of the day. We've got 3, and of course, grand finals later on. But let us know your thoughts. Which team do you think is going to make their way through to the next stage of the lower bracket with one more fight left before they can hit it into grand finals? Will it be S-Cubed, or will it be Vanquish? Because match number 1 is just moments from getting underway. So let us know your thoughts, because I can't wait to see how today ends. First step, though, is the first match. So, guys, let's dive into it.
Thank you, Lauren. I'm very excited to dive into this one. It should be a good game, basically just by proxy, right? You know, both these two teams lose their first games, but up against the very best of opposition that we do have here in Europe. But I think for me, if you were to be heading into this one before what we've seen yesterday, I would definitely be in the Vanquish camp. I 100% really was enjoying what I was seeing from them over the season. Special Suicide Squad, I don't want to say that they squeaked in, but they got in maybe slightly surprisingly with the way that they got, well, the rosters that they kind of went up against. We didn't really think they would be the ones to power through. So now it sets up this date that I'm now leaning towards Special Suicide Squad based on what we've seen from them yesterday. So it really is a on the day matchup. This one is the point I'm trying to make here. It is anybody's game.
Yeah, and honestly, I think for me, this is going to come down to the hard point, right? I think, you know, especially Suicide Squad, hard point has been their best game across the board. It's the map that, yes, albeit, you know, Animus were kind of slipping up a little bit. Yesterday versus SSS, I think it is just generally speaking the map in which they've been able, or the mode in which they've been able to push teams the furthest. That was true versus Exclusive as well when they played them in Challenge season. So for me, if you start this series strong with a hard point victory, you're going to have a chance if you're SSS. But all of that depends on how they perform as we get into Slums. And again, I'm going to have to bring it up. It is a question for me of what the roster looks like for Vanquish here. Maybe not so much in the hard point. I think it'll be more important for Search and Destroy sniper play, whether or not Cuda is in the lineup. But for me, if he's there, maybe a little bit more firepower. I think we definitely saw that. I think it was versus, I want to say it was RHH was the team they played in their final match of Challenge season to actually qualify for Challenge finals. Definitely added a lot to the team. So we'll see whether that's the case. But to me, hard point Slums is a big start to the series for Special Suicide Squad. They win this one and they find a way in towards this best of 5.
Let's see how today is going to go. Well, it's not going to go just loading in shortly, but we'll get a restart on that one. Just teasing us with Slums, getting me all excited for this final day with the Slums to get. Yeah, well, no, we're just teasing. We hope they're going to be jumping back into that one pretty momentarily. But I think for both these two squads, they know they've got a really tough matchup coming up next. Special Suicide Squad didn't do too badly up against the side of Animus, though. There was some close rounds in that control. The S&D, okay, was one-sided towards the side of Animus. But the hard point was what, like a 20-point game or something along the lines? It wasn't really much at all.
Yeah, what was it? It was a 250-210, I think was a scoreline yesterday between Animus and SSS. And, you know, I think it kind of does show just how good of a hardpoint team SSS actually are. They're a really solid hardpoint team. And actually going back to, you know, albeit it was their matchup, I think it was, I want to say, versus PBM? No, that can't be right. It was against Hexad. It was against Hexad in Challenge season. There's a lot of teams. It was a Hacienda hardpoint. And I think it was one of those moments where I think it was Bobby and I casting it. We were like, actually, like, this is the first time we're seeing, like, kind of elevate level play inside hardpoint. And I know it's very easy to say that with European teams. You know, you're up against a roster like Hexad. It's not like you'd be able to pull that same kind of thing off against any team outside of Europe. You certainly wouldn't even be able to pull it off against the best teams in Europe. But the way in which SSS play hardpoint, I think is really interesting to look at. Like, they are constantly trading off inside the hill, constantly looking at 3 or 4 players inside the hardpoint at all times. And that kind of chaos is so important, especially with where the hardpoint is played nowadays, which is, I think, comparatively to maybe a couple of seasons ago when you and I first started casting the Snapdragon Pro Series ton, there's now a lot more smokes in the mix as well. So getting bodies into the hardpoint is a lot more important, and I think SSS have kind of clued onto that a lot more than maybe other teams have. Will that help them into this series? I don't know.
Well, let's see how it's going to go down. It's already immediately a good start for Cuban. You can find 3 off the rip. Vanquish going to answer back, but I think Vanquish on the other side, we spoke a lot on Special Suicide Squad. Vanquish were kind of like, I want to say I feel like I have a bit of a soft spot for them. They kind of came through Open Finals in not necessarily an unexpected way, but they were under the radar, so to speak. Come into their group, don't do too badly, obviously advance on through in fairly speedy fashion outside of their game up against Animus, of course, which was always going to be tough. But other than that, you know, they looked pretty solid throughout their group, and it just feels as if they have been getting better as time has gone on. And something you were looking out for was if Kuda was on the roster. He's absolutely not. But irrelevant of that, it has been a good start for the side of Vanquish.
Yeah, I believe they had actually kind of had the discussion about whether or not he was on the roster, and in the end, they have ended up going for a different lineup. Again, that I think will be more of a concern in Search and Destroy when we start to discuss the sniper prowess of losing Kuda in the lineup. But again, we'll see when that Search and Destroy happens, whether or not things will change for Vanquish. For the moment, they've had a pretty solid start to this hardpoint. Already starting to see them set themselves up for new as well. That's a wave of gunfights in favor of Vanquish. And now you can hold on towards this hill. You've got those back spawns. I love this play from Fahim with the Tempest out, but you probably wanted a little bit more value with that, because now SSS can hit this hill.
Can defend the breakthrough. 2-pronged attack. They are now pushing over towards this backside as well, but the gunfight's all going Vanquish's way. It's been a really good start from them. Cuban has 9 kills to his name, and yet they haven't really got things going. Caruso and Chuso, those are the guys I really need to see it from, though, and there you go. A little bit better now for them Special Suicide Squad. They find a way through, and it is going to be the kills falling their way. Vanquish now spawning out, looking to try and find an entry back, but so far so good. Break was solid from Special Suicide Squad and holding down the time as well.
Yeah, now you flipped out the spawns. Really well played from SSS, and you're starting to see that hardpoint play into action again. Look at 3 players inside the hardpoint right now. They're going to be translating themselves in towards a potential rotation. Early hit from Ameri through Graveyard is going to get shut down, and if I'm SSS, I'm necessarily thinking the hitting the hard point straight up is maybe the best idea in this situation. You're running right into players that are sitting there watching for you. Axis firing downrange with the War Machine now, and they're already starting to take an alternate route here. Potentially looking to try and alter those back spawns through. Maybe some smoke coverage would be good, but Vanquish and Wide Split right now, they're doing a solid job of watching every single point of ingress. Operator usage also on point, and now everything coming out to play too. Vanquish know how important this hard point is.
Yeah, it can be a really mixy hill, but it can't be mixy if everybody on the opposition are dead. Chuso, the next one, gone. And now the spawn's over towards the backside. He'll flip it back around. The rest of the team doing a good job at holding things from the other side. Axis can't quite find that gunfight. Bruce is able to find one, but it's all the kills going over towards the side of Vanquish. You know, 3 can be a difficult one to really hold down. But with all those kills rattling through from Vanquish, you don't have to worry about it if everybody else is dead.
Now back spawns now in favor for Vanquish again. That was a little bit of an effort there, I think, for SSS to momentarily manipulate the spawns in their favor. They just could not capitalize on it, and that's going to change their fortunes even worse here in towards the next hard point. We know this is probably the most likely of all the kills on this map to get a full 60, and that's why you need to find values as the equalizers, but you only find one if you're a Mary. And yeah, all right, you're in towards the hard point, Tom, but you got to find more of these kills because Vanquish are not that far from the hard point.
Yeah, the potential pinch now being set up. Vanquish with a healthy little lead heading into P4, the final hill of this first rotation. A little bit more investment now coming in from the Special Suicide Squad, and they now have the ability to do something with it. We'll be just staring at these teammates. Gravity Vortex gun finding very, very little, but everybody else doing their job. Mari and Chuso finding some kills. 35 seconds to play for here over towards Garage, and Special Suicide Squad are really threatening a comeback now. Brian trying to find a way through. Kill starting to come through for Vanquish. Bit of a pinstripe kill feed. All of a sudden, Vanquish will find a way through. This could be crucial time.
Still an opportunity here. Vanquish looking for it. Kirby now going to be isolated inside the hard point. Wraparound from Gon is going to be pulled up as well from SSS. Team play looking pretty good from the roster, and that was a really important hard point for the Special Suicide Squad. Could have been one of those classic situations going back to Black Ops 2 where you lose P3 control and then you lose P4 control. Those are two hills that you can definitely chain back to back for a money rotation of full 120 seconds, but not able to do so. In the end, Special Suicide Squad will now be just about snapping at the heels of Vanquish as you go into the second set here. Curious use of the War Machine coming out from Axis to kind of guarantee early mid-map control. Yeah, Kirby will find 3, but ultimately you still need to try and fight tooth and nail for control over P1. This is by no means a hard point you can definitely lock down.
I mean, if you've got the Death Machine coming in as well, maybe you can. Juso can find a couple of kills, though. Good shots with the Odin. He was so influential for the squad up against Animus yesterday. They really did push them to the limit on the hard point. Right now, they do find themselves still around 30 or 40 behind. Good time for Vanquish over towards P1. We questioned the investment that did come through from them. Right now, it's feeling like a good one. 20 seconds remaining. Vanquish have got the majority of the time here over towards P1, and they'll get even more if Leia is offered 3 kills up just like that. Special Suicide Squad haven't been at the races here on P1.
This has just not been good. Special Suicide Squad have been held off at the 50-yard line. Vanquish has done a really good job. And to be fair, I will say this much. I think SSS probably could have done a little bit better of a job at hitting for the same time. Simultaneous pushes have been left lacking here from SSS, and they will finally get through. But at this point, job is already done. SSS now need to hit from the front of the hard point. They were able to do this last time around. Can they do it again?
Has to be a break through a Sparrow, which is unlikely to happen because Leia is just lining them all up. Make it 4. Nice and easy for the side of Vanquish to hold this down. Leia makes it now 6 in a row in the blink of an eye. And they're staggering these operators so well. Gunman will now bring in the equalizer. Everybody else trying to find something on the clutch side if they can, but Brian is the one to find something with the Tempest. Gon doesn't find a great deal with his equalizers. An opportunity now for Special Suicide Squad to find a break back.
You need this time. At this point, you're down by almost 100 points at this stage of the competition. You're being held in towards those spawns. Finally, SSS will find the gunfights, but at this point, again, I mean, how many times am I going to say this in this game time? That the damage is done. There's 15 seconds left, and now you're looking at Vanquish in towards the next rotation again. And this is where they held a full 60 last time around. Their setup around this hard point was superb, but this time they don't have Fahim push forward. That's going to allow SSS to hit through the front of this hard point. But again, can they find the gunfights? Omeri and Chuso have to hit this at the same time.
Axis inside of the point now with the War Machine as well. Gets a little bit of cover from Leia, but Cuban can find 2 through the front. Finds the gunfights. Ryan will also fall as well, so Leia now needs some backup from the rest of his team. Special Suicide Squad inside of the point and holding this one down. It was a nice break to find. 50 seconds to go here over towards P3. They could do with some decent time. P4 wasn't too bad for them. If they can repeat that feat, then all of a sudden the game is all tied up. But easier said than done. Vanquish will have some operators coming back up in just a second. They used them all a hill or so ago. So expect that to really pay some sort of influence throughout the rest of this game. But Vanquish still in control. Special Suicide Squad trying to find a way back in. But it just feels as if the kills slightly going towards Vanquish as Special Suicide Squad then wiped them. 20 seconds remaining at P3. Good break in the end by SSS, but was it too late?
You can still fight this one, right? These spawns are really tumultuous towards the backline. So a couple of kills and SSS will be spawning all of a sudden in towards the garage hardpoint. That's why you're not seeing Vanquish push too far out here. Kirby the only player out, and he is doing a lot of damage to those transitioning players now. Death Machine out. How much more damage can you do? Gets cut down, and that's a big cut down from Omeri. Now SSS have players on both sides of the point. They want to break through.
Let's see if Axis can hold it down. He cannot find anything. Chuso bringing out the War Machine and only finding 1. Now Brian here with a Tempest snaps onto 1 and keeps things going. Needs to stay alive. The rest of the team coming in off the respawn. Bryant is still alive, if only momentarily, but everybody else is on their way. It is momentarily a break from the side of Special Suicide Squad. They are 30 seconds away. Big investments coming through, working out for them as well. Good hold over towards Garage so far. 35 seconds to go.
This has been such a solid hill from SSS. They did exactly what they needed to do to break through, cutting down any real useful operators from Vanquish. And now we're right back in towards this game. Let's see if Death Machine from Caruso can be any better. He is cutting every single player down. The spawn reads have been perfect. Axis the only one to find any value. And I was going to say he should be traded, but Gon is right there with him. All of a sudden here, Vanquish are fighting for the scrap time, but they won't actually get it. And now we will be looking at potential lead change, in this game in favor of Special Suicide Squad. They are done such a stellar job at getting back into this game, from breaking in towards P3 and stealing time away from Vanquish and then getting towards P4 and hitting that kill first. They're now the leaders in this one.
Caveat for Vanquish is that they were so good over towards P1 on the last rotation of Hills, and Axis has once again brought out the War Machine to try and solidify some time. Gone now, just putting some pressure on with the Equalizer. Can only find 2. Not great value from that one. We'll be trying to find a way through as well, but Vanquish still picking up some good time over towards P1. Here comes the contestant, though. A couple of kills going to come through from Special Suicide Squad. They're able to find the break that they didn't find on that previous rotation, and now have the opportunity to find some really good time at what has been Vanquish's favorite hill. Can they manage to get a hold of it and a rotation over towards P2 to blow this game wide open?
20 seconds left at this stage of the game. You kind of have to hit for it. Spawn out comes through from Chuso. That's the player you want involved in the mix, and that's a big gunfight to lose. Trade is good from Moby, but Caruso now has to flip through towards those rotational battles. Cuban a lot towards the backline as well. Coverage of the smoke won't be good enough, so Vanquish will touch first towards Nu, but it is such a tentative advantage right now. Just 2 points to the good, and we'll be all even Stevens going into what could be the final hard point of the game. Vanquish looking to hold.
Well, it'll be a surprise to me if it ends over here because of how mixy it's been between these two teams towards this hill, but it's going to help you out if Vanquish find kills like that. Brian now bringing out the Tempest after finding 2, 3, 4, 5 for Brian, lighting them all up, lightning across the map. Sensational work from Vanquish, everything being brought in. The Sparrow being worked here from layer towards the backside. Chuso can bring in the War Machine as well. Special Suicide Squad need to find a break here. Vanquish can absolutely win at P2.
Evidently, you've got Fahim on the map right now, a multiversal variant of Thor, the God of Thunder, taking these guys out with the Tempest. And now SSS looking to hit this one from the backline. You still have to hit this hill. You need to play your life with your Caruso around the back. Those spawns have been influence. Now through the front, perhaps Moby can come through for a couple of kills. SSS will survive with that push, but Vanquish could still technically, if they want to, invest into this scrap time, and the decision has been made. Just move towards Nu. Do not go for that. You can win it on the rotation.
Oh, Brian and Kirby finding 2 rotational gunfights that may well have just sealed the deal. Gravity Vortex gun is out from the side of Moby. He brought that out to try and hold down what they could over towards P2. You could have done with something to try and find a break over towards P3. But that's in the hands of Cuban. He now, of course, has the Sparrow out, but can they find anything? They're all just getting cut to absolute shreds on their way through. Axis will pretty much seal the deal here. War Machine is out. Special Suicide Squad have got to try and find a way through. You're 2 seconds away if you Vanquish. You secure game 1. Some huge moments coming in with the operators towards the backside of that game make the difference. It's Vanquish who dropped first blood.
Man, honestly, I thought that game was going to be significantly more severe than it was looking at the end of the first set, I think it was, right? Where we had basically, I think it was a 50-point advantage to begin with. Then we got into the second set, and I think it was over a 100-point advantage at one stage in that game for Vanquish. At no point in that game did I feel like SSS really had any foothold on it. They got themselves close at multiple points, but never really felt like they were the ones driving the game. And, I think so much of SSS's firepower has been down to kind of that ability to play so well inside the hard point, but I never really felt like they got in any position to do that. The only time we saw that from them was that phenomenal garage hold on the second set. Outside of that, it was pretty much all Vanquish all the way throughout the game. Operators looking pretty good every single time as well. This is Vanquish playing at their best. Just the way in which they're able to play as a roster, the way in which they're able to kind of rotate and manipulate spawns correctly. This is what I think we desperately needed to see yesterday versus Exclusive, because it just was not there when they got 35-point club. But again, I mean, you just look at these highlights and it's just constant operators. And I'll give a shout out to Fahim towards the back half of the game. I'm still not entirely sure why he's on an O'Brien account. Somebody has to change that. But Fahim towards the back half of the game, right? I mean, he goes absolutely huge for the first few kills inside the new hardpoint with the Tempest, and then finds a couple of kills on the rotation as well towards P3. I mean, just he's doing so much towards the back half of that game that he doesn't necessarily guarantee the win solo. The rest of the team have to do their part, but he does so much in those closing moments.
Big game from Kirby as well. I always forget it's Fahim. I'm always calling him Brian. I think Fahim would sound better when we're calling it out when he finds 5 or 6 in a row to, as you said, pretty much solidify the game. Vanquish finding that one 250 to 220. Will have themselves a lead in this series, and we said the hard points are going to be really important for both these two teams. And Vanquish finding that one on Slums is going to give them a lot of confidence heading into the rest of the series. And for Vanquish, and I mean, look, it's their first map of finals that they're going to get. It would have been the case here for either one of these two teams, but they're able to get this first blood. It sets them so well now for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and it does, right? I mean, honestly, I would go as far to say this might well set up Vanquish for a 3-0 in this series for a couple of reasons. Search and Destroy for SSS has been pretty abysmal this season. Like, straight up, it has been the worst of the 3 game modes for Special Suicide Squad. Their team play in Search and Destroy was lacking even against the lower-end teams within their group. And then you look towards the control, and they were mentioning kind of the fumble, I want to say, that they made in the veto process, allowing the strongest control map through for Vanquish is something I think they're going to regret when it comes down to it. So I think this is definitely going to be an uphill battle for SSS here for sure. We look at past Fortune on Tunisia, Search and Destroy. They managed to just about edge out Hexad on this map 7-5, but versus a top squad and exclusive, they got dominated. It was a 3-7 loss. So Vanquish here, I think we want to see some solid team play, and that is a pretty solid start from Chuso. Now we're looking to try and get the hell out of Dodge. We'll actually find some more value.
Vanquish just full-heartedly running in towards the site and hoping that that wasn't going to happen, but Fahim can answer back with 2 of his own. Moby's there for 1, but all of a sudden it is a 1 versus 2 for Gon to try and figure out how to pull off. Does have the bomb. Does have a little bit of control. Everybody else is pushed away, and I'm curious what the player was here from SSS. Was it just stick together? Let's wrap around, get around behind the backhand side of B, but Gon has played an absolute blinder, really. He probably will have a free plant over towards this A side, but it depends. He's going to probably check a couple of corners. He'll be taking his time, and in that time, SSS are probably going to make their way over towards B. Middle of the map may well be the more sensible play. A bomb will go down, and we'll be... Gon's thinking about it here. I think it's hard for us because we can see exactly what's going on in the minimap, but Gon apparently can as well. Reads it. Bomb will now go down. 1 versus 2 for Gon to try and hold down.
And native over the top. That should actually connect it. Gon will be weak for this gunfight. Now needs to hit the regen. SSS will immediately push this one. Exceedingly well played from SSS there. And that is exactly what we wanted to see back in Challenge Season. Little plays like that I think we're missing in their Tunisia Search and Destroy matchup. You play a 2v1, you know where that last remaining player is. I think Gon, to be fair there, maybe just double-guessed himself a little too much. I don't necessarily think he got an audio crew through the middle of the map. I don't think he would have done at that distance, but I just wasn't entirely sure whether or not the best decision was to plant that bomb, and that double guess that was the thing that ended up befalling him. So big plays in the 2 versus 1 from SSS as they close things out.
Just a good start from SSS, wasn't it? Those 2 snipes, I should say, from Chuso to kick things off. He's not going to be able to find them this time. Going to get backed up pretty quickly. Lea's going to put himself in a position to cause a lot of pain. Yeah, can find 1. Cuban was sending the nade over towards Gon. He does eventually get rid of him. I presume that was over towards the site. Opportunity to get the bomb down now in a 4 versus 4. Can SSS find a way back into the B bomb site?
Well, SSS will send utility in. Lost Cuban in the play here, so we're down to a 4 versus 4, and this is a very one-dimensional hit on the whole here for SSS. They're looking to do this by overwhelming with the gunfights, but Vanquish can just play trades. SSS, you gotta hit this now.
Gotta make a move. Fahim and Co still checking every other angle, but it's a one-dimensional push coming through from SSS, working out so far. Moby can find Fahim. Gunfight from Axis has to be good. Can't find the second. Kirby has to be able to find everything here. 1 versus 2. He finds the first shots. They're incredible. Didn't see the player above him. Oh my word. Just surviving as long as he can. 3 seconds. He gets the shot anyway. Big round from Vanquish, but a weird gunfight towards the end.
Curry didn't even look up as well. He had him in the FOV, unless he's playing like a super small FOV or something. He just did not see Caruso in that situation. Did not matter in the end. Kirby plays the 1 versus 1 to perfection, and Vanquish hold on. I will say I'm kind of surprised that SSS even get as close as they do to retaking that site, just considering how one-dimensional that attack was. But still, in the end, Vanquish, they hold on. Now this is a very fast and aggressive push in towards the Azai, and Cuban and Moby starting strong for this one. They're winning all of the gunfights here, Ton. And now you've got Leia left all on his lonesome, being shot through the wall. He gets away, and now at the very least you can recover this round, but still, the big issue here, and you look at the minimap, you can see it, that bomb is slap bang in the middle of the site.
Yeah, Vanquish have one way to play these attacking rounds at this moment in time, and that is shock and awe. Not very much shock there, though. Special Suicide Squad were the ones putting that down with the gunfights that followed. It was an opening blood, actually, for Vanquish with the util over towards the top side, and, well, that's all they've found. Since then, they've been farmed entirely over towards this A side. Leia left now in a 1 versus 4, needs to pick the bomb up. This is impossible, to say at the very least.
It's just difficult. There's no way out of this. Fahim would have to pull off something exceedingly special. Could just line up these players. Okay, he peeks it and immediately just dies. Yeah, that's running right into a literal death machine there from those last couple of players. And yeah, sometimes you just gamble at the start of the round, full send it into the site, you lose the gunfights, and there's no real way back in. Of course, if you do win those gunfights, it's basically a guaranteed round victory as long as you don't fumble it. So that's the gamble you take. That's the 50-50, and Vanquish do not win it in that situation. Now we'll see another one straight through the middle of the map here. What beautiful utility off the start. Cuban placed out of position and Axis will win that fight. Now they're full sending it in towards B.
Should be momentarily free. Chuso can find one, finds a second. Chuso just doing it all on his own. He's found 3. And is the damage already done? Job done from Chuso at least. I mean, that is incredible work. And now Vanquish, well, they have to fight out between this rock and a hard place right now. Caruso can find one. Gon can find another. Can he spin for the second? He can. It's 1v2 from Gon. Big plays from both two teams, but it's Vanquish who come off better.
Just winning the trades out. And I really love the looks that Vanquish throwing SSS. I think with how long Tunisia has been in the rotation here for COD Mobile, that at this point it's kind of difficult to throw anything unique out. I think just the variety of looks we're seeing from Vanquish on these offenses right now are enough to unsettle Special Suicide Squad. We can definitely see improvements in the gameplay for SSS, but on the whole here, I think Vanquish are doing well to edge them out in these situations. And for this round, early utility through in towards the A site. They don't feel comfortable enough, not enough of it actually landed to make the move forward. And this is one of those adaptations you love to see from Vanquish. They recognize that last time around, they forced it in towards A site and died for it. This time, they have to be more prodigal, but it just doesn't happen. Omari takes a couple of kills down. And that push, I think, just kind of pushes this whole round away from Vanquish because now you have to rethink what you got to do.
I mean, they both slid in there considering that a player could be kicking about and going to cause them some issue, but I don't think either one of them checked that singular corner. They both flew in, checking different angles. Not that one. In the end, the gunfights all go the way of Special Suicide Squad. Big 2-piece comes through. Option for Vanquish over towards B, of course, but this time around Chuso has got aggressive. He's holding the angle, doesn't hit the shot. Fahim punishes him. And now all of a sudden B is wide open. 3 versus 4 in the favor of Special Suicide Squad. They're on their way over towards B, but Vanquish may well have time to get this down.
And they should do, and that is the way to get back into this round right. You're a man down. Get that bomb down. Effectively adds an extra man on the map. Facility over the top. Will not connect. Long flank coming through here. This is very different from SSS. It all relies on whether Cuba can find some value on this flank.
They're waiting on it happening. And if you're Vanquish, are you aware of this? Nobody is making you push, so are you watching a different angle? Gon can find one on the front side, though, but Cuban from behind, that's going to cause a lot of havoc if it possibly can. There you go. Cuban on the flank makes it 3. It's 3 rounds as well for the side of SSS, as the flank is just everything for that round. Got scary after what was a really nice opening for the side of SSS. They will eventually find the round as well.
Yeah, solid play there from Cuban. And that is, again, an adaptation that we're seeing from these teams in Search and Destroy right. Last time around, SSS did it all through the back line. This time they recognize, hey, we've got a man advantage. Let's actually use that to the best of our ability. We've got time to play with here. And Cuban's flank, even though it probably could have been a little bit cleaner, doesn't matter. He gets it done. So that's just 3 defensive round victories in this one. Now they want to make it 4 before we see a switching of the sides. Vanquish, once again, going for the preferred hit in towards A. It would have been nice if Kirby could have found the opening snipe, but it takes a few shots. Doesn't matter. He will find it on the 3rd. Trade is good, though, from Moby, and again, that slows things up for Vanquish.
Moby's kind of caught, though. I can't imagine Axis is going to let him out of this spot. I'd imagine some util was probably heading that way. We'll have to reload at some stage, but it's going to allow Gon a little bit of presence in towards the site. Amari, though, finds 2. How's he doing this round after round? Chuso will find one under Kirby, and now all of a sudden it falls apart. Special Suicide Squad. We're worried about this Search and Destroy for them, but they're finding these clutch moments. It just feels like that's what it's been based on. It's not necessarily like huge outplays in the Search and Destroy. It's just somebody will find a 2-piece they shouldn't, or somebody will find a big flank and find 3. Well, it's the benefit of it. You know, they're making the right plays, but it's those small moments that Vanquish are lacking in a little.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think a lot of what we're seeing from Vanquish right now, the rounds they managed to take away were either clutch plays or just kind of throwing different looks at SSS that they weren't necessarily prepared for, right? I think for the most part, SSS, fundamentally speaking, have been the better squad in Search and Destroy so far. That little flank from Chuso, really solid play call from SSS now. They're starting to play more as a team. You can feel it. They've already lost one man, though, and that's going to slow things up significantly here in towards this round. Vanquish are pushing up the map as well. I really love this from Axis, just taking some pot shots through the wall. You basically got a lot of bullets to play with here from the Tundra, so why not just throw some pot shots out? You have full sight control on B. And yet still, to be fair, if Axis falls in this situation, SSS will have a way back into this round.
Taking their time. Nobody wanting to blink here. Losers bracket final place is on the line, and it's a massive game up against Animus, and both these two teams, well, surprisingly, do want to play up against Animus. Chuso, yeah, he was looking for the angle, finds it. There is the one to drop. Vanquish now, even on the numbers side of things, but Special Suicide Squad still yet to make any sort of inroad. To push over towards B, and Axis is holding his trigger, can find the second as well. Moby will fall. Big plays coming out from Axis.
Just totally dominant here in this round. Still a way back through. Couple of plays sped up here. You do have the bomb. The problem is the bomb carrier is nowhere near either of the sites here. Chuso kind of has to either wrap around or hit straight through. Fahim, he will take him down. Gond is sending him away. Warning shots here. Last little flanking play potentially from Cuban to try and salvage this round. We've got 3 seconds though. No real chance. He will find one and will not find the second. And SSS just totally stuck in the mud there. They lose that first blood and they just don't really know what to do with it. They don't really have much of a chance of flooding out of the sites. They still kind of were waiting for some kind of over-aggression from Vanquish, and it never really happened.
We got the bomb.
You can't do that every round. But sometimes, you know, it's beneficial to find one of those rounds and have that in your locker. Not that it's necessarily a difficult thing to do, but about having the patience to maybe allow the other team to make a mistake. Because mistakes will always be made. And the mistake here for Vanquish is maybe just leaving one player over towards B on his own again. Axis this time cannot find any value. This bomb will inevitably go down for him alongside of it. Cuban finds the kill, and all of a sudden a 3 versus 5 retake is going to have to be on the cards here for Vanquish. Kirby can find something back though. Makes it a 3 versus 4.
To be fair, having one player towards the site is a pretty standard approach. It's how quickly you can get players in for the trade, and I don't necessarily think Vanquish has been quick enough here on it.
I was dramatizing.
It's fine, mate. It's fine. A couple of players down in this situation for the retake as well. Vanquish are hoping for some kind of flanking play. 20 seconds on the clock here, Ton. I don't think they're going to get it.
It's difficult. It's a very hard retake, especially with all these scopes staring at you if you're later. Can't find anything, gets taken out of midair, and Special Suicide Squad now with a 5-3 lead. This series, so far, just... Can you smell it? Because I can smell it. Stinks of a map number 5, doesn't it?
Defend the objectives.
I think that might just be my slippers, mate, to be honest with you.
They smell like map 5s, do they? What do map 5s smell like them? Because other than this series, I would know. Do they smell like cheese? I feel like they would smell nice, though. Maybe a little sweaty. Something nice and sweaty. I'll let you decide in the chat what I'm talking about. Chuso looking to try and find an angle. Can't quite get anything here yet. Axis once again on his own over towards B, looking to maybe not be quite as aggressive this time. He got caught out last time around and is now very much holding firm.
That's a big first blood from Axis. What worked for SSS in the past will not work here. Now you got to reposition. Cuban, I feel like, is definitely the playmaker in this round. If he can draw first blood by 8, it will open up a lot of opportunity here for SSS, because there is technically only really one player you got to deal with over here.
Can they find a round through? Kirby holding some angles, gets a bit of barcode timing there as one player jumps across. He's not able to punish. He is now butted up a little. Moby is able to find a kill onto Gon, and now the side of Vanquish have that advantage. 4 versus 2. Chuso is able to find one. Fahim can find one back, but Chuso now left out on his own. 1 versus 3. Not necessarily in the best of spots to be able to do it. Are you going to offer the angle? If you are Axis, you find the flank instead. 5-4. Vanquish will get one back, and it's a convincing one as well.
Yeah, just Vanquish there. just doing a really good job at kind of reinforcing the A site when required. SSS, they did have one player isolated in, but they're just not quick enough to capitalize on it. As soon as Vanquish realized what SSS were up to, they adjusted well. So back and forth we go in this S&D. The stench of around, I was going to say round 11, God, that's cold brain coming through. And overtime is potentially upon us here. Nice first nade, though, from Kirby. That's going to slow things up for SSS. Fahim also in a very far pushed up position here. I don't think this is necessarily something that SSS will check. And I still think, for the most part here, despite having a man disadvantage, they do want to get this bomb down over by A.
Feels like they are committed now. Although in these rounds, on COD Mobile, obviously lasting a fairly lengthy time, Cuban can actually just walk out of top wine there. That is free onto Kirby. Zero cover. Fahim on the flank, though, is going to be able to find one, finds two. Good shots coming in from Leia here as well. Now 3 versus 1 Cuban. It was a free entry onto the site, but it feels like it was a bit of a trap. Vanquish have set themselves up so well here. Cuban now having a look in 3 different directions. Can find the gunfight onto Fahim. And Leia may be the next one there. Misses the shot. One of the player on the flank. Leia, what are we staring at?
Cuban? Oh my God, Cuban, that's a freebie, mate. Come on. He's got 2 free looks at Leia.
Question on honestly, both sides. What is Leia got his headphones on the wrong way around? What are we doing?
Yeah, I think Leia was kind of having an existential crisis or something. He was just staring into nothingness, thinking about the inevitability of death. But yeah, just I don't know how you whiffed 2 snipes like that, Cuban. Come on, pal. That's not great. Solid round though from Vanquish. Fahim's positioning wins that one for sure. Yeah, you get another sight if you're SSS, but Fahim is the reason that Vanquish do end up winning in the end, get the man advantage. A couple of players cut the reinforcements off, so now SSS here. Aggressive to start this round, and they don't deal with a sniper rifle. Instead, they're using the coverage of the smokes to get this rock down, but now you're losing the players, and that's why you need to take the kills before getting that rock down.
Everybody from Vanquish over here as well, apart from one player. Chusa's going to find that player on the flanking Kirby. So all of a sudden, a 2 versus 2. A lot of aggression here from Axis. Moby was able to find another, and all of that transpired. Axis, though, will find Moby. Trade's not going to be there either. Vanquish get out. And on the defensive side, is 6-5 lead heading into the final round of normal time.
We got the bomb.
Be a wonderful position for Vanquish to be in. They know they don't need to overcommit here. She's going to get aggressive. Leia will find a big round from Vanquish.
It's not over yet.
Find a couple in a row now, and it puts them in a really nice spot. They are 1 round away from going 2-0 up.
Yeah, I think that was the decision-making from SSS. You know, they've been so successful at getting Axis out of that position that I'm kind of surprised they didn't just try to do that instead of going for what they did end up doing, which is getting the bomb down before actually getting the kills. So now Vanquish on the precipice. The 2-0 series advantage. This has been a phenomenal search and destroy between these guys. And this is a pretty box standard defense. You're going to see Axis now transfer through the middle of the map here. They recognize where the majority of this push is coming from. And the first spot to go in their way. The sniper's on point. Looks like SSS starting to fall apart.
Oh, disastrous here for the side of SSS. But they get overly aggressive through the middle of the map. They want to have another little look here. 2 players towards the side have made this doable. Special Suicide Squad as they find one back onto Fahim, who maybe just got a little bit overzealous. A 5 versus 3 is a nice position to have yourselves in. Now, a 4 versus 3. Vanquish. Still in a good spot. Still holding defensively. They didn't manage to get a hold of the bomb carrier. That is still left back in spawns, probably. Thankfully for Special Suicide Squad, they didn't send anybody in towards that site with that bomb in hand. 1 minute to go. Everything slowed down after the round just exploded in front of us to kick things off. All this time, though, for SSS, where they haven't really done much, is somewhat confused Vanquish. 2 players over towards this B side, 2 over towards A. SSS do have number advantage towards this side.
Yeah, you got to make a decision. SSS, you got to go now, because once again, you're in a position where you had a player isolated towards A. That's no longer the case now. You're starting to be shut out of decision-making this round, because now Vanquish have the information. They've seen a player top wine. They've got the numbers to deal with this push.
The push is going to have to come in sometime. They're going to have to do it soon. Here they come. First gunfight's going to go down. It's going to be Kirby who wins it. Axis will find another. And now Cuban with 15 seconds left. And not a hope or prayer. Vanquish. Map number 2 goes their way.
Ready up.
It's a big clutch up from them. It felt like, well, they were 4-2 down heading in towards their defensive side. A wonderful defensive hold from them, though. They will lock it in and they will find map number 2 and a 2-0 series lead here.
Yeah, and if I'm honest, I will say I think, I kind of criticized SSS in the past for their offenses on this map. I know that Tunisia Search and Destroy offenses are very difficult to pull off, but they're kind of decision-making, I think, in the back half of that Search and Destroy from SSS that I think left a lot to be desired. I think especially the reactionary gameplay, right? Just not all that great. Phenomenal start from the likes of Chuso, and I think that's just owing to the fact that fundamentally everything was pretty solid from SSS on their defensive rounds, but when they did get to their offense, again, just, late round adjustments, not that great. We saw a multitude of occasions where they'd be a man down, and normally what you do in that situation is you just try and play the numbers focused on one area of the map. You rotate towards one of the sites and play that for a 3 versus 2 because the defense is rarely going to be in a position where they've got players stacked up on towards a site. SSS, I think, just kind of took too long to ever do that, to the point where Vanquish are always in a position to adapt, always had time to adapt, and that was, I think, down to SSS's slowness. So individually, great, but as a team, again, SSS on their offenses are something they're going to be looking at and thinking, damn, we definitely could have done better.
And now Vanquish 2-0 up, looking significantly better than they did yesterday. Heading into a control. We've got a potential date on the cards with Animus. But they still need to find one more map. It's a final day here in Europe. The Snapdragon Pro Series season, and what a season it has been. We've had our upsets, we've had teams kind of come out of the woodwork a little bit, but we have had the old classic matchup between Excellence and Animus, which may well be resumed at the latter stages of today. But we still need to figure out who is definitely getting there, who's going to be facing up against Animus. Right now, it's looking more and more likely that it's going to be Vanquish. They are going to be heading now into a raid control. It's got to be feeling nice for them at this stage. I mean, we talked about at the top of the show how we felt about the raid control. We still feel that way here, buddy?
I'm in two minds about this. The raid control is successful, and I don't think they've even lost a round on it. I think it was like 3-0, 3-0 both times that we've seen Vanquish play raid control. So from that perspective, it's like, why would you choose raid control, right? The other thing I'll say though is, does the map really matter when you look at who they beat and who they got their victories on control versus who they took their losses on? They went 2-0 on raid control, and both of those matches were against RHH and PBM respectively. They took 2 losses on other control maps, and those were versus Animus and Exclusive. So is this a situation where Vanquish are a really strong raid control team, or is this a situation where Vanquish just kind of pooped the bed against anybody that's even slightly competent in control? A lot of questions, a lot of answers that we're about to have here in this map. Was this a good choice in the map set for SSS, or should they have probably just played takeoff? Let's be honest, I think they probably should have played takeoff. Regardless, we'll see whether or not that's the case here. Vanquish 2-0 up in the series ton, 1 control win, and they'll be facing Animus for a spot in the grand finals.
They're kicking things off with a big push over towards A. It's quite often the best time. Let's try and find the opener. Axis will find a gunfight over towards Moby as well. They can do with a bit of kitchen or money control, but to be honest, actually, they're just stacking it. No gunfights went Special Suicide Squad's way, and this is wonderful. They won out of the player book from the side of Vanquish. This might be gone before Special Suicide Squad can even do anything about it. Third tick over towards A is locked in. Wonderful play from Vanquish. Special Suicide Squad sleeping.
And the decision was made here, actually, I think, for SSS. They've given up A. They've gone for an immediate spawn trap, but I think this is a bit preemptive, and you've already lost the players in said spawn trap. You've got very little presence over by B. Gone manipulating the spawns here, actually kind of against Vanquish, has allowed a couple of players to spawn up by Laundry side, and that's going to strengthen the defense ever so slightly here for SSS. They have a chance to defend this point.
It is one that can be defended. It's just not quite often that you see it be the only one, right? And well, if you're going to lose those couple of gunfights as well, it doesn't bode well. Vanquish can now start to stack this as well. They're checking every single angle because they know they haven't dealt with everybody. Chuso's the one who's on the flank. Can he find anything? Needs to find more than one. Gets taken down. Vanquish taking up towards B very, very quickly as well. SSS have just been brushed aside here. This has just been wonderful control from Vanquish. Contestation comes in. Is it going to be enough to try and find anything in this round? It may well be. They find a way through, but by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, how about that for a real close one? That one would have been a round number 2. They had even one more player on the point, but Vanquish, I think, had a couple of players off, and that's going to enable SSS to capitalize here. They were stabilized. Caruso for 3 kills. More kills being found now. All of a sudden, you're looking down the barrel of a 4-life advantage, and yet still, you have to stress just how tentative this advantage is. It could all fall apart with one good push from Vanquish, but they are just not finding it right now. SSS have players in every single corner that Vanquish, frankly, are not checking. They cannot get past the driveway at this point.
I mean, it was looking, I was writing Special Suicide Squad's obituary here, like we were done in round 1. And now all of a sudden it's a 13 versus 5. I don't think Vanquish have had a kill for about 20 minutes. Beam will find a way through. The benefit that they have, yes, okay, it is a 5 versus 12, but it takes one decent wipe. Even with 3 players here, if they can find a couple of kills, they may well have an opportunity, but with 2, it's a bit of a stretch. They can find Amari, and now all of a sudden he's left on his own. Feels like a bit of a fumble, this one from Vanquish. You were, I'm talking milliseconds away from being 1-0. Oh, we should be halfway through round number 2 now. The Special Suicide Squad find the clutches, they find the gunfights. They'll immediately and inevitably find the round here. Yeah, I could do with getting rid of him before he finds the pick. Yeah, you go. SSS, find round number 1.
I'll be honest, I don't think it's necessarily a fumble from Vanquish. I describe that more as a clutch from SSS. I think it was Caruso that came through for 3 kills. That 3-piece basically guarantees control, and you got to give a shout out to SSS, because for all be it, I think their decision making to even allow those 2 ticks through on B, that spawn trap off the back of losing A, not a great decision from SSS. Still, their ability to clutch and then actually follow up with solid map control was, well-deserved round victory for them in the end. And now they're starting pretty strong on this one as well. Split push here, 2 players over by A, 2 players on B. A lot of the Vanquish roster are dealing with the latter of those 2, so SSS here have a couple of chances to do multiple things. Predator missile coming down, it's going to hold Vanquish in towards Laundry as well. This is a lot of free map control here for SSS.
I mean, a couple of free kills falling their way as well. All of a sudden, Axis is left all on his own over towards this B side. The ticks are in, and that is job done. Just as convincingly, maybe as Vanquish got a hold of A in the previous round, B is done. SSS can now start concentrating their efforts over towards this A side, but it feels like Vanquish just started that previous round so well, and ever since then, they have just not been on the map. Cuban now starting to line players up here with the Annihilator. Complete control over towards this A side. Vanquish are being wiped. This is going to be a second round for Special Suicide Squad, barring a miracle from Vanquish.
Boy, I mean, how about this? We were looking down the barrel of a 1-0 Vanquish start. Now we're looking down the barrel of a 2-0 from SSS. Vanquish have to go towards the point. Omeri is keeping an eye on both points of ingress towards this point right now. He's dealing damage to every single player. It's so difficult to get through the equalizers at the best of times. Even through small points of entry like that, it gets worse. SSS, how about that? An immediate transfer from B towards A, and to be honest with you, I'm not happy with Vanquish's defense there. That could have been a lot cleaner. You have to give up B. Like, if it's a reason that teams do it more often than not, is that, once you lose control of B, you very rarely see teams put a lot of effort into it, because if you lose the gunfights off of that B rotation, I mean, the team on the offense can find their way in towards A just as quickly. So you saw the effects there. Vanquish, they lose those gunfights, and now they're 2-0 down.
You find something, though. I think for Vanquish, the benefit is that you were milliseconds away from finding that first attacking round. If you find that, you feel very differently about how this map is currently playing out. If you can find this one, you head over towards defense, you hold that. There's plenty of times we've seen 2-0 leads on control be wiped off the face of the planet, and as have the rest of Special Suicide Squad. The Purifier is out from Axis, and that should be B. But Vanquish are not struggling with getting a hold of 1 point. It's been both. And then right now, it is going to be the option of pushing over towards A. B is pretty much locked in. Special Suicide Squad aren't going to give this one up. And Vanquish, a hefty lead on the life point as well.
Yeah, but this is the right thing to do. I mean, this is literally the opposite of what we just saw, right? Where SSS are backed all the way up in towards jungle here. They're making sure they're watching the flank, but they aren't actually winning the gunfights here for the moment. Trades in favor from Chuso with the sniper rifle, has the information. There's a couple of players there. You've got Cuban around the corner with an eagle eye on this play, while the rest of SSS keeping an eye on the push through Paul and through Money window. But Gon wins a crucial engagement. Vanquish are poking holes in the defense here, Ton. There is a solid chance for them to go towards A now.
This feels like there's no staying power. There's no solidity to any of these defenses. Special Suicide Squad getting picked apart now as Vanquish starting to run through them. They have got a 10 life lead. Predator missile's not going to find a great deal, but I don't really think it matters. A now going to start taking in. Special Suicide Squad have just been dealt with. And for me, if anything here, there's maybe been a slight overinvestment from the side of Vanquish. They've been in a really good position. We've seen a couple of operators come out at this stage. Okay, it's put Special Suicide Squad not necessarily in an unwinnable position, but it will be very difficult to do a 15 versus 6 up against Vanquish. They have forced them back a little bit here, but a massive investment from Vanquish to make sure that they get this round.
Yeah, there's a flanking play coming through from SSS, though, so even if Vanquish do move forward here, this has to be the play call. Just get your players on all the point, get the capture through. They've got players on the point here. SSS trying to make the flanking play to stop it. I don't think they're going to be able to. Chuso will find one. Chuso will actually double up. It leaves just one player on a potential point. Omeri finds another one here. SSS are winning the gunfights, but in the end, it is just batting away SSS, dealing with the last couple of remnants of the push, and it does go awry. So the good news for SSS there is that Vanquish do not win that by ticks. They don't get that tick through. So that is potential conversation to be had later on for a round number 5 defense. But Vanquish will be very happy with that one. Phenomenal transition, and it has to be said, they earned it as well. They didn't just get given that transition for 3, they won all the gunfights through jungle, through kitchen. That was beautiful map control from them.
Much better from Vanquish to actually be able to solidify that round. And now can they hold something down towards this defensive side, because that has been a bit of an issue for them. That previous round was not strong whatsoever. Operators available on their side. It's the best start for SSS. A little bit of map control, but not necessarily the most of it. Push over towards A, though, now starting to transpire for SSS, and Vanquish may well wipe them off the map. Over towards B, and have to transition over towards the pool side pretty quickly.
Trying to keep an eye on operators here in the situation. Vanquish have a couple to use. Get out of jail free cards if they require them. SSS have got a lot of presence over by A here. Late flank from Gon. I probably wanted to see him play his trigger to spin a little bit better there in that situation. The shots being put out from basketball as well. Vanquish are giving an idea of trying to put a stop to this one. This is a lot of effort through, and I think fortunately enough they do that at the same time as gunfights being won over by dry wave of Vanquish. That's why you can get away with that. You don't lose any map control towards B, and now we're looking down the barrel of a potential spawn trap here from Vanquish.
Axis just going to hold this angle. There's very little you can do to find a push up against this Purify now. My curiosity now lies within what do Special Suicide Squad commit to. They have 4 operators yet. It's still a very winnable round. They still have plenty of time. But do you consider that 5th round? Do you think about it? Push over towards B. Has to start coming through. Chuso and Amari can start to get something going, and now this is the time where you may well bring in these operators. You can see already Cuban's brought in the Annihilate. A couple of kills coming in over towards this B side. Big flank going to be coming through from the side of Gon, but he needs to get there pretty quickly. Special Suicide Squad bringing everything and the kitchen sink into this one. Amari and everyone combining well. Leia can find 2 though, and that's going to slow things down. One player inside of the point, one pushing Laundry. Really good job from Vanquish to hold this down so far.
They red Gon. That's so unfortunate. Now you've lost it on the flank here. Now Vanquish have to push this through. Second tick through time. They got to go.
They're going to get a touch. Are you going to bring the investment? You're going to need to do something because SSS are on the point. Gon, you need to get a touch. You get their layers here. He brought in the Sparrow, can find a couple. Moby's the only one who can answer, but Chuso and Caruso are here. Omari gets himself inside of the point. The contention comes through. Brian has managed to find a way through. Kirby, you need to get rid of Caruso as quickly as possible, staying inside the point. Now the player's pushing through the middle of the map, starting to find the kills. And is that going to be it unless Gon can find a way through?
What is going on?
How on earth are they getting in? Where are Special Suicide Squad pushing from? Vanquish don't get inside the point. It's a crazy end to the round. Special Suicide Squad will find the pick and find the rounds. That was a bit of an odd ending. I almost felt like Special Suicide Squad had the numbers. They were finding the kills, and you see them all pushing through in the middle of the map. Not going for that one-dimensional push inside. Eventually, they will get it over the line, but it was precarious to say the least.
Man, yeah, I'll be honest with you. I think it was just kind of a lot of panic there towards the end from Vanquish on the defense, right? As soon as they lost that flank, I think it was Gon that was making the flanking play, they kind of realized, all right, we kind of just have to full send it to the point. And fair play to them, because they were holding on for a really long period of time. They were winning a lot of individual gunfights and constantly stopping that capture from coming through. But as soon as they lost the last couple of players, it was done. Fair play to SSS as well. I think they had more operators in that final play, owing to the fact that we saw a couple of usages from Vanquish where they probably didn't need to on the prior round, and that gives SSS a huge advantage. I mean, you could see it, right? They had 4 in the bank ready to go. All it took was one good push and at least 2 or 3 of those operators coming out to play, and that is exactly what happened for that control. So fair play to SSS. Good operator utilization coming out in that final round, but what a weird control on the whole, right? We see that round number 1 where Vanquish arguably should have won it. They were just a sliver away from capturing the point. Had they done so, we would be looking down the barrel of a round 5 right now instead of being looking down the barrel of a game number 4. Then we saw that dominant control round offense from SSS. Got into round number 3, saw the same kind of dominance from Vanquish. They earned the rotation through towards that A zone. Fair play for them to hang on in the game, but when it came down to the final round turn. Again, we look towards the life disparity between the two teams. SSS, they pull out their operators at the right time. They get control of the B zone and they call game. They stay alive in this series, and it's down to the likes of Chuso, Omeri, Cuban, and Caruso. All of them having a phenomenal game.
I think Vanquish will be kicking themselves, though. That first round felt very winnable. They lose that, and then all of a sudden, okay, we could be heading now to a round number 5, but those are the very, very small margins that we do kind of play with here at the top level in Europe. Vanquish will lose that map, and we will be seeing an Apocalypse incoming in just a second, but that will be a disappointing one to lose for Vanquish, especially with the start. I think you're 2-0 up, you get a hold of A of that first round, you get that first round in the manner that it was looking likely. We may well see a different game after that, but as it went, we've seen Special Suicide Squad do a really good job to actually hold things down and get the job done and make this series, well, something to talk about. We have an Apocalypse now incoming. Is that the catalyst now for SSS? We said we like their hard point. We didn't love it in map number 1, but can they bring something different to the table here in map number 4?
I mean, it was close in map number 1, right? It was only a couple of hard points towards the end of the game where Vanquish were able to get control. Their rotation towards P1 and breaking towards P2 was basically what kind of decimated SSS's chances of winning said hard point. I did say, though, that SSS never really felt like they were in the driving seat back in game number 1, and that almost always feels like it's the case when SSS play a top team, be it exclusive in groups, be it Vanquish or Animus yesterday. It never really feels like they're ever in the driving seat. They can always hold close games, but never in the lead. They're never the ones in control of the rotation. They're always ones trying to fight back from a disadvantage. I think that kind of has to be the key differentiating factor for me going into this Apocalypse is you've got to start strong. And we know that Apocalypse is a map that you can definitely do that, right? I mean, I would argue that Apocalypse has probably one of the most single important rotations on any hardpoint map here in COD Mobile, which is making sure you get the spawns for P2, because fighting from the front is a real nuisance. To do so, you can very easily start this map strong, and I have to see that from SSS. If you don't spawn on that temple side, flip the map immediately. Get control of P1, get control of a P2 rotation, and lock that thing down, because I think having a phenomenal start to the game is something that's eluded SSS versus these top teams. Always fighting back from the disadvantage. They can change that. We'll be looking at game 5.
Let's see if we're going to get it. We're going to be loading into Apocalypse in a second. When we talk about that P2 as well, Brody, though, how many times do we see teams sit so deep on those P2 spawns when P1's still going? There's so many times that we see so much sacrificial work done over towards P1 just to, well, get a P2 that... It's one that's easy to hold, but we do see it broken a little more often than you would probably expect, don't we? So let's see how it is going to go down when we do get into the map. But yeah, I think for Vanquish, that will be a disappointing control. Where are your heads at? That's the question for me. How are they feeling heading into this map number 4? Are you going to really be just taken away from that experience over on Slums as we head in towards an Apocalypse? It's a little bit of a, I want to say a mixier one in terms of those rotations are... I don't think quite as simple on Apocalypse. It is, well, very simple over towards P2. But after that, it can be very, very 50-50 when we do talk about who's going to get the rotation and are they going to be able to find some good time off the back of it. Whereas Slums, it definitely feels as if at least on P2, P4, if you can get there, you can get some good time. Fundamental hardpoint is the aim of the game on Slums. Here on Apocalypse, a little more chaotic. Heading into map number 4 between these two squads. Can the Special Suicide Squad send us to a map number 5, or will Vanquish get another date with the side of Animus?
Oh boy, this feels like a weird one between these two teams right now. It's very difficult to call. SSS have held very, very close in hardpoint. As a matter of fact, I think looking towards their differential coming into this matchup, despite being 4-3, their differential is a -10. So that just goes to show just how close they are playing their hardpoint maps ton. Constantly snapping at the heels of the opposition. SSS are just so close to greatness. I'll still maintain, by the way, just on the whole here, that SSS are probably my favorite storyline from this season. I think, we talk about exclusive and Animus coming in here as reigning champions, and exclusive trying to battle back. You've got that storyline, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Exclusive constantly second for like 4 seasons in a row now, I think it is. You've also got Vanquish coming in here and improving. But for me, this story this season is about SSS. I'm such a massive SSS fan. I mean, it's just always fun when you get kind of new kids on the block. And I think these guys will be in a solid position here as well to try and potentially do some damage, you know, not just with this season, but I think in seasons in the future, if this roster sticks together, I think they've got a lot of potential. They've got a very high ceiling.
Let's see if we can actually get into map number 4. I was on we are just got a very quick reset, but we'll let you sample the delights of Apocalypse rather than our faces. I think I know what I'd rather be doing at this stage, but relevant of that, definitely Apocalypse, definitely viewing. It's one of those maps, though, I've really enjoyed it since I came into the map pool. I mean, it's been here for a decent amount of time now, but it's a great map. Plays very, very well on hardpoint. Kind of know what you're getting with Apocalypse, don't you? Everyone knows exactly where they need to be. Knows that if they're not exactly where they need to be, they can be punished, but if they are able to fight back, it's not necessarily a position where you can't find a break over towards a hill, and you know there's multiple different angles you can find. Operator usage seems to be massive on this map. It's massive on every single map, don't get me wrong, but it definitely feels like you see plenty of a pop-off play on Apocalypse, and hopefully we're going to be getting that case as well. Hopefully we're moving in to this one eventually. Series right now, Vanquish still in the lead. Found the first 2 maps, but map number 3 goes over towards the side of Special Suicide Squad. Can they complete the comeback and threaten the reverse sweep? Map number 5 beckons if they can find it here. And map number 4 as well. I don't know, Brody. I'm still feeling Vanquish in a certain kind of way, but SSS, are they going to be able to offer anything here on Apocalypse when we eventually load in?
Oh, we had our own podcast going there for a second. Absolutely crazy. Anyway, we're into it. Let's see who can draw those first bloods, not just for this hard point, but for those P2 rotations as well. Keep an eye on Leia. Aurist immediately wants to influence those spawns, and there is that spawn flip right off the rip. Vanquish now in control of the P2 side of the map, and now they can fight for some time over P1.
No, I mean, if you are SSS, that's just not what you want to see to kick things off. But Cuban now finding 3 in just the space of 0.5 seconds. Line up for him. Now you can start to put that pressure on it, at least get some good time over towards P1. You can counteract a good hold over towards P2 with some good time at P1, and 25 seconds remaining. That's still on the cards here for SSS.
SSS looking to fight for some time over P1. It is sometimes a hard point that can get away from you if you don't focus on it, but I think as Vanquish finds some kills now, that probably will not happen here in this situation. Vanquish now starting to push out in towards P1 as well. SSS going to have to fight really from the back foot here with the way this hard point has gone thus far. Now, the good thing about P2 here is that for the first set, at the very least, there aren't really going to be any operators to speak of. So Vanquish won't have anything to hold this hard point through, but on the other side, there won't be anything for SSS to break with. They're going to have to do it with their gunnies. And as I say, Fahim's had such a solid start that he's already got a Tempest out for the play, albeit it doesn't really do that much.
So Vanquish get a hold of those spawns pretty much off the rip. Are they going to be able to make the most of them, though? Everybody here from SSS pushing through one-dimensionally. And, well, getting away with it right now. Right now, going to have to find a way through. Fahim and the boys, can you find a way back inside of the point? Because, you know, we talk about those P2 spawns, but you still need to hold the point. 35 and rising now for Special Suicide Squad, who are fighting off the back foot here over towards P2. But Vanquish are really struggling to find the kills and get themselves back inside the point. The Sparrow are going to come out from both sides of things, though. Leia can find one, as can Cuban. And every single arrow already fired out from both 2 sides. Vanquish will find a break back. But that's some nice time from SSS. You know, you deny a lot of time there, and that is the aim of the game. When you're on the wrong side of the spawn, you may well deny a lot of time. You may well have got more time, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, they fought it from the front really well, right? I mean, it's something you don't often see teams do that much, right? Is where you kind of just sit at the front of the hard point instead of pushing back for the spawns. And I think the decision-making ultimately from SSS to not push through for the spawns actually benefited them in the end. Big rotational battles now going down. You're starting to see investment coming out from both sides. Axis with the War Machine will find some kills, but Chuso on the other side needs to try and find some value here. Death Machine now up from Kirby will not do that much, and Chuso's War Machine does find that value. So now SSS through, but those close ones for Vanquish is going to be a nuisance for SSS.
Oh, big gunfight's going to come through from Amari and Cuban. No. Gone though, Equalizer, and he's just run straight into a Gravity Vortex gun. Really good usage from Special Suicide Squad. Moby gets him down, zones them away, and gets some more time on the board for SSS, who have looked the more convincing of sides here on this map so far. It's a nice wipe from Vanquish though, and it's a potential good time on offer. E3, you can find some quality time, but this one is just ticking by ever so quickly. 13 seconds remaining here for the side of Vanquish. You would quite like this remaining scrap time. It looks like you're going to get it. P4 beckoning, already a rotation there for them, but gun out of their socks over towards the old side of things. But Vanquish can rotate. They have the numbers here. not necessarily the worst result.
Capture the objective.
I'm just 10 points behind right now for SSS. This is not the worst position in the world. You start to win some of these rotational battles as well. Push from Leia, who has had a phenomenal start to this game with 14 frags to his name. That's a bit of a miscommunication there from Omeri, I think. Just wasn't aware of the fact that Leia was towards the hard point. Leia finding those gunfights now is going to enable Vanquish to hold on early towards this time. What was such a solid push from SSS around the backline completely fizzles out of play. And now Vanquish an opportunity to get some time on this hill.
Well, here we go. This is the first opportunity now for Vanquish since P2 that they have had to find some really good time. Operators up and running here for Vanquish, and they find a great deal with them. Well, Fahim can find 1, 2, and the temp is just chaining away and causing so much havoc. It feels like Vanquish, you know, when they have been using these operators, well, that's where they start to find some good time. It's not necessarily a unknown recipe for success, but they are very much cooking right now with everything they possibly can. Over towards P4. It's going to be the end of the first rotation, and it is going to be a lead for Vanquish. It feels like they've been the first ones there on a lot of these rotations. Have they been able to make it count as much as they would have liked? Probably not. But irrelevant of that, they will hold a lead heading into the second rotation and just about hold on to P2 spawns.
I will say at the moment, I mean, Vanquish's lead is a small one, but they have made the right decisions, I would say, I think, on the whole versus SSS, right? I mean, beyond the operate usage, which I think has left a little bit to be desired from Vanquish so far in this game. I think just, you know, spawn control has been better from them, but they aren't really seeing that much for it. We look towards P1. Now we're starting to see operators coming up from both sides. Caruso bringing that Predator missile down will not just be good for a frag, but should be good for some information as to where Vanquish is located on potential spawn control. One more player to contend with will be Fafim, and he finds a couple of kills here. Now starting to cut the problem off at its source. Will not find the third. That is a huge win from Cuban. That keeps those spawns in control for SSS.
Now let's see. Can SSS make the most of it? Last time around, they weren't the ones in control of the spawn, and they may well not be this time. There's a rogue one over towards that backside. SSS not deep enough. Going to be access over towards this backside. Can find one player just spawning up immediately in front of Moby. Oh my word. SSS hold on to the spawns. It was a rogue spawn that came through from access. Actually, Moby killing Gun again. So players just spawning up in front of each other over towards this P2 rotation. Special Suicide Squad going to be the ones who own the beneficiary of that. Everything being called in here as well. Can Vanquish find a way through? But Moby here, the Gravity Vortex gun is going to be massive. Just zones them off. Still holding strong if you're SSS.
Yeah, and this is all from Vanquish hitting the front of this hard point. They do not want to try and hit the flank here. They're just trying to brute force their way through. And that's not great. The Gon's equalizers amount to absolutely nothing. You can still fight this one from the front. Predator missile comes down now from Leia, but those back spawns will enable SSS to continue to respawn, continue to reinforce this hard point. But finally, we see Vanquish break through. 25 seconds we're fighting for, but Cubans 3, Cubans 4 will hold that time down. And for the first time in this game, it does genuinely feel like we have a team in a proper advantage.
There we go. P2 working its magic for the side of Special Suicide Squad. A couple of rogue spawns from both two teams, to be honest with you, is what kind of presented them with that opportunity. They take it with both hands. Vanquish now need to answer back somehow, some way. They were pretty good from P3 to 4. Over the last rotation of hills, they will need to be good again. They find themselves around 50 seconds so behind. The Human Co. locking this one down momentarily. They are able to find a couple of kills, but Amari, Moby finding a couple themselves. 50 seconds to go. Big kill coming in from Leia. Can now continue to hold some good time down for the side of Vanquish. 45 seconds remaining here over towards P3. Vanquish in control.
And this is one of those hills that can be kind of deceptive at times. Vanquish doing a really good job at the moment at keeping SSS at bay away from this hard point. Flanking play from Cuban, though, is going to blow it wide open. That's now the second big play we've had in 2 consecutive hard points from Cuban. Juso will follow up with more kills of his own. And if you can fight for the back 25 seconds here, if you're SSS, this is huge. Vanquish now pushed out of this time. Juso pre-firing with the War Machine, sending Vanquish away. They're going to have to rotate. And all in all, what, you take the back 25 away from Vanquish? You're fine with losing 5 seconds of your lead in this game. You still have a significant one and another opportunity here to hit that flank that didn't go well last time around.
It's going to have to be a big hold from Vanquish. You need one somewhere. But to be honest with you, for Vanquish even going even at this stage and then just trying to find a good P2, that might well be their route back into the game. But you have to have it, so it's not too little too late when we get there. Fahim will bring in the Tempest, 32 kills to his name. The slaying side of things hasn't been a problem for Vanquish. It's been able to find those moments when it really does matter. Axis Brian Combining well, the Tempest doesn't find a great deal over towards the backside of things, but Axis still with the War Machine up and ticking. Fahim going to try and hold down the temple push and will do so very, very effectively. It's 1 by 1. You'll say thank you very much. There's one player on the flank and that may well be able to do something here. Can Kirby shut him down? Yes, he can. Now concentrating on the push from the front. It's a good hold from Vanquish so far. It's a great hold from Vanquish, actually. Everything being brought in, though, to make sure they do it. Brian and Code doing so well into kill feed that just looks so strong, but is that an overinvestment? Vanquish was still in control and nearly every single operator coming out.
Yeah, I would say it is an overinvestment only because of the fact that for SSS, I mean, this push hasn't been anything particularly special, right? I mean, they've just continued to hit through letterbox over and over again. I think we saw one potential push coming through from a solo player on SSS, and that's really it. But it doesn't matter how you get it done as long as you do, and Vanquish have now brought the lead down to just 11 seconds in favor of SSS. We go into the third and final rotation, and that PT rotation will beckon before you know it. You have to try and win some of these rotational battles, and it's going to be SSS that managed to do it here, Ton. Vanquish will now want to fight through this time. They will continue to send reinforcements to flip these spawns out.
They're trying to flip them, but they also need to get inside of the point. You cannot allow this time to bleed down if you do not have those P2 rotations. It's going to cause havoc if you can't get there. Amari and Co starting to bring in plenty of the arsenal that they have in their back pocket. Equalizers. Not quite reaping havoc, but they're just causing so many issues as far as these gunfights go. This is such good time for the side of SSS, and you keep an eye on those spawns as well. Just keep an eye on the bottom right corner to see if they aren't going to get any rogue ones. I think that's all that Vanquish can kind of count on now because they haven't been able to find the kills. They haven't been able to find the presence over towards P1, but there we go. They could start to find a little bit of a hold towards that first hill, but they need to find a break. Operators should be coming up for both two sides. Kills starting to go the way of Vanquish. Gon can find 2, but Moby lines them up, finds 2 of his own. P2 rotation is in for SSS, and it's a solid one at that. Fahim's the only one in any kind of position to do so. He brings the Tempest out and gets caught with it in his hands. Pants down, dead. SSS now in control and holding this down. They are 20 seconds away from the win.
Yeah, it is SSS in control. The operators choose so far in that War Machine downrange. One player. Potential flank, though. Axis is finding value, too. SSS might well find kills, but those spawns should now flip here, and Vanquish now going to hit this one from the back. They've got one player through. That stops the clock momentarily, but Vanquish are here now from the back line.
Yeah, with the operator available. Need to find something. An MSL coming through, finding nothing. Axis will pull in the War Machine. That's finding plenty, but he kills himself as well. But he
once again,
is he going to be able to help his team? But the spawns are going to be there for the side of Special Suicide Squad. They still only need 7 seconds, but they can't find a kill. Right now, they can't find a way through, and Vanquish are looking to just get this game stretched a little bit longer and create some stress in the mind of Special Suicide Squad. They're trying to find a breakthrough. Caruso can find 2. It's not going to be enough to get themselves in. In this moment in time, you can't win it if you're SSS over towards P2. Job done if you're Vanquish. You didn't have the spawns. We're heading over towards P3.
And that is perfect as well, right? Because SSS was spawning on the wrong side of the hill for the rotation towards P3. I don't think Vanquish necessarily intended to do it, but they've won the rotational battle. Now they're starting to lose some gunfights in towards New. Kirby and Leia, a lot to do.
Operators are going to have to be massive from both these two squads, but more so from the side of Vanquish. Special Suicide Squad finding a way through. You have to filter in. SSS forced the map number 5. A really good second rotation and start to the third solidifies the deal, and we will see that map number 5. I could smell it a few maps ago. Honestly, I've got a knack for it at this stage, Brody. And this is where it is really do or die for both these two squads. Now we will head to a map number 5 in what has been a wonderful, wonderful series between these two. So back and forth. I've got to give so much credit towards SSS because for a while, you know, they were in control the majority of the game. They had that start that you pointed out we needed to see from them. And Vanquish started threatening the comeback. It could have got very, very stressful in those comms. I'm sure it was chaotic, but they got the dub in the end.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, right, the first set of rotations was pretty bog standard. I will say I think Vanquish probably could have got a little bit more time for having the control of the spawns that they did over and over again, but SSS were constantly snapping at the keels. But I think the first time it really felt like SSS were in the driving seat of the game was when we got to P2 the first time of the round. SSS did such a phenomenal job at fighting it from the front. Vanquish never really felt like they were doing anything of relevancy to threaten those back spawns. They just kept on filtering through and frankly feeding SSS. We then hit a 50-50 hard point between the two squads, and it felt like maybe SSS had got this one in the bag. Vanquish made them think twice about it with a solid hold towards P4. We get into the final set of kills, though, and it is once again SSS managing to fight it from the front, and I think it is just that back spawn flip coming through. It feels like Vanquish have done it. Feels like they might have well got the rotation, and in the end, it just was not enough. What is that? A 34-point game between the two squads. Cuban is the one kind of step things up. I think he had like three, I guess, significant three pieces in that game to hold hills for SSS, to get rotations for SSS. He is the reason that they win this game and we see a game 5.
Vanquish outslayed them by around 10 and don't find the win. SSS just proving that it does come down to those moments where you're able to find those flurry of kills at the right moment, at the right hill. I can just make it so much easier to find those points. Nice job from the side of SSS, back against the wall on a couple of occasions, but in control the majority of the game. We head into now on map number 5 that I honestly would struggle to call either way at this stage here. Brody, Vanquish were on for the 2-0. They were 2-0 up. They were looking good at the start of control. But now they're heading into a map number 5. The reverse sweep is on the cards for a place in the losers bracket final here. So this is now getting very, very tense. It's going to be a Kurahana to kill things off for one of these two squads in their season, or to elongate there's, well, at least another series. And you will have, well, the delight of facing up against Animus if you win this S&D. So whether or not that's a prize in itself, I'm not too sure. But a bump up in the prize pool, of course, finishing in the top 3. But they will be wanting to go a step further. Let's maybe not count them out just yet. I think it's very easy for us to do that when they are going up against Animus, but there's still plenty of Call of Duty left to be played. Thoughts on Kurahana, though, here, Brody, between these two squads? Which way we're lying? Because, I mean, the momentum is only one direction, but sometimes that doesn't necessarily dictate how the map is going to go.
I think Kurahana hasn't been a successful map for either of these two squads this season. We've seen it, I believe, once from Vanquish. That was a straight-up loss, and then we saw it twice for SSS. Now, they lost both. The first was an overtime versus Hexad. That was a 10-8 loss, so they only just about lost that one. The second one was yesterday, and it was significantly more convincing. It was a 7-2 loss versus Animus, and I think yesterday, just losing the first battles over and over again, I mean, it was pretty obvious the way in which they just could not deal with the sniper pressure from Marvel and Kairu. That's not going to be there for Vanquish, right? I know that I've talked about in the past how Vanquish, their strength in Search and Destroy is Kirby with the sniper rifle and making sure that you got that sniper rifle presence. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as strong, so they should have a little bit more of a chance to deal with it, but getting past those snipers has to be the first point of order here for SSS.
Keeping getting aggressive. Over towards this attacking side. Special Suicide Squad. Going to try and find as much as they possibly can here on Kurahana. But right now, Leia can find one. Trade is going to be there for the side of Moby, though. 4 versus 4. A lot of presence on the defensive side over towards this bomb site. Gunfight starting to go their way as well. 3 versus 2 in favor of Vanquish.
Last one.
You needed to do something there if you're Caruso. Play a little bit closer to Cuban. Not able to fight back through. And yeah, Vanquish just win the opening gunfights. Good read and good reactions coming out from Vanquish early on in that round. SSS might well get aggressive to try and unseat those sniper rifle players, but I think it's actually what follows where SSS struggle. But no matter, Kurahana isn't, generally speaking, a mapper that is offensively sided. So Vanquish are expected to win the majority of the rounds here early on in this Search and Destroy. It is the same look, again, from SSS. A slight adjustment, though. This time around, Kirby is up long. Still got Leia in towards the cut. You need to unseat Kirby. He is the big issue here.
Can they get rid? So far, not looking out for the side of Special Suicide Squad. The defensive work from Vanquish has been sensational. Gone with the R9 out. That was so last year, bro. Lock in. Moby. Lines on the Kirby. 3 versus 2 now for the side of Vanquish. Don finding plenty of value here with the R9 though either way. Now if you're Moby, you're caught in between a rock and a hard place, not where you want it to be. Special Suicide Squad falling to the wayside again. Vanquish. A nice start for them here on this defensive side. Just seem to have every single answer over towards the A side. It may well be Special Suicide Squad's turn to have a look over towards B.
The enemy has the bomb.
I think SSS right now just kind of falling behind. Vanquish are not settling for anything. They're not resting on their laurels. If they draw that first blood, they immediately try and capitalize, get a second, and solidify the round. Vanquish just looking just a little bit better right now, and you're already starting to see that towards this round as well. Fahim pushing forward. Fahim will capitalize for an easy 2. SSS stuck on an island once again, and they are not being left alone. Kirby now the next one to do some damage.
Oh, they are just punishing them every single time. Cuban next on the chopping block. Gonna go for the child. The nade will go out. Gunfight win that Cuban. At times,
Finish it.
the guy just finds gunfights that just do not look possible. He's now left all on his own. We'll have to find a 1 versus 3. It would be a 1 versus 4 and an ace. If he was to find around for the side of SSS, not necessarily in the best of spots. The whole middle of the map just closed on down. They've got information on him now as well, trying to back on up, showing his back. Axis going to get aggressive. Cuban swaps his guns out. Doesn't really matter. Axis will find the gunfight. Vanquish are running away with this one right now. Defensive side, okay, yeah, you would give them an advantage, but 3-0 in the fashion they found it. SSS need to find an answer pretty quickly.
It's just Vanquish playing so much more aggressive right now. SSS haven't really been able to deal with it whatsoever. If Vanquish do the same thing again here on defense, if they get aggressive in very much the same way they have done before, you need to see some kind of reaction already. It just isn't happening. Axis is able to get a freebie down long range. SSS now trying to push through the middle of the map here. They have to find some of these gunfights. It's just not happening.
It's all up to you now. Finish the mission.
I mean, this is just flat from SSS. Cuban's left on his own again, saying, right, guys, I've got 3 kills. Are we locking in a PC or what? Good gunfight win from Cuban. Doesn't really matter. Vanquish are running away with this one. And I mean, Special Suicide Squad have done so well to force us here to this map number 5. They were 2-0 down. They are yet to really load in. 4-0 to Vanquish.
The enemy has the bomb.
Yeah, Vanquish just looking so much better on these first bloods right now. Finally, we see something. Finally, a big name taken out of the round. Chuso will win the fight down long. And yeah, still, I mean, look at the reaction from Vanquish. They send a couple of players on towards B to try and plug the hole in the gameplay. Kirby is getting aggressive here. They're feeling themselves after 4 rounds, and I don't blame him when he's winning gunfights like that. Yeah, you get a trade, but I think you take that trade for information now. You're still down a man. SSS still have a way back towards this round, but they do still have to get the bomb down.
Still plenty of work to be done from SSS. Chuso is right there. Yep, there you go. But he will find the gunfight. Pressure not going to be there immediately. So no more trades will fall through, at least off that gunfight. So now a 3 versus 3. It looks like SSS are going to concentrate their efforts over towards B. If you're Leia, you are quite some distance away. Gon will surely find a minimum of 1 kill here. You would like to think a trade will come through if he can find something. Nades over the top, going to start indicating what's going on. Gon will be calling that out to his teammates. You can see already Leia on his way, but Gon in this position is just going to give it up as soon as they come around the corner. Could you write that timing? Isn't going to be able to find anything there right above him, but he's still surviving. The fact that he's here alive and undetected is so dangerous for the side of SSS, but I don't think Vanquish know exactly what's going on here. Leia trying to watch the flank. He may well be able to find something, can get 1. Cuban makes it a little bit more interesting, but Fahim will find a Moby now left in a 1v2.
Not going to happen. Vanquish able to play it. And if I'm honest, it feels like the same problem that has plagued SSS and Search and Destroy the entirety of this season of the Snapdragon Pro Series, which is that they just continue to being unable to capitalize on these positions. You draw first blood, and I think they're just so hesitant to actually do anything about it. Like, if you draw the first blood, the next thing you should be doing is flooding in towards the B site. Even if there are 2 players there, you've got the man advantage to get that B site in your favor, and they are so scared of losing the gunfights that they end up putting themselves in disadvantageous spots. Another opportunity to do it now. You draw access out the round, you have to flood B.
Fahim can already find an answer, though. And it just feels like there is an air of inevitability of Vanquish right now. This is just so difficult for SSS to really get anything going. But the bomb is going to go down here. Their first real big opportunity for them to find something. But the bomb ain't going to go down. The nade will find its way through. Just everything Vanquish are doing is turning to gold. Moby and Chuso and left in a 2 versus 2 here. And they are just stuck between a rock and a hard place. This is looking like a perfect defensive round. Or half here from the side of Vanquish. Chuso's the only one who stands between them.
Would be a 2v1. Chuso has to get past Leia to get anything going in the situation. Spots him out, has to win the gunfight. Leia plays his life. And again, now if you're Chuso, just get the bomb down. That's the way you equalize yourself in this round. Vanquish are nowhere near. Just plant that rock. It's going to be a position where you can watch it from long.
Bomb has been planted.
Now you got to fight around this site. Use the different kind of hiding spots around the A site to your advantage. Hope that you can kind of catch these players on Vanquish off guard.
Chuso. Has he found the angle? Has he got the timing? The shot will go in though. He's already butted up. He's already weak. And Vanquish, are they going to find the perfect defensive half? They are. It doesn't happen very often, but Kurahan are proving to be the perfect breeding ground for it. Vanquish are 1 round away from a date with Animus.
Ready for the next round.
I mean, SSS did the right thing there, right? I mean, they finally did what I said they wanted to do, which is you get the first blood, you capitalize on it by trying to get beat down, but they were met with the same kind of aggression from Vanquish. They immediately responded. I think it was the nade coming out from Vanquish to stop that bomb from going down. If it does, well, we could at the very least be looking at SSS on the board here. But now Vanquish getting aggressive. Big first blood. Ameri going to win it with the HSO, but you take a trade if you're Vanquish. You don't seem that undetermined, and you get the second blood as well. SSS really starting to fall apart here at the seams.
Oh, they've went a step further, haven't they? This is looking like a whitewash in the search and destroy. This bomb will go down. Chuso, Caruso.
The bomb has been
A duo that we really did talk up heading into this series. They've performed valiantly, but this search and destroy has been flat from them, and that will be a disappointment. It needs to be a 2 versus 3 retake, and then it needs to be another 5 rounds in a row if they want a chance here in the search and destroy. Axis finds the first blood. Chuso now left all on his own in a 1 versus 3. Vanquish came into this series, looked so solid. The first 2 maps fall their way. Special Suicide Squad threatened the reverse sweep, but it has been a battle of absolute difference here in map number 5. Player just teasing this one as Chuso just tries to find something. Can't find anything but a grey screen. Vanquish 7-0 them in map number 5 and send themselves to that losers bracket final up against Animus. That, I mean, it's as one-sided as you're ever going to see on a Kurahana.
What more is there to say? Just defense was pretty much perfect from Kurahana. And, you know, it is one of the situations where it's not like SSS are playing particularly terribly. Yeah, all right, I definitely think they could have done a lot better at being more proactive on their offensive rounds. I think they were playing too slow, but at the same time, you got to give Vanquish credit because the amount of times that they were winning first blood and then pushing in for a second kill, a third kill, constantly looking to take map control. SSS just felt totally out of their depth for the first, I want to say, 4 rounds. When we got to round 5, we started to see a little bit more I guess, depth to the gameplay for SSS, but by that point, it was too little too late, and even then, they were not able to win out the gunfights, not able to win the trades in the situations. That is a poor performance from SSS in Search and Destroy, and if I'm SSS on the whole, I go into the next season of SPS and I say, S&D needs to be the thing we work on, because I believe, I want to say they finished with like a 1-5 record comparatively to what their hardpoint looks like and their control. That is awful, and they've got to work on S&D moving forward. If you're Vanquish, you walk away feeling like you just wept some sweat off your brow, because that was a sweaty series, all of that for a 7-0 in the end.
Yeah, definitely a less than ideal way to go out of your challenge finals run there, because it was looking like they were mounting a comeback after the control. I felt like we kind of saw the S-Cubed that we got glimpses of that was improving all challenge season long, and then everything just fell apart in the S&D. Like you're saying, Brody, an opportunity to really kind of have that be what is worked on for the next season. But that was the first series. That was a very long best of 5. So, and that's just to kick the day off, Todd. I think we're in for a doozy of a day.
Oh yeah, ask me how I'm feeling at 5 a.m. again. When we get more games like that. I mean, just such a good series though between those two. I think Vanquish will be. Look, I think SSS kind of really did clutch up in that control. That very first round seemed to dictate the rest of that map. They got the win there. They were brilliant in map 4. But to do all of that, to get 7-0 in the Search and Destroy, I know, Brody, you're saying they need to work on it, but damn, I mean, that's some way to end your season, right? You send it all the way there and just do not show up in that map number 5. It's going to be a disappointing way, but there you go, Vanquish. A date with Animus once again.
I will say just quickly here as well, I do want to give a shout out to SSS because they have come into this season as one of the more interesting storylines, right? I mean, who could have expected the roster to do what they've done? You know, I think starting off the season, taking that crossfire control against Exclusive, I think already they kind of proved themselves to be a roster that were not to be taken lightly, and I didn't necessarily expect them to win this series versus Vanquish. Like, I think for SSS to force it to a game 5, to even put a reverse sweep on the table as something that could happen, I think you got to give them some love to that, and I do want to see SSS back next season.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I think they brought a lot to the region this time around and kept a lot of teams on their toes all season long. So I'm excited to see if this is kind of like their base, what they can do to improve from season to season, because like we've mentioned a few times, we watched them improve from the beginning of, you know, even going back to Open Finals all the way to what we saw here now in the Challenge Finals. So commiserations, but also congratulations to S Cubed on even having made it to this stage of the competition. But it is Vanquish who stay alive in that lower bracket, which means they now have to face off against Animus. I think we're in store for another difficult series coming up around the corner, but of course that means our teams now need a little bit of time to get themselves settled, ready, and get through their picks and bans as well, so that we know what maps are going to be seeing in this next series, which means for us it's time for a short break while we prepare for match number 2. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We've swapped out Brody and we've brought in Proper here for our second match of the day. If you guys are just joining us, we watched a full series, okay? A 3-2 out of S Cubed and Vanquish. And it was with a very decisive S&D at the end there, Proper, that Vanquish make their way through and now have to face off against Animus. But give me your thoughts on what we just saw in that first series before we dive into.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a map 5. I'll tell you that much. I honestly, all of that bark for just such a little whimper at the end. Like, I'm going to go ahead and ride the coattails with Brody as well. I hope that's not the last time we get to see that roster, because they thoroughly impressed me as well through all the fundamentals, throughout the entirety of all the stages of the Snapdragon Pro Season 6. I hope I get to see more of them as well. Maybe they go with the different teams, but I think that the ceiling has not been shown for how high that team could actually reach.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like we said, it was an unfortunate way to go out, but they definitely gave us some really good storylines all season long. Excited to see what they can do next time around. But now we have to start talking about match number 2, Animus versus Vanquish. Animus has been waiting in the wings after losing to Exclusive yesterday in that upper bracket, and now they'll be trying to take out Vanquish along the way in order to rematch against Exclusive in our grand finals. Ton, talk to me a little bit about Animus.
I mean, they will be disappointed to be down here. Look, they went up against Exclusive yesterday. Yes, okay, they have been down here in situations where they have went up against Exclusive in winners bracket finals. They have lost before. They have been here before and won. They'll be disappointed, but they know they have the experience of being able to battle back. They absolutely have the talent as well. They are still the favorites, I would say, in a certain kind of way. I think a lot of people wouldn't be surprised to see Animus come back here, even with Exclusive in that winners bracket final. I almost hope that isn't the case. I want to see an absolute banger between them. I'd love to see Exclusive get their moment in the sun, but Animus will be doing their best to make sure that they get there to stop that from happening.
Yeah, and while Vanquish are going to be coming in warm after that match here, Proper, we did watch them struggle against Exclusive, and Animus is just as difficult an opponent.
Yeah, no, they absolutely are. And don't forget that these two teams actually do have time tenured playing up against each other. And the only time that it was close was actually the Hacienda hardpoint. And it was only maybe about a 20-point differential. And then they gave away one round of the search and destroy. And then the control was an absolute cataclysmic blowout. So, yeah, I think if you're looking for stark comparisons, yes, Vanquish also played exclusive yesterday. It wasn't competitive besides the control. I mean, it went around 5 in the control. The hardpoint you got annihilated on. And that's not a good sign given the fact that even though this Animus team looked really weak yesterday versus exclusive, their normal prize fighters were not dropping the numbers. Doesn't mean you can take them too lightly, especially with this best of 5 series.
Well, it looks like we've got our picks and bans through already. I wasn't even sure if they were going to be able to get them set up that quickly, but they are good to go here, Ton. So talk to me about what we've got.
Slum's hardpoint going to be coming through again. That's going to be an Animus pick. We just got to see it in that previous series as well. So I think one caveat I want to say, but actually just outside of the maps, is we get a couple of very similar to what we just seen in Vanquish's previous series. Vanquish will have a little bit of momentum. They've been able to warm up, they've been able to go through a grueler of a series, of course, up against Special Suicide Squad. It's a step up to go up against Animus, but it's something we talk about as far as losers bracket go quite often. Momentum is a big thing. Some people, well, commentators don't like to err in the side of momentum too much, but I think for me, when you know you're a player, you're pushing through, you find a big win, you're warmed up and ready to go. You are playing at your peak already. Animus may just get caught out a little flat out the gates here, and that could be a good opportunity for Vanquish, especially with the slums coming up.
I mean, you were mentioning the Hacienda hardpoint.
Yeah.
Better hope that warm-up script was good, because, I mean, like, the way that Guthilla came in so flat yesterday versus exclusive, if that happens again versus this team that literally just won on this map, I know it's SSS comparatively to Animus, but the point still stands. If your prize fighters show up flat again, this team's going to run you over. You can't just rely on Marvel for the kills.
That's true. That's true. I mean, there's lots of expectations on the shoulders of Animus to show us why they are one of those top teams in the region. So we'll have to see if they're able to do that, or if Vanquish are just going to kind of continue snowballing after that first series. But I'm excited because that means our players are ready. Match number 2 is ready. Chat, let us know your thoughts as well. Will it be Animus facing off against exclusive in our grand finals, or will it be Vanquish? Because we're moments away from finding out. So let's get into it.
Well, here we go. Losers bracket final. Only 2 more games to go here in the entirety of the EU season. I mean, we have somehow got here as fast as we have done. I have no idea how, to be honest. Proper it has went by in the blink of an eye. But we're at the stage now where it really does come down to the nitty-gritty. You need to find wins up against teams who are extremely strong, and that's going to be the objective here for Vanquish, going up against Animus. And as we mentioned, they have history already this season. A 3-0 win for Animus will give them a lot of confidence, but as we just previously mentioned, that Vanquish are going to be coming in nice and hot. It could set us up at least for a very good map number 1.
Especially for how they did look. I mean, through the respawns for Hana map number 5, like the aggression was certainly there, and you're hoping that that is a continuation going in towards this series. But it is Animus. This is Europe's number 1 for a reason, and I know that they are not in grand finals yet. They did lose to exclusive yesterday, but the ranking still stands. They have had exclusives numbered time and time again, barring that best of 5 yesterday. And Slum's hardpoint was actually the final venue for these 2 teams to face each other yesterday as well. Ton, they lost 250 to 197, so maybe a little chip on their shoulder comparatively to what they might be expecting should they be able to make it to grand finals. But I'm in the realm where all of the stats and everything is going to get thrown out of the woodwork until I see this P1 to P2 rotation. P2 is your first money hill. P3, very difficult to try to hold on, but if you get early operators, you can snowball that in towards P4. It all happens on the left side of the map, but Slums can both get away from you as quickly as a team can make a massive resurgence on the mode. So all of that in towards the bag. Let's shake it up, see what we get.
Well, here we go, the losers bracket final incoming. Animus taking on Vanquish. We'll get those team names flipped over nice and quickly. And, well, I mean, if you're Vanquish, you need to stop worrying about those grenades that are coming in pretty much off the rip. Good start from the side of Animus as far as these kills go. But I think for Vanquish, what is their route into this series? It has to be the hard point. That's where you potentially did shove Animus as far as possible and see what you can do on the controller search and destroy. But hard point is going to be a route through. Have Animus got any weakness there? I'm not 100% sure, but Vanquish could definitely find something. They are going to be able to try and keep this close as possible. If they come in flat in this series, it could be over before it even starts.
Yeah, very much so, Mike. And you see all the blue arrows still on the better side of the map. Got 25 seconds left to fight over on P1. And I don't think that Animus are going to be feeling too worried about their current positioning on the map, given that they can still break through the front of this hill. They're doing it right. You get bricks control first, try to get all the way over towards the L, and then you brute force your way a little bit further forward. They're doing all of that, plus some more. Animus in towards the time they flip the lead, trying to threaten the spawns anew.
Animus in control. P2 rotations, though, are going to go over towards the side of Vanquish. in a good spot. Shock fight's a gunfight you shouldn't know, and that's the kind of moment that you're going to find as a Vanquish player. Gunfights that you think should be falling your way do not. Seizenko now trying to get something over towards this backside and will continue to do so. Spawns are in their favor, and P2 control belongs to them right now.
All right. How do you break up the stickiness of these spawns for Animus? Team names may be flipped on the back, but we know that Animus are definitely anchoring onto the spawns and towards the back. And Marvel was, again, he was the cornerstone of brilliance when it came out of the respawn. So many slaying was missing yesterday. Versus exclusive, Marvel stepped up in a massive way, especially in the map 1. The Bill also showing up the kill feed is a bright sign of life for Animus.
Animus in complete control. A lot of operators available, and right now they are making sure they do the best with them. And I think if you Vanquish, this is the kind of game you come into and you just hope for this not to happen. You coming off the back of a big series win to send you here. Getting bodied like this off the first 2 hardpoint hills is not necessarily ideal by any stretch of the imagination. It's going to be about a 70-point lead by the time we head over towards P3 4 on the side of Animus. 20 seconds to Vanquish his name. And Fahim and Co just need to find something here over towards P3, but it's a mixy one. The spawns are very difficult to deal with. But their operators are going to start coming up. There you go, 3 on the board now potentially for Animus to try and hold this down. They need to.
Yeah, they sure do. Especially how the spawns can work from 3 all the way in towards 4 is exactly what you need to have happen for yourself if you are Vanquish, as they are trying to hold it from the back. There's a lot of time to fight for here. I wonder if you are Animus, once you start getting these operators online, do you try to brute force your way back through P3 and wrap back around over by P4? They're trying to do it the old-fashioned way, ton, and it just ain't working out because, well, Vanquish got all the operators.
They're doing a good job with it. And holding it down so far. Shark can find a way through, though. He's got his equalizer as well. Will not find that gunfight. Gone. Gets the equalizer out and will be able to shut him down. So Vanquish finding a big fight back here, and it kind of has to be that to and fro that we do expect when it comes down to operators, but Vanquish really doing a good job to bring this one back after what would have been a very shaky start, and that's a good couple of gunfights going to go their way as P4 about to pop in 5 seconds. We will have that transitional period as we head over. Animus over towards these back spawns. We'll be able to cause some havoc, but that's a brilliant hold from Vanquish over towards P3.
That sure has been. And you rotate over towards this garage P4. Final hill in this set. Predator missile going to be yeeted on in from the sky just to try to shroud these players, trying to push a little bit further forward. There go the team names. They are flipped. Animus are in towards the hill, and Vanquish from the outside looking in. They use all their operators over by P3 and don't have anything for this breakdown.
Yeah, it's kind of going to be one of those games you feel like, isn't it, when it does come down to these operators having the most amount of usage possible from both these 2 teams. Kyrio can find 2 with the Gravity Vortex gun. Everybody else filtering through and doing their job, but so is Fahim. He can find 2. Shark is there to answer back with 2 of his own, and it's the kind of point that you would just expect somebody like Shark to thrive in, but so can Kirby. 13 kills to his name. Vanquish will find a way through. Operators be damned to a certain degree. You're not able to get anything done on that side of things if you're Animus or if you're Vanquish, but it doesn't matter. Kills just flying through for both these 2 squads. Ultimately, it is Animus still in the lead. Vanquish, though, with some good time underneath their belts. People coming up now, or into the second rotation, I should say. And Animus still, I mean, you would have expected maybe a bit of a better lead after that storm. Vanquish will get this close.
This is a damn good game of hardpoint, man. Damn good. And again, Vanquish coming in hot off of their previous best of 5. Fahim up to 17 kills, 15 for Kirby. Marvel's up to 17 on the opposite side, but I mean, you're just hoping for that influence out of Shark. I mean, 14 kills is not a small number, and Guthil is also up to 18. The slays are there, but Vanquish's ability and grit to play for P3 the way that they did and keeping P2 contested as long as they did as well, Ton, they are right in this game. They flipped the lead.
And if you would have told me that Vanquish would have had a lead after, well, what we've seen...
I call you crazy!
2 hills, you would call me mental, mate. Brian can find a few, though. Fahim has been doing really well with 10%. And remember, Vanquish actually started that previous series with a map win here on Slums. And this has been much better over the last 3 hills than what we've seen in the first 2. Animus will start to get a little bit more control, though. They can find 3. And it's going to come down to a little bit more of a, well, maybe efficient operator usage from the side of Animus to get themselves back into this one, because Vanquish are held down a good 30 or 40 seconds there over towards P1. P2 coming up, and Animus will be the first ones there. But they need to lock in here. They've been slow since P2.
Animus per usual. Playing for the future, play for the spawns. You're trailing by 30, but hey, a full 60. Quick maths, then you'll be up by 30, right? Here comes Gondo with the equalizer, is able to find 2. What an emphatic break. They got spawns in towards the brack. You're spawning into death. Luckily enough, they all had enough spawn protection to stay alive, so they still have those sticky P2 spawns.
And they have a couple of operators coming in as well. The Sparrow, the War Machine, all being brought in and just completely just nullified. Everybody else on Animus, though, doing their job. Doesn't matter so much if the operators don't work, if everybody else has got the gunny running hot. Gravity Vortex gun out from one side of things. Can't quite tell where it was coming from, but irrelevant of that, it's not going to be that effective either way. Players pushing in from both sides of the alleyway. Says towards this backside, though, is just going to have 3 kills there. He's the only one who can really answer. Animus finding some more good time over towards P2. Shark with the equalizers. This spells trouble. And now the rotation over towards P3. Shark's probably going to make his way through if he can. Fahim maybe the next one on the chopping block as Shark just looks to try and rotate for his team with these equalizers in hand. Perfect kills along the way and will find those flips as they start to find a way over towards P3. Vanquish spawning towards the backside.
It's a perfect, great exit. Look at the spawns. They flip now for Vanquish. You still got one player hanging around for all the scrap time. Lead has now been flipped for Animus. And then most importantly, Guthilla held on to that death machine. He was getting closer and closer towards the end of P2. But then you had the push through from the equalizers, and it meant that you can set up for the death machine inside the hill. This is brilliant from Animus.
And they continue to get some good work done over towards this P3 side. This is where they really did suffer on that last rotation, I should say. 50 seconds to go. They're in control. Death Machine finds absolutely nothing, but Axis finds plenty with his War Machine. Marvel, though, going to be able to answer back with a couple of kills. Leia now with the Sparrow finds very, very little. And Animus holding on. I don't even want to say by the skin of their teeth. They're doing very, very well considering what Vanquish are throwing at them. But still, it is going to be a break coming through for the side of Vanquish eventually. 30 seconds had already gone. Animus had found themselves a lead again. But these spawns are struggling to be broken here. Animus are fighting off the back foot. Have a couple of operators to work with, though, Prabhat.
That was the utility that they really had to lean on in the first set of hills, right? They're trying to break all the way from P3 into P4. I'm talking about Animus, of course, and they're trying to do it the old-fashioned way. Fahim does have an operator online. You have one on the opposite side if you are Animus. You even need it, though. Gunfights going down over by the garage. What? The spawns just happened in between 3 and 2 in between 2 different teams. You got one player just spawned behind everybody. Guthilla has a perfect flank, and it sets up his teammates to pinch from the front.
Oh no.
What?
Worked out perfectly for Animus. Oh, the spawns over towards P3 and 4. Be damned. If you're Vanquish, at least anyway. Animus thanking their lucky stars. And that little rub of the green that they just got says in code, though, they need to make sure that they execute as well. Spawns towards this back statue are going to be beneficial in terms of Vanquish getting there quickly. But the setup here for Animus is going to be hard to break, irrelevant of that. Shark can find one. Say's finding the job done as well himself. Death Machine out from Kirby, though. He can start lining them up, finds 3, but does fall. Is that the break that Vanquish need to get some good time?
They never broke the spawns. Animus never broke the spawns, so Vanquish can still try to reinforce. They finally dealt with the one player that was in towards the back, but Animus still have the numbers over by bricks. So it was always the team in blue. It was always their spawns in towards the back. What a wonderful reintroduction in towards the garage hill. Down to 15 seconds. The lead will flip. We go P1 again. Animus just trailing by about a handful of points or so. And something's got to give. The slaying, you can't even say is too far gone. It's just 2 teams playing miraculous, fundamental slums hardpoint. You got good money positions coming through from P2 out of Animus. P3, P4 contesting from Vanquish. This is looking like a photo finish, brother.
Vanquish, though, did find a lot of good time over towards P1 on that last rotation. Looking to try and find a way in right now. Death Machine is out. Oh, sorry, the War Machine is out. The Death Machine was gone, actually, immediately from the side of Animus. Vanquish starting to find a little bit more luck here. We said the hard point could be their route into this game, and if they keep finding kills like this, it very well could be. Shark will pull out his equalizers, and Gon will get dropped with his own. 4 kills for Shark, just turns this one on its head. 35 seconds to go over towards P1. It felt like Vanquish would find the break. They may well do on the second time of trying. There you go, kills starting to fall their way. Leia spinning on towards teammates. A bit of a split spawn here for Animus, so they may be able to find a way back in, and there could the kills falling their way again. It's so to and fro. This is anybody's game.
Yeah, it really is. 223, 205. You go back over towards P2, but watch out for player number 3. Axis, he's playing for the future. He's playing in the angle. He's got the Odin. The 1v1 versus Gutilda wins it, but not expecting for the players to come around the back. He did enough. Look at the spawns. All flipping around the back. One player in towards the back is going to be Says. He has a lot to do if he wants to maintain this presence.
He's trying to stay alive. Gunfight goes Kirby's way. That should be the spawns alongside of it here for Vanquish with 14 seconds to go from a map number 1 win, but it's Animus inside of the point. The Gravity Vortex gun is out from the side of Animus as well, just trying to zone them off, and they need to clutch up here, but they can absolutely win it here also. Vanquish towards the backside, trying to find something, trying to be methodical about their push. They know they only need 14 seconds, but right now can't find a way through.
They can't. War Machine's going to get popped just to try to work their way in towards Marvel, though. His War Machine's going to find a couple more kills, just 25 more points, or all that's required. Kairu also has a Pred missile to seal the deal.
Fahim spawns out, gets dealt with almost immediately. Still spawns coming out from the backside as well. It's going to be a slight pinch being set up for the side of Vanquish. Gone Leia combining well. The gunfights, the trades. Which way are they going to go? They're going to go the way of Vanquish. Animus got it within a tie game. And now all of a sudden have to find a way to break back through. They can absolutely win it here. Animus bringing absolutely everything. Kyrie here with the Predator missile. Brian can find a couple. Vanquish inside of the point. The kills all going Fahim's way. He's the one holding it down. Can he continue to do so? Stays inside of the point. Can't get it done. Vanquish 3 seconds away. Contestation comes through. It's all about the rotation. But who is there and who is going to close the game? It's going to be Vanquish in 6 seconds time. Can Animus get there? Can they transpire? Can they get there? Can they sprint? Can they run as fast as they possibly can? The answer to that question, absolutely not. Vanquish do one better than yesterday. It's a map on the board. Animus dealt that first blood. Vanquish find map number 1. A cracker to kick things off here on Slums.
Dude, what was that, Pete? Man, what a great map. Boy, I don't have enough time to fully break down all the nerdiness that just went down in that map number 1, but that was slick, dude. P2 always felt like it was Animus's side of the map. P3, P4, it felt like a toss-up, but P3 always felt like it was Vanquish's hill, and then P4 went back and forth. But as you were saying, a lot of that time, and it felt like a lot of the lead through the early get-going of these sets of hardpoints came through from P1. Vanquish's setup on P1 in the second and third set were so good. But even more so, you talk about keeping your head on a swivel, playing for the future. The scoreline was like 230 to 202. You haven't broken a single P2. And Axis just remembers, I gotta go play for these spawns. It works out phenomenally. Nobody, and I mean nobody from Animus were prepared for that one moment in time. They completely settle it. They restructure themselves with a really nice setup. And then Fahim just says, nah, dog, we gotta win this game. What a massive break, just single-handedly finally that 2-piece. Spawns flip out. Vanquish win map 1. Animus gotta be shook now.
I mean, that's the kind of start we wanted for Vanquish, though, wasn't it? Coming into these hard points, Animus have definitely shown, I don't want to say weakness, but they've shown they can be beaten. And that is an example of that. Vanquish coming in hot. I'd say that. The first 2 hills, I was thinking, damn, we've got a fast 3-0 on our hands here, but Animus, after those first 2 hills, very, very flat. If you take those out of the equation, pretty comfortable in the end for Vanquish. I mean, we can't just take hills out of the equation, but you get what I'm saying. Irrelevant of that, Vanquish will find the win. A map number 1 goes there where big Fahim plays. 42 and 38, but 3 or 4 of those kills over towards the backside of that P2 might be the most important of the game.
And you go back to even that Hacienda in the slums versus exclusive from Animus. Marvel was leading the way, especially in that Hasi map number 1. Guthilla, Shark was nowhere to be found. And I'll even push the argument that much further that Shark without the equalizer, he was not doing anything. Like it was mostly just the equalizer plays. Probably why Shark has as many kills as he does. But the influence on the map from Animus was mostly from Saze, Guthilla, and Marvel. On the other side, Vanquish, it always felt like all 5 players were playing as a well-oiled machine, and Fahim just simply has that I will not give up attitude. I mean, what a fantastic performance out of him in the previous series and in this map number 1 versus, I will continue to say, Europe's number 1. You are 1-0 up versus Animus. There's no way that Vanquish saw Sunday going down like this.
I mean, look, we expected maybe a little bit more out of Vanquish yesterday. We didn't get it.
Sure.
Really, up against exclusive, they came in, I mean, flat as a pancake, man, to say the least. And now, all of a sudden, today, they look maybe just a little bit more G'd up. They did a really good job of shutting down that push that came through from Special Suicide Squad. They were 2-0 up, controlling the series. You then are under the threat of a reverse sweep, and you still somehow find a way to just 7-0 them in map number 5. And, well, Tunisia was a map that went well for them in that series, as did the Slums. Can they repeat what they did up against Special Suicide Squad? I'd imagine Animus are going to provide to be a little bit more of a challenge.
We'll have to see how it all starts out. Again, Tunisia, very difficult to try to convert offensive rounds, but we've seen that Vanquish are quite content with playing rather slow. That's what you almost want to do, especially when you got a fantastic player like Marvel on the opposite side, or it just helps out when you get the first blood plus an extra. Hey, that's an A-bomb site. Cool.
Completely locked down for Vanquish. This bomb will be going down. Kyrie and Shark are like, boys, we holding it down, or are they just going to jump out of wind and find everything? Big nade from Axis as well. Shark should be dead to rights. Are they going to get baited into this one? Not even quite, because Fahim is there to pick up the pieces. Kyrie now left in a 1 versus 4, and Vanquish starting off where they left the hard point. Big round number 1 goes their way. It's an attacking one as well.
Yeah. Just raw aggression. I mean, how many months, years have been playing Tunisia Search and Destroy. It's a pretty standardized round one setup. You got a player down on the barrels underneath wine, and a player over inside of the cuts. So get some aggression, nades over the top. You just bowl them over. A 1-0 lead out of Vanquish. Aggression looked really good, and they're taking their virtues over towards B this time.
A lot of utility used towards Cairo, and yet he still finds one. He's going to be able to dip out, and the rest of the team now on their way. Oh, the Fahim is able to answer again. He's been so strong up against this Animus side, but they're able to just kick into gear. Axis now left now. And the 1 versus 4, not going to happen. Animus, really good adaptation and really good pivot over towards this B-bomb site. It was a fast one as well. Good job from the side of Animus to bounce back after a tough round number 1. They answer back equally as impressively in round number 2.
Defend the objectives.
Any adaptations that could potentially come all the way through? I don't reckon that we'll probably see another B rush come all the way through. Going towards the nades over the top of A, just maybe try to work a pick inside of Wine, and Kirby's going to find it on a Marvel again.
Marvel not having the best of times here. And Vanquish are just looking to threaten so often. Kept going to run a couple of shots out, and if I'm Gathilla, I'm keeping my head down because, yeah, he ain't missing. Kirby will find another. And Vanquish have the onus once again. It's feel like they've been the ones in control of the search and destroy. They're on the attack inside. Animus don't have an answer for what Vanquish are throwing at them right now, and Fahim is just picking up kill after kill. Kyrie will find Kirby, but it's a 1 versus 4 for him to try and complete.
It's winnable, right? Like, I've seen you play COD Mobile on the main stage, bro. Like, if I put Ton on the stage, a 1v4 versus Vanquish with an LW3 Tundra, he's clutching that for sure. I don't. Come on, man. Talking about it here. It's the aggression over by the A bomb side that's going to continuously bite Animus in the rear end. And if Marvel's going to continuously get first blooded, he can't continuously ego chow that. Someone needs to be in a position to either immediately chow that for a trade, or you just don't hold the angle anymore. Simple as that.
Kirby is really having his way with Animus, and that's a big grenade going to go over. That's going to give the side of Vanquish a lot of onus to be able to push into this site. Says can find one. Fahim will answer back with it. Fahim, just every single time we're on board with him, is finding multiple kills. There's 3 now, and Vanquish have come into this series swinging from the hip, and Animus are taking every single shot full on. Another kill for Fahim. He's on for the ace. Kairu now left in a 1 versus 3.
Bomb's going to get planted. Kairu in another 1v. You'd have to imagine that it is Kairu. He's probably playing in the mid cuts again. He's definitely not on the flank because Axis is watching it, but these A executes are so good, and it's Brian's paper plane that will take him out of the round. A 3-1 lead so far on the opening salvos of a Tunisia Search and Destroy. This offensive execute over at A, something's got to get... Somebody from Animus needs to start getting aggressive in the middle of the map. If somebody's not going to start denying space, we got to stop giving them easy first bloods, but this might not be the round for it as Vanquish are going back to B.
Kairu this time takes down Kirby, and that may well be the catalyst for a round for Animus, but once again, Fahim, he's got 10 kills through 5 rounds right now, and there are more on the board potentially here in round number 5.
The bomb has been planted.
I'm down.
Me hit. Dude.
Yeah, that's a big kill from Marvel, though. That might give them the onus.
But nobody's going to be setting up on a pinch, and that's exactly where the bomb's planted for. So you can cover all the space in the backs of the site, but time is of the essence.
Can you find it? Get the Marvel doing well, and yeah, there you go. It's enough to get the retake. Animus do a really nice job. Vanquish will fall from... Well, it feels like the first time in an advantageous position that they have fallen. Good job from Animus to be able to find those picks from the outside. The job will be done. You get one back on the board, but it just feels like this is all extremely scary for the side of Animus. They've had to clutch up there. Vanquish could very well be 4-1 up.
So as tight as this entire series is, got to start getting some adjustments going if you are Animus. Vanquish are going to slow roll this opening. Got 2 players body stacking on the bottom side of the barrels, and there comes the wine peek out of Kirby. And not this time around. Marvel's going to get the first blood.
Gone on the rotate. Vanquish trying to find something here. Once again, but now do not have the numbers in this attacking round. Feels like Kirby... I don't want to see slowed down because, I mean, he only had the 3 kills anyway, but he was finding picks, wasn't he? He was finding angles to really try and hurt the side of Animus, but he's going to be shut down. But really, Animus need to be shutting down for him. It's such a good job. 11 kills already is ridiculous stat line. But still, Vanquish yet to find an inroad here in round number 6. It's their final attack, and I suppose a 3-3 scoreline would not be a bad result from them, but a 4-2-1 would be brilliant.
Be a hell of a half. Nice little jump peek out of Kairu is going to find that kill on Brian. That's all the information you need right there. Yeah, they're coming over towards B. Watch the pinch. Here comes player number 3. It's Guthil on the pinch.
Doesn't find the shot, but he does it the second time I'm asking. Gon can find Kairu. Gon can find another. Axis finds another one himself and says will fall. All of a sudden, it is a 2 versus 1. Gon, can he find anything? Guthilla, no. This is absolutely not. Finds a 2-piece to finish that one off 3-3. And for Animus, you kind of take that because it could have been significantly worse. Vanquish looking so solid on the attacking side. Now Animus' turn to throw the dice and see what they can find here on Tunisia.
Yeah. Just about as good as a half as you could ask for if you are Vanquish, though. It's already going over towards A is a lot of the reason why, and well, Kairu's going to deal it to Kirby. He found a lot of the good first bloods, the opening shots onto Marvel for this exact execute. The difference, Animus find the first blood and back down. Saze and Guthilla, with the bomb in hand, are thinking about maybe wrapping back over towards B. There is still presence inside of Wine for Animus.
Some potential. The shots here, though, from Fahim. I mean, he is just on a swivel. He just knows where they are, doesn't he? And you are back down out of Wine almost immediately. Fahim says no. Well, Axis maybe had an angle on Shock, but he's on the other side of the wall there. My old eyes, you deceive me. But irrelevant of that, it is a 4 versus 4. Vanquish set up very, very well here, not allowing Animus to find any inroad at the moment.
I mean, they found that first blood and then backed all the way down. They tried to peek back out through Wine, and they gave up an easy trade. So 4v4. It seems that the final call is A. Wasted all of this time, exhausted a lot of our resources. Now we got to get the execute over towards A. Your biggest problem is probably going to be gone. He's playing all on the backside of the site with the USS-9, and you got the pinches. Maybe worried about him, the cross angles over by the cut.
Big fight coming through from Goni. We'll find the first layers there to answer the question as well. 3 versus 2 now in the favor of Vanquish. And the trades are not there for Animus. 30 seconds to go. Need to try and find a push. Big gunfight win from Marvel 2v2. And those are the kind of moments that he can produce. Now for Vanquish, it's going to have to be a retake because that bomb is going to go down. You've got aggressive over towards the arch side. And a big flank coming through. Leia's going to take his time here. He'll wait for Axis to find himself in a position where he can actually help.
Oh, Guthilla was about to pick it up. I think Axis saw him, but Guthilla most certainly did not. Time is crucial. The timing here with the machine pistol versus Guthilla can't win the one. And now Leia with the USS-9 has to retake all the way through arches. Has to read the first player inside the boxes, over slides, and Marvel's going to get the kill. What a slow rolling offense coming through from Animus, but it works out in the end. You get that first blood out of Kairu. Immediately opens up the A bomb site. They thought maybe we'd get a little cheeky with an explosive play out from Wine. Doesn't work. They slow and steady their pace. If Lair has any other gun besides the USS-9 playing inside of arches, that probably goes down differently.
Animus find the lead for what is the very first time here in the search and destroy. Attacking round falls their way. Kairu tagged up. They will be backed up momentarily. Says he's going to show himself, and Fahim is just reading everything. Animus are an open book right now. And Fahim is just feasting on them. 13 kills. And I mean, you have to give him a lot of credit. I mean, you have to give him all the credit for Vanquish, but I don't even want to say that everybody else is not performing. They're just not being allowed kills because Fahim is finding them all.
Yeah. He can't even like talk about it. It's just like, oh, somebody help out Fahim. And just like, no, they are. I'm sure that the assist and damage columns are probably going to be very suggestive. Brian's just not missing, man. 4v5. Disadvantage. Axis is getting aggressive on the map. Maybe trying to play a little bit of a cheeky angle. If you can go 1-for-1. If they try to execute over towards B, would be good, but Brian's going to come over here just to make sure that the B defense is a little bit more bolstered. Animus trying to make an option out of this play as they try to move their way over towards B.
This angle from Axis is going to be good enough. He can find one. That's fine. Then Fahim is there again to just find two. Over and over again. He is shutting Animus down. He's got 15 kills. Attila just in the middle of nowhere. Kirby will find him. This is a legendary level of search and destroy coming out from Fahim. I mean, looking at it, he's got more kills than the entire team combined. Just about.
just ridiculous, man. But just think about like the executes that are coming through and the reactions for Vanquish as well. Like they're playing, like you said, some really high level Call of Duty, man. I mean, Axe is putting himself in a 1-for-1 position. That's a really well done. And then set up Ryan for that 2-piece is all that you need. Animus tied up, trying to work their way back through the middle of the map. Guthul's going to find that first blood on the layer.
I mean, at this stage, you just need to get rid of Fahim and you should be able to find a round, right? I mean, that's how it feels. Shot there, not going to quite connect enough. Fahim cannot be killed. Kirby will find one to answer back. 4 versus 4.
We got the bomb.
Bomb now picked up from the side of Animus will start to make their way. Axis is going to be dead to rights. No, he drops and just takes Kairu out in the blink of an eye. Finds another and a good pillar as well. Eventually will be found, but again, Fahim is there. There's 16 now to his name and says left all on his own against 3.
Should get the one on a Kirby. Here comes the slide around the opposite side. And of course, it's Fahim for the 17th kill. 2 rounds away, find themselves our Vanquish from taking a 2-0 lead in this series. And Brian's about to drop 20 on their forehead. What is going on? Animus got to lock in here, man. These nades over the top, if they find damage, Chalet, you're finding first bloods, but the executes afterwards just have not been it.
Axe is not able to find the angle through the window and no information gained, but the information in a second is going to be there's plenty of members from Animus heading my way. If Axis can get out even a kill here, this is a bonus. He's pushed himself up just to try and make it maybe a little safer. He can find one. You know what? That is a fine trade. Vanquish now on their way over in numbers. And if I'm Animus, I'm just trying to get a corner on exactly where Fahim is. And here he is now up top. Odin in hand, trying to find something. Marvel, can he finish up on the layer? He goes for the rechild, doesn't find it. Everybody else over towards the site now as the bomb goes down towards B. Again, Fahim finding kills. 3 versus 2 in their favor, but they still need to make their move. 25 seconds to go. Gon will find one on the Kairu. And Vanquish are now putting themselves within map point, and they're going to be. Gon will get the defuse, and Vanquish will get the retake. They are 1 round away from going 2-0 up in this series.
That's insanity. Brian didn't have to do everything in that round either. It's just a really cool, calm, collective retake, right? I mean, you get blooded if you're layered by Marvel, who's playing the pinch through mid, but good isolation of information. I mean, the moment that they get to the site, they see where the bomb's planted for. More often than not, if you're not under threat of the backside of the bomb site, it's always going to be planted for the box, and they just waited for the overchild. You got to peek it eventually. Vanquish find the kills up on that point.
Can Animus find anything? Oh, it's a big push this time. They will find Axis. He can shut nothing down when he's dead to the nade. Already Fahim, though, on a really fast flank. This bomb is going to go down over towards this B side. Animus trying to answer back.
The bomb has been planted.
Fahim is just being an absolute reaper on this map, and are they just going to be baiting for him because at this stage he ain't missing bullets? Can he find anything else? Not this time. Shark will shut him down. Marvel is going to be there to find Leia or Kirby, and all of a sudden Animus answer very, very quickly with an attacking round, but Vanquish still with that advantage. 1 more round of regular play. If Vanquish find it, they go 2-0 up. If Animus do, we go to overtime.
Yeah, this opening break-off is going to be so crucial. Where are we going if we are Animus? They've shown a lot of A, but they found a lot of late success over by B. And yeah, I like this call. Go over towards A, but Vanquish have the read.
Can they find the kills, though? Shark very, very weak. Oh, it's Fahim again. He can find 2. Says will no longer be able to answer back in that same fashion. He gets taken down by Leia. And the unthinkable for Animus is on the cards now. You could be going 2-0 down against Vanquish here. And for Vanquish, this is so much better. This is the kind of Vanquish we expected in these finals. Maybe not to this level, even. I mean, the way that they've performed here in the Search and Destroy, they snatch map number 1 away. And Animus are in a lot of trouble. Kirby has been tagged up back down, but will not fall. Still a 2 versus 4 on the cards for Animus that they need to pull off.
Yeah, you got the bomb in the hand of Kairu, but Marvel, I mean, much like how the opening thought that I can just brute force my way over by A, takes down Kirby. There's been a back and forth first blood affair between those two all too easy along. But it's still 3v2. And they think that they've gotten the better of them. They think they over-rotated over towards B. Animus don't want to execute on A.
Nervous times for Vanquish. They may well have that advantage, but they know who they're going up against. Marvel, 12 to his name, dead. Axis will find him, and Kairu now left all on his own. It's a 2-0 lead for Vanquish in this series. And this is a turn up for the Bucks that we did not expect whatsoever. Animus have come into this series relatively cold, and it is showing because on the other side, Vanquish are steaming hot. 2-0 up now in this series proper. And what is the route back in for Animus? It has to be the reverse sweep if you want to meet your nemesis in that grand final. Wow, what a series from Vanquish so far.
You already lost your map pick, map 1. You lost the map 2. So now in the later half of the series, you're starting to go in towards the familiarity of Vanquish, but there is a firing range, map 5, and if we get there, that should actually favor Animus, but should is such a loose term, because again, much like in the matchup versus Exclusive yesterday, in, I guess more alarmingly, in the respawns they came across flat, but not in the search, man. I mean, there was just so many good executes coming through. Yeah, and also helps when you got a player dropping almost 20 kills. But, you know, I digress. It's just one of those things that you got to be very wary of, that you are staying in the ego chows for way too long. Make a play. Change your position. Stop thinking because you are one of the best shots that we have in Europe that you can just sit there and gun everybody. Marvel walked away with a lot of kills, but he also walked away with a lot of first deaths in those opening rounds. And I'm not saying he's the core reason why we got so many offensive rounds turned over for Vanquish, but he definitely did not assist in the 3-3 half there at the end. What a map 2 coming through for Vanquish. Again, like you said, they're no longer the consideration that they have to play up. Animus now had to play up to them. Brian dropped 21 kills on their forehead.
21-7. It might be an all-time career map from Fahim. Incredible work at the end of the first map to drag Vanquish over the line. And he has just sprinted over the line for them this time around. That is a ridiculous stat line. And this is not up against just a random team in Europe right now. This is the 2-time reigning champions over the last 2 seasons. 21-7 on Tunisia. Incredible performance from Fahim. A tip of the hat is the least he deserves from that one. But his team are reaping the benefits. They're 2-0 up in this series. Animus, where is the answer back? Because it has to be very, very quickly on this control. They're still good enough to go on to win this series. Probably, I think, look, we had the discussion beforehand of we thought this would be a 3-0 Animus. We really did think that they would come in and do that. They could do that over these next 3 maps, and it wouldn't necessarily surprise me, but it would sting if you're a Vanquish fan.
It really would, right? I mean, especially walking away with the dial of a reverse sweep versus SSS, just not even the match previous to this one as well. They have to do it all over again. I mean, like, that is exhausting, but it's also, you can't ask for a better warm-up should you win this series, and then you go on and face Exclusive. I mean, I'm just pulling cards out of the deck at this point, man, but this is a real good look for Vanquish. And everything that we have as far as the last time these two teams faced means absolutely nothing. They played each other close in the hard point. This time, Vanquish won. It was a 7-1 on Tunisia Search and Destroy. This time, Vanquish won 7-5. They also played Takeoff Control the first time they faced off against each other. Animus won 3-0. I don't believe that anymore. I'm here for it. Brian is shooting so damn straight that if he just gets a little bit of extra damage from anybody else, I feel like he could 1v5.
I mean, he's shooting suns out of his Odin at this stage, isn't he? He's deleting absolutely everybody on the side of Animus. And we'll need to continue to be at that level, though. They cannot take a step back here. I think if you Vanquish, the crucial thing to do is not to get too comfortable, because we know that Animus could turn this on its head. As I've just mentioned, we feasibly thought and reasonably thought that this could be a 3-0 for the side of Animus. They could win 3 maps in the blink of an eye if you are not careful, Vanquish, but you still do have a massive advantage. The series is still in your hands. Animus could come back, absolutely, but Vanquish, it's yours to lose now. What can you do if you can perform to that level again? Animus are going to struggle. Vanquish, 2 to the good. And honestly, POV of Brian all the way through this one if you want observers, because he was just ridiculous in that search and destroy.
Well, let's see if he can do it again here on another respawn. And, well, even if the respawns don't even matter, he's just dropping numbers. Kairu's going to be able to find the first plus and extra. The offensive opening breakoff, not great.
Not able to get much going here. Animus on this defensive side to find the start of this control is going to be a scary thought for the side of Vanquish, and maybe a confident scorer for Animus. You can find a comfortable round here. That will go some way to getting yourselves back into this game. It's been a very comfortable start. Vanquish now being forced back into their spawn, and this might be a recipe for disaster for the side of Vanquish already. Animus has forced them here and will like to keep them here.
Yeah, this spawn trap. Ain't no arsenal control, but it's egregious for sure. It's very difficult to try to work your way back through, and once you lose, going back over towards P1, you got to try to fight your way back through launch, but the defense is just doing such a bang-up job. Our Animus just cycling out their numbers back into control, get players inside of launch, do not allow Vanquish to exit freely.
putting them to the sword, and very much so. But this can happen. Vanquish, you know, they really struggled yesterday, particularly on takeoff control as well. And Animus are a team who will not let you breathe on it. I mean, it's 18 versus 5. You wouldn't think Vanquish are 2-0 up here, but it's par for the course when it comes down to Animus and Vanquish on this map. I think if you were to say any is guaranteed for Animus, you would probably lean towards the control being the most likely. They're being bodied in this round, though. It's a kind of round that Animus want to bring to the table to start the comeback. Really, really nice start to the takeoff.
Yeah, phenomenal. They don't allow any sort of Ingress to get past the opening breakoff. I mean, the furthest far forward I feel like we saw Vanquish was maybe outside of control. Never got towards Lounge, couldn't set up a full 4 or 5 kill feed for themselves. And now Vanquish feed as strong as the defense as Animus just gave to them. Want to see if they can have a similar opening breakoff.
And the opening breakoff is super important for both sides, right? You just don't want to be forced back into your spawn if you're the attacking team. If you're the defensive team, you want to try and set them up to put them there as quickly as you can. You also don't want to be forced back to your spawn. Marvel will find 2 big kills here. The USS-9 combining well. Operator's going to start coming into play very, very shortly as well. Animus, the first to get them on the board, and that might be a catalyst to get something going here on this attacking side. Hey, 1 tick already in. A lot further than Vanquish made it up the map already.
Second segment being worked on. Someone should probably go stop this. You'd imagine if you got players around scaffolding, you might be able to work an angle here on the window, but it's USS-9 out of gone, so probably doesn't want to give up this emphatic position. Thinks about it, but not going to be able to fully get it. Does set up Lair for a nice little nade to take Shark off of the A control zone, so third segment's not going to get locked. And so long as Axis can stay alive on this side of the map, he's threatening a lot of players to deal with him off the respawn block. They do. The A zone will be captured. So 5 life lead now for Animus and an extra 60 seconds on board.
Still time for Vanquish to maybe get something going here in this round, but Animus are the ones with the onus. They're making sure to try and get this one done quickly as well. Fahim is able to find a couple of kills over towards this backside. It's only the Hunter Killer drone that can get rid of him. Animus still with the advantage in this round, but they are on the attacking side, so it doesn't make it easy. They're going to have to fight their way through here.
Yeah, sure will. Going to be a lot of focus, especially around launch. What can Kairu find? He's checking the right corner, and he's able to find 2. That completely clears away launch. Ow. Why not all 3 up top in the stairs? Hop on B, lads.
It's opened up for the side of Animus, who are not playing like a team who are 2-0 down. Honestly, I feel as if the War Machine might have been a little bit egregious from Marvel, but he finds 3 anyway. 9 versus 4. That should solidify the round for the side of Animus, unless Brian and Co can just pull something out of the fire. And for him not shooting like he was in the Search and Destroy there, Axis now left in a 1 versus 8. Not going to happen. Animus 2 to the good here, and this control might be over before it's even started.
Okay, so this one seems to be 1 for 1 from the last time that they faced off against each other. Wow. Okay, you got 3 operators for Animus and then 4 for Vanquish. And you'd imagine that Vanquish are going to do the old razzle-dazzle when it comes down to an opening break-off of control. When you got these operators, probably going to pop 3, maybe. Opening nade through the side. Great first blood. I mean, I would love to see some operators get popped and just brute force your way over towards B, especially off of this Herculean kill feed. You got the trade. You're on B. Here come some operators. No.
Vanquish have actually, though, managed to do a little bit better than they had done at the beginning of the previous attacking round. They had an opportunity. This time, they are actually going to be able to breathe, if only momentarily. Godzilla can find a couple. This has just been so one-sided so far. Gun finds 0 with his operator. The equalizer's gone almost immediately. Kirby, Death Machine is out. Trying to put some pressure on the spawn here as Vanquish trying to work on something over towards this A side. It just feels like a foregone conclusion, this one. Vanquish are able to start to find a little bit of presence, but Animus are working around the map. Every single operator that's been pulled out by Vanquish is finding absolutely nothing.
Just tough scenes, especially because, like you said, that opening breakoff was the best look that we got out of Vanquish in the 2 offensive attempts that we've seen so far. They were just maybe a couple operators away from maybe just pulling it, and now Shark with the equalizer. We saw how influential they were in map 1, albeit they lost. They pull out the equalizer, they find a couple more kills. It's a victory lap right now, ton 15-9. We're going to load into map 4 soon.
In the control, we're not lingering around. Animus have sent us over to a map number 4 very, very quickly, barring not even a miracle at this stage. We're talking walk-on-war level territory for Vanquish to have to be able to find this one. Axis He could find something with his operator, but there's only 2 left versus 10. God will find 2. It gives you a little bit of hold tight. 1 versus 7 still needed from Gon after that moment of heroics. Can't find it. Animus bounce back immediately. That is, why, I mean, it's frightening for Vanquish. The fact that Animus can be 2-0 down and pull that out of the fire. There you go. The control, well, it did start, it did happen, and it is already finished. Now 2-1 to Vanquish. Animus answer back very, very quickly.
Well, it's nice of Animus to dig out their invitation to the wedding, finally, as they have showed up there in the map 3. But yeah, I mean, look, 2v10. You would have to walk on water, and then you would have to split the entirety of the Pacific Ocean before you find that to be a winnable situation. But good shouts out of Vanquish and maybe even give themselves an opportunity. What was that? Axis with the Purifier found himself 3, but it was a foregone conclusion. You were going to lose that round regardless, and the map subsequently setting up a potential reverse sweep or a conclusion in 4 or 5 for Vanquish. But hey, this was a good look for Animus. Everything that they were missing, I felt like if the slaying was there, I felt like the decision-making was there, and just the sheer aggression to fully realize, like, we've beaten these guys how many times now? Let's step back into the driver's seat and fully realize that we are up atop of the food chain when it comes down to European Call of Duty Mobile. Kyra had a great map number 3 as well. Shark 20, 42 kills between the two of them, and only died 25 times. I mean, that's how influential that opening breakoff was. But Marvel, I felt like he was just sitting over there in the window continuously on lounge, just watching people cross over on the defense. 21-9 is a crazy stat line.
Incredible work from Animus in the control. Have they left it too late? Vanquish now going to be heading into a map number 4, which is going to be their pick, if I remember correctly. They're going to be feeling confident after that map number 1 hard point. And this is where things could either get scary for Vanquish, or can they solidify one of the biggest upsets we would have seen in European Call of Duty Mobile history at this stage. If Vanquish can pull this one off, they are 2-1 up. We're going to be heading, I believe, into an Apocalypse again, a map that Vanquish couldn't quite get over the line in their previous series. Of course, it was Special Suicide Squad who did take this one, so not necessarily best recent memories for the side of Vanquish, but how do we fancy their chances coming on to Apocalypse here now?
If we got everything coming away from that Slums Hardpoint map number 1, I'm feeling damn good about it. I mean, everything that was rectified from that Apocalypse map or loss in the previous series versus SSS was rectified going into the slums, right? You got all the rotation for the spawns, good pulls from the operators, making sure you're not overextending, playing for the spawns for these money hills. That was a lot lackluster, I would say, in certain moments in that matchup versus SSS when you're thinking about crucial moments for getting useless building spawns for P4, getting the down chopper spawns for P3, or more influentially, damn temple spawns. They're sticky, man, and you really got to make sure that you're timing yourself to be able to get those spawns before the hill pops, because if you spend too much time fighting for those spawns during P2, well, you're probably going to be down about 40 points before you can even sniff the end of the scrap time. So we're going to need to see all of that coming through from Vanquish, but have Animus fully woken up, and are they going to force this into a map 5? If I was a betting man, I'd say probably.
I mean, the thing is for Vanquish, though, you're heading into that control. You haven't won a control in what feels like a long, long time, at least anyway.
For real.
As far as the finals go. So, I suppose what they can take away from it is that, well, is it the end of the world? We were probably always going to lose that map. We put ourselves in a position where we can lose that map and still have a very good shot in this series. Just all about the mental, all about the mental. It's all about the spawns here over towards P2. If you can get them, and Vanquish have managed to do so. Animus now trying to find a way through to get some good time over towards P1. They've already done that. With 35 seconds to go, Vanquish will like the position they're currently in.
Yep, sure will. So got those back spawns. One player's currently pushing at least through the ruins. That was Says, but it was just an isolated 1v odd situation, trying to force a play to happen, but gone in towards the time, just trying to keep things scrappy, and this is exactly what you want out of Vanquish. You get those temple spawns, keep cycling players out from maps just to keep the time contested, because you know what you have to play for, and that's more crucially P2.
Popping in 7 seconds. Animus may well not have the spawns here, but they are going to have the benefit of a slight lead as we head over towards P2. Bit of a split to kind of deal with here in a second. Axis can find one. Wants to pop his head. He finds second. Not quite going to be able to find Shark. Layer is there. Can he pick up the pieces? Not quite. Shark is there once again, but traded. Now spawns coming in for the side of Vanquish. They'll be back very, very quickly to help defend this one. 50 seconds to go. So far, so good for Vanquish. Operator's going to start coming up in a second, though.
Here comes Marvel, and we feel it. They want to push for those temple spawns. It's going to waste a lot of time. Now with these operators being online, you could just secure this if you're Vanquish.
Hardpoint locked down.
Spawn out. Animus going to find a way through, and now for the rest of Vanquish, you got to push through the front door, and you are just going to get cut to ribbons. Gon can find something, but he's the only one who can. The break will come from the side of Animus. It was just one player over towards the backside, found a moment where everybody else found kills over towards the front side, and that set in the wheel of motion where Animus have locked down some sort of control. Kairu and Co starting to find a couple of kills underneath their belts as well. 15 seconds remaining here for the side of Animus, and they are likely going to pick up every single second.
I like that call, actually. I mean, Fahim pulled out the Tempest, and the moment that they died, yeah, Axis just held onto theirs, and Kirby now and have that Death Machine top maps just spraying through all of these woodwork panels. It might as well be paper mache to the Death Machine. Finds 2, but watch out for Shark. He's already slipped through P4. The backside of Useless trying to set up a pin for his team.
Can they find anything right now, Animus, on this rotation? Not looking likely. Really good usage from the side of Vanquish as far as the operators go here, though, probably.
Absolutely. I mean, look, for Vanquish, this is going to be your best set going forward. You're going to get operators pulled from Animus, just try to march a little bit further forward, but that's what you want. You want them to spend operators so you can answer back in kind. You got the back spawns, and now Layer's got a Sparrow mid-map.
Attila, he's got the Death Machine out, he's causing problems, but Gon is going to pull out the Equalizer, immediately get dealt with. But in all of that flurry as well, Shark actually bringing in a lot of operators used from either side, but if you look at what's available on the table, Animus do have a little more to play with. Right now, though, they ain't finding kills, and that's some good time for the side of Vanquish. They are going to find that final 10 seconds. Push coming through from Animus, not going to be able to find anything through from the Tomb side. And a rotation over towards P4, looking good for the side of Vanquish. It is going to be down to some operators that are going to be coming up momentarily, though. You can see 2 still there for the side of Animus. We do see, of course, Vanquish having the Tempest in the hands of Fahim, who has just been so good with this operator throughout, but he's going to get caught out. That transitional play, not getting called out by the team. Realizing that the players had pushed through old, gets caught with his pants down. Animus have an opportunity to try and find a break.
Yeah, sure do. Got those back useless spawns. Pinch could be set up at least from Chicken Coop. That's going to be Says. Watch out for him. He's already in that position. The War Machine's going to get popped out of Marvel. Kairu goes down, but the War Machine is very much so still here.
And this is a hard push through Tomb. A really difficult one, of course, with the War Machine ringing down on you as well. Gon can find one through the middle of the map, and that might be the route to get themselves through. It can't be one-dimensional. Animus are set up so strongly, and you got the Cathilla and Co. just finding kills left, right, and center. Says can find another good hold from Animus so far. 15 seconds to go here in the first rotation of hills. They eventually will fall, but Animus are going to close that gap. It's probably going to be Vanquish, though, with the lead heading into this rotation, especially with those spawn out. Animus not going to read it, because why would you? Heading into this second rotation, and it will be Vanquish with a 15-second lead.
Yep. Just about as close as the Slums map one. I mean, maybe 10-point difference, but just about that even game, if you ask me. What a break coming through from Animus on P2. That doesn't happen. They're down by about like 30, 40-ish points, in my opinion. Now we go in towards the second set. Say's top map's going to be able to find himself 3. Animus are all on the favorite side of the map, and Cthulhu's Predator Missile is going to confirm it.
Yeah, good time. Good spawns. Things are looking up if you're Animus. Death Machine is now out from Cathilla, just trying to find something to slow Vanquish down. They'd be looking to try and get a pinch over towards this P2 side. You can see number 3 and 4 from the side of Vanquish are being sent on a route over towards the Tomb side. Not able to find the gunfights. Kairu Marvel combining well, and it's still a good time for Animus, who have taken the lead now. 25 seconds remaining here at P1. And Vanquish here just going to have to fight through the front door.
They have the very unfortunate side of the map as well. And so long as you continuously find kills and nobody's pushing forward, you're still going to spawn on this side of the map. I mean, once P2 pops, Vanquish should spawn closer towards maps. But look at all this uncontested time that Animus are getting over by P1 right now. Ton, they're setting up our Vanquish. A push through the ruins. Will die immediately is Kirby. He was the tip of the spear there. But Vanquish have finally pushed through inside of maps. Can they threaten the spawns for new?
I think if you Vanquish here, it's just trying to stop the worst from happening. You just don't want a full 60 to go over towards Animus right now. They would be within touching distance of 200 points, and that's not where you want to be if you are Vanquish. You need to try and find a way through. Kirby finds 2 towards the back with the Death Machine, and now all of a sudden, is that going to open things up? The answer is absolutely not, because the Gravity Vortex gun is out from the side of Animus, but as is the Tempest here from Brian. He finds plenty, but the Operator is being used well on the side of Animus as well. Through the smoke we go. Can he find anything else? Absolutely not. Animus just about hold on.
Yeah, Marvel there with the bailout of the War Machine per usual. Same thing over by P4. Only has 20 kills, but that operator pull was the difference in between being broken and Animus now with a 60-point lead.
And how quickly things can really change. control was over in the blink of an eye, and Animus are now starting to stretch their legs in map number 4. We said after 2 maps, it would not be a surprise if they at least force a map number 5 here. They're threatening to do so right now. Vanquish have found a way inside of the point, but they've forgo the rotation over towards P3 now. Animus will find their way over towards that side and will set themselves up. Says will find 2. The trade's starting to come in though for the side of Vanquish. Can you find a little bit more just to put a bit of pressure onto Animus over towards this next hill?
Currently in possession of the time, trying to push up his Marvel. He's only got the machine pistol though. I mean, even going 1 for 1, he's still finding kills somehow. Finally gets traded, but you got operators now if you are Vanquish. And if you're trailing by 70 points, I'm not going to lie, Ton, you might need some of those.
You need them to be brought in. You need them to be effective. Kirby, can he find the gunfight? No, Kairu holding his irons and finding the fight. Feels like Vanquish are panicking just a little bit. It feels very 1v1. It feels very disjointed, but they are going to find a couple of kills. Can they break it open here? 24 seconds remaining on the hill. Githilla with the flank, not going to be able to find a great deal, but Shark is there to pick up the pieces. And again, Animus just still hold it down. 15 seconds away now for Animus. On this hill in particular, we're going to be heading over towards the next one. Vanquish are going to find themselves maybe over 100 points behind.
And they have full control of the useless spawns and inside a chicken coop. Your biggest problem might be Brian, but Githilla's got the death machine. He's just spraying through chicken coops. Somehow loses that Axis, has a war machine. That's 2 quick kills. They need to push through off of that.
John has found something here with Equalizer as well, but stays with the Sparrow. Will find 4. Shuts it down, making it. It's the team wipe from Stays, and that may well be solidifying a map number 5 incoming. The Predator Missile will come down to find his 6th, but everything just being done by Stays right now. Already has himself 43 kills in this game. That went under the radar. Animus now find themselves 15 seconds away. Vanquish flailing at this moment in time. Marvel can't find a great deal, and Vanquish will find their way inside of the hard point, but with Animus so close, it is going to be a battle to bring this one back.
Leader's advantage be damned. I mean, 110 points. You don't really see that massive of a comeback on a map like Apocalypse, especially at the end of P4, stringing in towards P1, then P2. Yeah, good luck, have fun. Stays on 45 kills now, finds a kill over by P3. He's setting up his team to try to close things out on P1. The break comes back through on P4, and they got presence all around the middle of the map.
Oh, Vanquish have got the gauntlet to run through. If they want to solidify anything within 4, they are 110 points behind, and it just... I mean, I could smell that map number 5 in the first series. The whiff of it has come around very quickly over these last 2 maps, hasn't it? I mean, Animus have really stepped up their levels here over the previous 2 maps, but it's not done yet. Vanquish can find a way through over towards P1. They got the P2 spawns as well. You need a full 40 final seconds here and a perfect rotation over towards P2 if you even want a hope of winning this map number 4.
Good luck with that one, man. You're going to have so many more isolated gunfights that they finally just goes down. Says for 4 in a row. Sparrow to bring them home. 250 to 149. Cue up the firing range.
Here we go. Says finally gets that 50 bomb. He will find it towards the latter stages and secure the map 4 win. It feels like those last 2 maps have went by in the blink of an eye in comparison to the first 2, which Vanquish just fought for tooth and nail. And Animus just go, oh yeah, actually, remember who we are? And smoke them over the next 2. We head to a map 5 on the firing range, and the momentum is only going one way.
You know, you go up to like Liquipedia or something, you see like Animus, Call of Duty Mobile, top of the leaderboard continuously. That number 1 is very much so there, and I'm glad that Animus fully realized that they need to remind all of us, including their opponents of Vanquish, why that number is there. Really well played from them through and through. Good decision making, honestly. Their breaks were amazing. They were always trying to use operators maybe a little bit too early, in my opinion, and it allowed, especially go back towards that P3 in the second set from Vanquish that had a really good response, and probably the majority of the time that they were able to get out of the 131 points that they did accrue. But outside of that, I mean, everything else from Animus is just a very clean, squeaky shop, man. This is what we expected, even going back to the map number 1. It goes down on Apocalypse. Says had a massive map, and that can only benefit you that much more to set up a potential reverse sweep.
Oh, that's a tough position now for Vanquish, isn't it? You're probably, I mean, lightheaded at the fact that you're 2-0 up against Animus, questioning what is going on. Well, they've just reminded you what's going on. Says 50 and 22. barely any time in the point because, yeah, boys, you can get in. I'll do everything else. Look at that from him. Incredible. I don't want to say it's quite in line with the Fahim 21 bomb in the search and destroy, but you're not too
Definitely
far
not.
away. Really good job in map number 4 from Says to send us now to this map number 5 on firing range. And which way this one goes, I mean, again, it feels destined for Animus to be able to find this win now. We said, I've kind of reiterated it multiple times now, we wouldn't have been too surprised if Animus come in here and just whitewash Vanquish. They've done that over the last 2 maps. They didn't do it over the first 2. We're heading into the search and destroy for map number 5, and Animus have given themselves a tall order for this comeback and for this reverse sweep, but Vanquish have done well to force themselves to get to this stage. They have an opportunity. It's one game of S&D if you want to see yourself in a grand final.
And it's firing range as well, man. You go back to that 1-3 loss versus exclusive. Where did that one map win come from? It was on this exact venue for this exact game mode, and it was against exclusive, the team that is sitting in grand finals. If there's anything you could possibly take away from that, this map number 5, it is truly Animus's pick. There is so much comfort on firing range. There's a reason why we always laugh, Lauren included, whenever we see like a hacienda, a firing range. These are staples as far as the best of 5 is concerned. We've been playing this map mode combination forever. It really feels like since Call of Duty Mobile's inception. So there's really no reason whatsoever that your adaptation should be any less than what we saw for Vanquish on Tunisia, and your execute should be that much better compared to Tunisia out of Animus here on the firing range. A lot of sniper prowess for these two teams to go back and forth. We had a really cool 1v1 first blood, first death in the opening half of the Tunisia between Kirby and Marvel. I wonder if we're going to get something like that again.
Well, here we go. One of these two teams, your season is over. And for the other, it's an opportunity to write yourselves into the history books in a grand final up against exclusive. Who's it going to be? The reverse sweep is on the cards for the side of Animus, or is one of the biggest upsets in EU Call of Duty Mobile on the cards for Vanquish? We'll get those team names swapped over immediately. No confusion this time around. We wouldn't want it in the map number 5. Says and Co. Big hit over towards A is imminent to kick things off here on the firing range.
Sniper hand Kirby. Nobody was surprised. Going to be a very quick execute potentially over towards this A bomb planted here. Full 5v5 host.
Kairu Shark finding plenty. Kirby will answer back, so a 3 versus 4 retake. A Vanquish now. Got one player on the flank that you're going to have to deal with. Marvel is giving cover there as well over towards Shark. As Lael is looking to try and find something. You can imagine Marvel is going to pop his head out just again in a second, but time is whittling down. Trades going on over towards the bomb site. 3 versus 2 now for the side of Animus. You can find something. If you're gone, the bullet is good. All of a sudden, you can start getting aggressive. Gon can find another. He needs to hop it, because now all of a sudden, it's Marvel left in a 1 versus 2. Shots have to be good. Shots have to be great. Can he get the player behind? Now he can go for the bomb carrier. He's gone for the defuse, and Marvel again shows why he's the one of the best in the business. It's a 1 versus 2 for Animus in a round that they probably should have won anyway. But it's Marvel who produces the goods. Animus wanted the good.
Defend the objective.
I don't even think Marvel meant to kill the first one.
I don't think so. I think it's just spraying bullets around.
It's still a clutch nonetheless. That's the post play you gotta be worried about here at A. Animus thinking they're gonna try it one more time. Nades over the top. Just player out from 10. Brian's actually pushing all the way through. He might have some really cool timing. Never mind, he's dead.
Marvel Cairo starting to work well, and is that kind of round for Vanquish just the
Bomb has been planted.
worst way possible to start around number 5? You do so well to find the retake, you get the hope, and it's dashed in front of your very eyes. Axis can find one. He gets traded immediately, and Marvel will find Lair. All of a sudden, Gon is left on a 1 versus 4, and he is, well, just that, gone. Animus, 2 to the good now. 2 attacking rounds over towards A. One a little different from the other. They find it in a difficult manner in round number 1, but very easily in round number 2.
Gotta start getting some adaptations going for Vanquish to stop this very aggressive training dummies push. Nades over the top through mid. Their adaptation might be sending players through mid as well, but that's exactly where Animus want Vanquish to think that they have comfort to go. It's a 1-for-1 trade, 4v4. Everybody's okay right now, but the bomb is kind of halted inside of wood, especially with Marvel being dead via Axis' boomstick.
Kairu. Big pig on Axis. And Leia will answer with one back as well. Good shots across the board. 3 versus 2 now for the side of Vanquish. One of their first opportunities to get around on the board outside of, well, at round number 1, and the way that it ended. I'm sure they probably want to talk about them. I'm sure they'd be trying to forget about it pretty quickly. Get through that.
I feel like it made his way over here. Just plant the bomb. Nobody was watching this. Nobody inside of American. We're good. All right.
And Vanquish just setting up in the middle of the map. Happy to go for the retake. A lot of presence over towards this backside from both two teams. Gothilla ready for this push to come through. Oh, he just gets a bit of bad timing. He should be able to find something here onto Fahim. He doesn't, but Says does. Now gone, kind of caught in between a rock and a hard place. And now there's only one player left. And he's dead. Oh my word, from Says. That is ridiculous. Once again, Animus, they're feeling just undeniable right now.
They really are. Even in a numbers disadvantage, there's just no reason why Gothilla should be able to work his way all the way towards A. Scot-free. No one saw him at all. Got to start polishing up these rounds if you are Vanquish. They did well in the early get-go there. That's because Animus might have thrown a little bit of a curveball. This time they're going back to the fast few rounds that did work for them, especially in the early going of their rounds. That A execute.
Good shots from Shark. And Vanquish have just got zero answers here to the push that's coming through every single time. Shark is lining them up and deleting them. Leia can find one back, but now a 4 versus 2 in favor of Animus. I mean, I don't want to say that Lightning is striking twice, but we've had 2 map 5s already today. One was a 7-0. This is threatening to be the exact same scoreline if Vanquish don't step it up pretty quickly.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah, you're not wrong. You denied the reverse sweep with a 7-0 on Kurahana. This one's not looking like it's going to go that way. A 4-0 lead now. It has been all Animus. These aggressive pushes over towards A are just not being stopped. And it's either you completely give it up, you give up 10 all entirely, and you try to go for a full-on retake around the backside of Banana, which we have not seen yet from Vanquish. By the way, hint, hint. Got to make some changes, especially through the opening breaks. And I like this. Get back through mid is the reason why they did win the opening break off in that round number 3. But it's still a first blood in the hands of Animus. And they're still assaulting the Z-bomb site. Undeniable.
I mean, I would love to hear the comms in the phone, and especially now with Fahim falling like that to Marvel. The comms in the Vanquish camp have got to be extremely quiet because they are just getting obliterated here. Leia now left in a 1 versus 5. He will find one on the Says, and he will find the gray screen. Animus a 5-0 up after 5 rounds. And this, I want to say, is a little more like what we maybe expected, but I don't even think it would have been that far gone, right? We expected Animus to come in this series and be comfortable, but you're 5-0 up in a map number 5. Vanquish 7-0'd Special Suicide Squad in the previous map 5 that we just got to see. They are in big danger of getting 7-0'd themselves because Says and Co are running through them.
Running through them. Bullets are piercing through them as well. Marvel gets kill number 9 there at the end as he cleans up Brian. And if there's one thing, I feel like we should start the conversation. I mean, Brian dropped 22 kills in the Tunisia map number 2, man. He's 20 kills shy of that right now, 6 rounds in, I know, but it's the difference of influence. The rest of his team wasn't finding all those kills on the Tunisia, and we need somebody to step up to help him out.
Big attacking round here for Vanquish. You need to get something going almost immediately. We'll find a gunfight through none other than Fahim. He really has tried to get this one over the line. And in fairness, when you look at the kills, I mean, it's one-sided towards Animus, but there has been a couple of rounds where 1Vs have went their way. Are they going to be able to find a way through? How is Gothilla just finding 2 free kills like that? Fahim can answer back with 1. 3 versus 3. Shark will find another. Gothilla, 1 more. And a dance once again between Exclusive and Animus is heading our way. Animus will put themselves in the grand final. It's a 7-0. Back-to-back in map number 5s. This time, Vanquish are the ones who suffer at the hands of Animus, though. And they get a taste of their own medicine in the map number 5. Incredible work from Animus. The reverse sweep is complete, and it's not even that surprising.
Nope, it's really not, honestly. I think it's more surprising that the reverse sweep was even required. I mean, it's a 10-point difference in the map number 1. This very much could have ended in 4. But I think what's even crazier about this is I really did feel like that Vanquish were about to win this entire series, especially off the 2-0 lead that they did have. But I mean, you get Animus in a map 5 situation, and they put themselves on a firing range. It is their pick. They felt comfortable, and I think it was exemplified round in and round out. A 7-0 to cap off a reverse sweep to set up a ticket to the grand finals is exactly what you want to see. Gothilla 6-2. Marvel was that guy, man. In between him and Kairu, the sniper rifles for Animus were a real problem as they drop a combined 16 kills and only 6 deaths.
Incredible work from the side of Animus. It will see a grand finals again, and as expected. Lauren, I mean, I say as expected, but maybe not in that manner, but kind of in that manner, in a weird kind of way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. I feel like I don't know what this 7-0 SND deja vu is right now either to close out these full series, but something is in the water today. I mean, to be fair, those first two maps, like Vanquish looked insane. They played so well. So we need to give a lot of credit to them too, because they took a team like Animus, and like you were just saying, Proper, it got to the point where I thought they were potentially going to 3-0 them heading into the control. They were looking so strong. I mean, that's got to be scary for Animus.
I felt like the 3-1 was for sure on the table. It's like Ton was talking about, like the control was probably going to be washed versus like the other top teams, but I thought going into the apocalypse, we were going to be able to see the returning to form. I mean, who's the brightest player coming from Vanquish? It's got to be Fahim. I don't think anybody is going to say anything differently. And it's with that Odin that you felt like the influence was going to be there on Apocalypse to set up the rest of his team. And it just wasn't. And again, it kind of fell flat in the map number 5 as well. Snipes weren't there. The Odin play wasn't there. I mean, you dropped 22 kills in a map number 2 on Tunisia Search and Destroy. We're going to put you on that pedestal, bud.
I mean, once again, just another team in EU that gave us some really good storylines all challenge season long, that put up some really strong performances in a team that I really, hope we get to see even more of in future challenge seasons. But at the end of the day, it ended up being Animus and exclusive, like a lot of people, ourselves included, were kind of expecting here. It was just a lot more convoluted road to get there for Animus than they probably would have liked. Now, reminder for everybody at home, exclusive have been waiting here in the grand finals out of the upper bracket, which means they have that one map advantage heading into our grand finals. But this is going to be a pretty epic rematch, John.
Oh, it should be absolutely incredible. I'm really looking forward to, kicking back myself and keeping an eye on how this one's going to go. But the best out of 7 with the advantage for the side of exclusive as well. I mean, a massive game between these two. And my question is can exclusive finally get that monkey off their back? And can they finally get a win here in Europe up against Animus? It's been a long time, hasn't it? And let's see if they can finally do it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a really good way to close out our challenge season here in EU. But as always, grand finals is a live matchup, and our teams need to get themselves prepared and ready. They got to get their picks and bans coming through and make sure that they are ready for a potential 7-map series. All right. So this could be a long one. I guess technically 6, but you know what I mean. Either way, everyone at home, make sure you take these next few minutes, get yourself settled in and ready, grab a snack, maybe grab a drink and prepare, because when we return, we will be crowning a champion in EU. So don't go anywhere.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. About to eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck, earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck, earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Give it more. Give it all, we give it all, we give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Stripped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck, earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck, earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Give it more. Give it all, we give it all, we give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now. eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden.
Sunshine dripping off your skin. I just wanna take it in. Magic shimmers in your eyes. Can't look away, 'cause it's so nice. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. It's better with you, better with you, better with you. It's better, it's better, it's better, it's better. It's better with you, it's better with you. Better with you, better with you. It's better. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Lovely smile, I can't lie. Who you are is what I like. Clouds above, up in the sky. Smiling, 'cause we're so high. You and me were meant to be together. You and me, everything is better. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all the sunshine.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Our teams have been fighting for all challenge season long. It is time for us to head into our grand finals here between Animus and Exclusive. Exclusive being the team with that one map advantage after coming out of the upper bracket. Brody, you're back in here with us to get into the grand finals. Let's start diving into it, all right? Talk to me about Exclusive.
Man, Exclusive have had a hell of a season so far, right? I mean, you go back towards challenge season, and Exclusive, I think, had been relatively disappointing, right? Even going back as far as open finals, I think we had a lot of questions about whether or not Exclusive could be the same kind of firepower they were back in season 4, season 5. And it was only really on day number 1 of challenge finals we were like, okay, hold on. Exclusive here are actually different gravy, because they totally ran through Vanquish for their first series. All right, perfectly fine. The second series, however, that matchup versus Animus, I think that was the real shock, because I don't think any of us necessarily expected Exclusive to win that.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, we've got some recent information that we can use to kind of inform our conversation here between these two EU powerhouses. We just watched them play yesterday in the upper bracket final proper, and this was the result.
You couldn't have asked for a graph to showcase the one thing that we know in between these two teams at this juncture of time. They're very, very close. These two teams are very competitive in between the European region, the acquisition of Marvel coming back into the scene, Exclusive coming in towards their own. Sawu is playing at an all-time high, and this is exactly what you expect for this team to kind of stack up against each other. I mean, the damage is always going to be super close. The grenade damage, I feel, is like super minuscule depending on where the trophy systems are located at. But at the end of the day, you could not have drawn up how close these two teams are at the top. It's going to be the fundies that are going to be the difference in between these maps, man.
Now, when we kind of look at their performance from last time around, Brody, talk to me about the strengths and weaknesses that we saw out of both these teams as we get to take a little bit of a look back at the highlight reel from yesterday.
I mean, honestly, I think in the respawns, everything was super close, right? I mean, we saw the hard points go basically the distance. I think at least the second time around, Exclusive started the series, I think, in a really hot fashion. There was like a 250 to 141 or something like that. And I think looking toward the hard point strength for Exclusive, their rotations were on point, their team play was on point, the SMGs were firing all cylinders to the roster. I think they were just super well-rounded. I think the biggest difference between the two teams in the series was definitely that search and destroy, where it never really felt like Animus could actually get or Exclusive could never get a foothold. Beyond that, I think it was just, Exclusive really clutching up in key situations, a wild control that ended up going all the way to a round 5. We saw some phenomenal clutches there on both sides of the board as well. I will say, I think outside of that search and destroy, which ironically enough did go Animus's way, and maybe you could say the first hard point, there were some really close games in that series, which I think bodes well for us having a pretty good grand final there.
Well, I mean, and in the same way that we saw and talked about how the existing momentum from the previous match initially worked in favor of Vanquish in what we just watched in match number 2, now Animus are coming in warm, proper, heading into the grand finals. Does that work in their favor?
Yeah, I mean, look, if the day has shown us anything at all, if you 7-0 your opponent in the previous series, you're probably going to win the first 2 maps in the upcoming series, right? I mean, we're 1 for 1 so far, so it might as well be the same thing here. But I don't know. I digress. I think that Animus, it took them a while to get warm. They could have won that previous series 3-1 for sure, but I think at the end of the day, yes, they are finally woken up. I think Villa is coming into his own. Shark is looking very, very good. Marvel's always a straight shot. I ain't worried about him, but it's the rest of the team that needs to support him along the way. They were lacking in the respawns versus Exclusive yesterday.
Yeah. Well, obviously, we've been used to our 5 map series. For everyone home, if you're just joining us, Grand Finals is happening right now. That means it's a 7 map series. So instead of 1 control, potentially you're going to get 2. It's going to be a longer experience, which also will change what we get to see with the picks and bans and the final results of the maps that these teams want to play on. And when you're talking about teams at this caliber, Brody, people are good on most maps.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? Because I think it's very difficult to tell what the positives are, the strengths and weaknesses of a roster, just because you get to this stage of the competition, you've pretty much ran through almost everybody, right? That's especially true for Exclusive, who of course are flawless in just pure terms of series going into this matchup, and pretty much flawless in terms of maps, outside I think one map loss, that Search and Destroy. So Exclusive here will be feeling pretty strong. It's very difficult to say, how do you veto here in this situation kind of against these teams? I think if anything, the fact that Exclusive and Animus have been going at it for the longest period of time here, I think this kind of goes to show that they do know each other's map sets though, and I think it's going to be long-term experience against one another that will go into this veto process.
I mean, you gave us some individual player highlights on the side of Animus proper, but also give it a little bit of love here to Exclusive and who we could see potentially making a big impact for them.
It's one of the obvious unprofessional photos in this entire graphic, and it's Sawu. This guy bouncing into the scene. Like, as far as the name is concerned, when you're joining the likes of Neil and Veer, Grizz, like these are names that like we've been casting in European Call of Duty Mobile for like ever. So I think that for Sawu to be able to get this opportunity to be able to play up to the level that the rest of these individuals have in recency is a very good sign, especially for Exclusive.
And then we get to take a look at the rest of the squad here in Animus, Brody. And I mean, obviously, you guys have already mentioned them a lot, but so much experience on this team.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is for me, right, you have an SMG duo that is so damn dominant and so frustrating to deal with in Gafilla and Shark. I think Gafilla has had a wonderful last couple of seasons. The Snapdragon Pro Series has become kind of one of my favorite players to watch in European Call of Duty Mobile. But I think the big thing, the big difference maker now for Animus in this season is Marvel has made his way back from the Indian region. He's back in Europe, and he's back with this full French lineup. And that is a huge boost to the roster. At this point in the competition, I don't think you're expecting Marvel to ever not start on this team. So Marvel being here, big boost in the firepower, and they are definitely benefiting from it.
Still's growing the beard in more too, you know, going for the full facial hair look. All right, it's a vibe. It's a vibe. Let's talk about the picks and bans here. Pull them up so we can finally see what has been chosen for our series. All right, start the discussion here, proper.
Well, the Arsenal hardpoint was actually, I think that's probably the one thing that you don't want to see if you are Animus, but it's even more alarming that was actually the one that they picked. That was the map mode combination that they played extremely close to Vanquish in the previous stage of this exact season. But I think that at the end of the day, when it comes down to a best of 7, you knew that the Crossfire was going to be in there. You do get that luxury if you are Exclusive to at least benefit to take out one of the 3 control maps. So Raid Crossfire will be in there. The latter half of this best of 7 series, I feel like continuously will get better for Exclusive. So if you're looking at it from Animus's route in towards this best of 7, you got to come out of the gates absolutely swing. We're talking about a 2-0 start, and you got to flip it to a 2-1 lead going into that raid control.
Yeah, I'll say this much. I think, I always look at these best of 7s, especially rematches from the upper bracket final, and look at the maps that have come back from that upper bracket final, right? And we do have a couple here. We do have the Slums, we do have the Crossfire. And so, we do get to the back half of the series and we say, Exclusive managed to take both of those maps away. They'll be happier going into the back half of the series. And that's important as well, because I feel like if they can survive the first half of this series, you got to remember Animus are coming into this series hot. They're going to come in with momentum off the back of that reverse sweep. Exclusive will be feeling a lot more comfortable going in the second half, not just because they're finally going to be a bit warm, but also because they're going to have those maps they're comfortable.
Yeah, this is going to be a great way to end our challenge season. Exclusive versus Animus in the grand finals. Chat, let us know your thoughts one last time for this season. Is it going to be Exclusive who are crowned the champions of EU, or will Animus continue on to victory after that insane reverse sweep that they just pulled off out of that lower bracket? It's going to be epic, I am sure. A rematch from the upper bracket. The 2 titans of EU are about to face off. So let's get into our grand finals.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Yep, it is grand finals time, folks. A best of 7 to decide who's going to be this season's champion in Europe. It is a region that I think is seeing a lot of fresh blood, but in the end, it is the 2 titans that are once again facing off in our grand finals proper. I have to bring it up before we get into it. We've been here before. This has happened last season. Exclusive, they ended up winning the upper bracket final in the exact same way, by the way. I believe it was a 3-1 victory to Exclusive, and then Animus came back and won in the grand final. Yep. Surely not again, right?
I'm not a betting man, but I do love history. Sometimes it do be doomed to repeat itself. But I think that this best of 7 is probably like a really good spin for Exclusive. I think they gave themselves a really good shake. Like, even if you do lose like this map number 1, which honestly could be more favorable maybe for Animus as it is their pick, you're still going to be feeling good knowing that the latter half of this series will be better for you. You just got to get warm along the way. Here we go. Map number 1 of Grand Finals. A good old bang out for P1.
Alrighty, well, these P1s are always expected to be mixy, but if you can have a solid start, I think especially if you're exclusive, you'll be feeling comfortable going into this best of 7. Again, a reminder that we're expected to see a lot of momentum for Animus coming off the back of that reverse sweep and, frankly, phenomenal search and destroy. But it was the first wave of gunfights initially for exclusive. Now it's going to be Kairu fighting back for 3 and Animus sweeping exclusive out of the point. Now they are the ones in control.
Trying to go back and forth. Mostly you're just thinking in the next 10 seconds, when do we start playing for the spawns over towards New? So got one to worry about is Veer, dealt with coming out from the cafeteria. Good back and forth coming through from Animus, but in the position that they find themselves in, especially for the rotation, they've got to start moving forward.
And you're already starting to see kills going down over by New as well. Player number 3 in the new map ready for any potential route through as Animus do find the last couple of kills in towards Old. So now they'll be sending themselves on the way. Player number 3 and 4 in Gefiller and Kairu looking to flip out those spawns while Shark catches a couple of players unawares towards the top AA guns. But Animus' job far from over just yet. And as I say that, Shark comes through from the double. He clears out the initial. And he is almost immediately bringing this Predator missile down from the heavens to damage the players who are going to get towards the hill.
A big stark difference is between the map 1 yesterday of the upper bracket finals and then the map 1 here, especially through the first 2 hard points. You're getting a lot of good presence on the map, especially from Shark. So got this contested from the front. Very sticky spawns in towards the back. Saze is not moving, by the way, and I think that Animus are probably realistically hoping that maybe they could just hold this from the back for a little while longer.
Oh, a little wraparound coming through, though. Here's Red. Sour down for the count. Exclusive now need to fight this one from the front. Not good enough for the amplification of the smoke, so Animus now still looking for some more time here. Spy on the cross will be able to hit for the first kill. Marvel trying to play his life inside the smoke. Does exactly that successfully. Wastes enough time now that Animus can be hitting here for the back 10 seconds. But ultimately, Exclusive have done a stellar job at fighting this one from the front and holding on towards those back spawns. We go in towards New, and Exclusive should be the first team to touch here.
Yeah, they absolutely will be. You got one player trying to threaten over towards the exits of P2. That was Neil. He should spawn all the way to the back in the control defender spawn, more or less. That's exactly where it's located at. Here comes the break attempt all the way from the front. You got operators from Veer to try to keep him at bay.
Here we go. Veer with a war machine, Spy with a death machine. Marvel, though, comes through. You only need one for Animus. Is that enough to get Animus in towards the time? Back spawn's now good. Got to follow up with some frags, and that is exactly what happens. Trades out in your favor. Animus now going to be in this hard point.
Sure will be. Very realistic hardpoint you can hold from the front so long as you deal with the players coming through from the terminal side, but it's that pinch that they weren't worried about. Caesar's got an equalizer that should only bolster the re-break attempt. Almost finds himself 3, but the jobs are good, and you got one rogue spawning towards the back. That's Shark. He's dead. This is realistically a good bounce back coming through for Exclusive. It was looking so bad, but still they're maintaining this presence. Animus trying to find more of the kills. All these exits are so much more beneficial because they're winning them ahead of the rotation to New.
Yeah, you'll take the scrap time. I will say this will weaken things, though, in terms of rotation here. Shark, a lot to do on the new hardpoint. Will play for 1. Surely will not survive that flash. Sure, maybe not. Shark is defying expectations. Holds on for long enough now that Saze can get towards the hardpoint and start causing carnage with the Sparrow. Operators now in a play as well for Animus here as they look to back Exclusive away. These spawns are predictable, but the gunfight's here. Good for Exclusive on this hill. Kairu and Shark trying to survive. Saze is going to have to bring that Predator missile down, and that should be the stabilization they need. Exclusive will now have to come off the spawn and break this hill.
Yep. Sure will. Got a lot of players in really annoying positions, especially for Marvel. He's going to be watching all these players try to challenge out from the connector, and he should have a really good angle on all of that. Shout out Octane back in BO4 when this map was last played competitively. But still, you got Exclusive trying to battle their way back into the back P2 spawns. I mean, Neil gets a really weird spawn, trying to set up a little bit of a pinch, and all of this desperation trying to move their way forward is setting up Animus for a lot of easy kills. Exclusive finally break back in, but they don't really have a lot of numbers to fully stabilize. Finally getting towards the time. Should be the last 10 seconds, Shakir.
This has been such a close game between these two teams right now. Animus have, for the most part, I think, looked better at getting the initial touch on the hard point. Exclusive have also done a stellar job of breaking through, though. Maybe not so much this time around. Initial push towards backline to influence the spawns from Spy does go alright. So now Exclusive going to have to hit this one from the front. How much effort do they have? War Machine from Marvel doesn't last all that long. Maybe the Gravity Vortex gun will... No, not going to happen. Veer comes through for 2 with the War Machine. Sparrow also a little bit better. And now you can fight this one with the spawns from the backline. These spawns are so readable, and Veer will take advantage of that all day long. But now Gafilla flying back through from the cut, finds 3 with the Death Machine. Number 4 in his sights. Kyra with the slide out to take him down. There will be a trade from Exclusive, but they're barely hanging on to this hard point.
Hey, I mean, the Death Machine just wasn't enough. Hey, you can maintain presence off the Death Machine, but nobody's getting in towards the back. Finally, Shark attempted to do so, but it's such an easy read that Exclusive only maintaining presence, albeit feeling like they never really had numbers off of the 3-spree from Guthilla in that Death Machine. They're going to be holding themselves high, going in towards the next hard point and the second set. 111 to 84. Shark might find an argument towards the end for a 2-piece, but it's all for not. Exclusive lead by 30.
I will say, for all we were saying that Exclusive will be coming into this game feeling a lot colder than Animus, they do sit here with a lead regardless. So I think all that momentum conversation that we always talk about seems a little bit of a moot point at this point in time. Animus now need to fight back, because this 30-point deficit can grow to an insurmountable lead very, very quickly. They are currently in control of P1, winning all the gunfights. Exclusive, all it takes is one good hit. Shark wants to try and deny, though, with the equalizers. Can't find any value just yet. Ready for the players to push through in towards a smoke. Unfortunately, well, it's going to have to be the rest of the players to try and get it done here. Exclusive starting to get overwhelmed inside. Sage finds 3 with the machine pistol. It's 6 in a row for him now, and that's Animus holding on to that time. Exclusive just cannot get through.
No, they simply cannot. What an amazing P1, though. You brought this right back into even Stevens, and you're on the better side of the map. Exclusive, though. Caesar for 2. It should be the break moment that you do need back in towards the time. It's just 10 seconds that are left. But cutting through the middle of the map, being in possession of P1, you only got one player to worry about, anchoring in the spawns all the way over towards you. That's actually Shark, unbeknownst to Exclusive. They're trying to slay out inside of the time, and Animus are going to clean them up on the exit. That is a worst-case scenario turned brilliant. Find a Caesar's rogue spawning towards the back.
Hostile predator missile.
Split spawns through here. Exclusive, do they use them to their advantage? Neil going to open things up with a Predator Missile. It is a Predator Missile battle, though, as Marvel finds more value for him. Now Exclusive, a couple of players in towards this time. Spawn split for both teams right now. Utter chaos and carnage inside the hardpoint. Sour trying to play his life, not able to do so. Shot from the right side. Trade continue here as Animus now in towards the time. Exclusive, still a couple of players spawning in towards the backline. Cut down by Gafilla in behind enemy lines, and now a little bit of stabilization that Caesar wants to punch a hole through with the equalizers. Can only find 2. It's not enough as Animus hold.
He didn't equalize anything. Veer's got the War Machine out now, trying to make a further argument. No, he's dead. Kairu Shark, good for 2. Do I hear more Caesar off the reintroduction from the equalizers? Was hoping to maybe fight for the back 30 seconds and get it for Exclusive. Not the case. Animus win outright for the scrap time. They're going to hold the lead by about 20, going over towards the statue. For Exclusive do hold this presence, so Sawu's got the Sparrow already popped, trying to keep him at bay.
Hostile hunter killer.
Exclusive, 17 points down now. Animus now looking for a way in. Good solid start from Kairu, who will find 3. Sparrow now out as well to follow up from Sage. Will it be good enough? Exclusive hitting all of this one from the front. Sage is getting such value out of Sparrow as well. It's easy pickings for him. Caesar will trade out. Back spawn still locked in for Animus. That first wave of gunfights is locked, but there's the rogue spawn I was worried about.
Yep, it's going to come through. Going to be able to deal with it. Caesar's going to take down Guthilla. Kairu's got the Gravity Vortex gun just to try to keep them a little bit further away. Does find 2 at the end. This has been a very scrappy hill so far, Brody, and Animus in towards the back for the spawns have been coming out on top.
Exclusive just continue to spawn around the front here. Animus, this has been such a stellar last few hard points from them. They continue to turn and burn through Exclusive. This has been basically a full 60 hard point, and this situation might be about to get worse as well. Animus might be the first team to touch over by New. You got to see some heroics here from Caesar. Can he produce anything? No. And now Animus should know where to look in this situation. A tale as old as time. Exclusive trying to hit from the ramp side. Neil able to get a double. It will keep Exclusive in the conversation for the moment, but Gafilla comes back for a couple of kills. Hunter Killer drone out. Caesar trying to find his way through. It's not happening. Now Gafilla looking to burn through everybody with the Death Machine. Offers absolutely not. Exclusive close spawns here. They will continue to hit this hill over and over again. How can they get through towards this hill here, proper?
And I mean, Neil's going to be able to find two, but it's just contested time right now. Somebody's got to find an explosive two-piece, or we're going to find some good team shots, and there it comes through. Spy onto Shark. That should be the go time to push a little bit further forward. Sawu doesn't have enough HP to presence it, but he's got assistance from his teammates and a lot more. This back 30 seconds is massive for Exclusive, but they're still fighting tooth and nail for it.
Yeah, you cannot let this time go the way of Animus. Spawn flip does come through. Marvel will now choose to push through the old kill, because this time I think will teeter Animus ever closer to the victory. They've really started to run away with it in the second half of this game, and Shark will win the ensemble and gunfights that gives Animus that scrap time. We move towards New. Neil can't do anything as well. No choice but to get early in towards this hard point. He's going to get shut down. What do Exclusive have to do here?
Yeah, they got two operators already popped. Veer's down incredibly low, as well as Spy. They're the two operators. They need to stay alive. They need to try to get these spawns in towards the back, and it's currently a 4v odd situation as they're still waiting for Neil to come off the respawn block, but Veer goes huge. Those are massive kills to have in towards the front. Can you maintain this hill?
Operator's good. You know where Animus are going to be spawning as well. These are probably the most readable spawns you can find here on Arsenal Hardpoint. They're winning all of the gunfights as well. Wrap around from Marvel, though. Trying to unsettle them. Sour with the Sparrow, seeing value here. Sour able to find two. There's three for Sour. Exclusive holding on to this time. And once again, they know where Animus are spawning now.
Yep, Sawa with the Sparrow has been influential, but now we need something to come through the USS-9 upon the exit. You cannot get broken. Animus can still technically win here. You just got to hold for another handful of seconds, and here with the Odin top of the window sets it up wonderfully to secure the back. Scrap time saves, though, makes an argument, and maybe not as much time as you were walking away from Exclusive, but still over 200 points, still a close game. You got to break P1.
Yeah, Saze, though, is going to push Exclusive back towards that scrap time. They've got to filter straight through. Marvel Q takes down a couple of players. Gefiller also there. The last one left alive is Spy. Grace period is about to be exhausted towards this time. Exclusive got to find a way through. Perhaps Caesar, top vents can do it. No, Kyra is watching it now. You got to face down Marvel with the War Machine. Animus have control of P1. They might have control of the first map in this best of 7 as well. All the operators coming out to play now, and Exclusive have to run headfirst into it. Is it good enough? Neil can't do anything, and Animus start this series strong. The momentum in their favor.
All right. Hey, so far so good. You 7-0. You pass opponent in a search and destroy on a map 5, and you come in and you beat the brakes off of your opponent. No, I'm just kidding. It was actually a really competitive map number 1. I'm not going to lie. I mean, like, through the first set and hell, even halfway through the second, you still felt like it was grasping at straws for who was going to finally get an advantage until Animus finally pulled up over towards P4. That break on P3 set up everything in that second set, Brody, for them to get the momentum going forward. I mean, at one point, they had themselves about a 60-point gap over Exclusive, to the point where it felt like that desperation was setting in. And that desperation for Exclusive was a continuation until we saw the resurgence for them all the way back over by P4, where they needed to break and hold. They were able to do so, but at that point, it's already 231 to like 140 and or like 160 maybe, and like you're just trailing by so much. These highlights are going to be a complete package of being able to see a lot of good versatility of the operator usage between these two different teams. But what a battle. Would you expect anything less?
No, definitely not. Not out of grand final between these guys. As I said, we've seen it before. And yeah, it did feel like, I think, towards the second half of the game, that Animus started to get a little bit more confident in the way that they were playing hard points and forcing really unforced errors, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah.
Out of Exclusive. I think notably, right, we look back towards that first set and we saw Exclusive doing a really good job at contesting time on P3, that when we got to the second set, it's this hill right here, where they just did not do that. Like, Animus were reading the spawns perfectly, and I think as soon as Exclusive realized that, hold on, we're giving away a full 60 here, they kind of panicked a little bit over towards the rotation. And I think from that point onwards, that's where we started to see Exclusive not really being the team to touch first. They had to fight for control over every single hard point, and it really did feel like they were fighting a losing battle. Goodness gracious, aren't they so bloody glad that Marvel's back from India, huh?
Yeah, I'll say. And you know what's funny? Like, even in the respawns, they lost Hacienda 250, 141, 251, 97 on the slums. Marvel was still dropping numbers. Like, Marvel just plays well against the same. I don't know, man. Like, this is a real straight shooter, but it doesn't hurt when you got Says dropping 48 eliminations, being that route man, constantly being a thorn in your side, setting up pinches. But I think even more so, like, the unsung hero is probably Guthilla, 37 and 35. He had a stinker of a series versus Exclusive yesterday in the upper bracket finals. His Death Machine pulls were exquisite. For all intents and purposes, he didn't find all of the kills of the Death Machine, but the amount of damage that it produces and the allotted time that it does exist on a map like Arsenal, it's more than enough to be able to set up Marvel or Says to be able to get a lot of those eliminations, either from close or afar. So great start for Animus. Technically, we got ourselves a tied grand finals now.
Yeah, absolutely we do. And that is, I think, par for the course, I will say, for Animus, right? And I will say, necessarily, we didn't see the momentum coming out from the first half of that game. They actually came out relatively slow. I've got to give some exclusive and props, because you've got to remember that these guys have been, yeah, they've probably been shooting bots, right? You know, I know they've been kind of warming up while Animus were playing their upper bracket final. But you've got to remember, Animus were coming into this best of 7 with a lot of momentum. They were coming hot off a reverse sweep, 3 maps back-to-back that they were able to take away, a 7-0 search and destroy. So for exclusive to kind of put a stop to that at the start of that one, I think was important. It was an important way to start this best of 7, but actually it was the second half where they kind of let themselves down a little bit. So Animus, once again, wanting to pull off the same narrative they did in the Season 5 finals, and that's a good way to do so. Next up, we've got Search and Destroy, and this bodes even better for Animus, considering, well, what happened in the upper bracket final. This is the one map they were able to take away.
Yeah, no, it was. I mean, is it beneficial, though? Because, I mean, like, you're technically going to a map mode combination you just lost to Vanquish. It's going to Tunisia for the map number 2. In recency, you did lose 7-5, and it was a 3-3 half that, I will be honest, you were watching with me, Brody, was a little too egregious. Like, how many egotistical challenges are we going to allow Animus to come through before they finally just pump the brakes a little bit and just play for the information? It took way too long in that matchup versus Vanquish. And now you're facing up against a team who, again, no shade of Vanquish, are much better than them in exclusive on a map mode combination that they picked. I think that there's going to be a lot of question marks about what Marvel can produce on the sniper, because he was giving away a lot of first deaths versus Kirby out of Vanquish. I can only imagine that Veer's going to be looking for the same thing.
Well, the good news, I suppose, for Animus here on this Search and Destroy is they don't have to worry about Fahim, right?
Yeah, you know, 22 kills. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Casual 22 kill performance. I think it was 21 in the end, but still, I mean, it was a casual, dominant performance out of Fahim. Regardless, he's not in this one. Seeing aggression from exclusive early on in this round, then how important get control of the site is, and they immediately swarm on towards it. Cairo and Shark kind of left stranded here at the start of this round.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb planted. And now you're going to have to wait for the pinch to come through for Shark. And Kairu's got the sniper. If you can find an easy pick, you'd be setting yourself up easy on this pinch, but 2v4 is not an easy ask.
And you kind of forced into these individual chows as well, right? Gotta have it. And that's not the start they wanted. Shark ran straight into the fight where the prize fight is. Sao much more prepared for it. I suppose the one advantage that Cairo potentially has in this situation that they might be expecting him to play closer to his teammate. Fortunately, time not on his side. Need to see something big. Goes in with the machine pistol. Maybe would have had a better option with the Tundra. Maybe didn't have face in his quick scope. Does not matter, though. Phenomenal start from exclusive. That was a fast swarm on towards A.
Yep. I mean, it's Tunisia. It's the A execute, right? Like, it's get the nades over the top. You get that first blood. You get through one. Get the bomb planted very, very quickly. I don't even think Animus had an opportunity to maybe turn and play for a trade. So adaptations maybe later on down the road. Exclusive gonna slow things up in the early get-goings of this round. I think that the player you might have to worry about is Caesar. Yep. Here with the Odin watching the mid-cut. Expecting somebody to overchow. Shark would be the one to do it.
Exclusive are looking for a way in towards the A site for the moment. That nade will not land on towards Shark. Maybe the second one will. Yep, the second one does. First one would have landed. Maybe Shark could be out of the round right now, but no. Shark staying alive is key to holding that mid-map control. Exclusive. Still looking for a way to puncture the A site. Maybe it will come by way of Neil. Says is out towards the middle of the bomb site. Neil would get a freebie if he was to look just a little bit further out towards Says. That would be the way forward. Not finding it just yet.
Such a weird angle to be playing. He'd have to overextend just a little bit. Yeah, he's going to give away his position when taking down at least one trophy. Spy's going to stay to lurk. Spy's also their bomb carrier, so they're going to try to reintroduce this through the offensive cut. And that's in that close angle that Sace is playing with an R9.
Absolutely no reason to expect this positioning whatsoever.
Oh, there you go.
Opening snipe out. Sage, yep, catches Neil off guard. That's big. Big trade. Not in the best position to deal with Spy, but Spy can't get the clean gunfight away. So Sage has played his life to perfection here. Backs away towards the other side of the bomb site. You're now in a position here where you're forcing exclusive to rotate away.
I think they called it bluff, though. I think they called their bluff entirely. Spy still has the bomb, and they're going to wrap over towards B. Yeah, Shark is going to pick things up back through the mid, but Kairu gave off the angle. He's going to be late. The bomb's already going to be planted by the time he gets here.
The bomb has been planted.
Kairu can still recover this round. Maybe giving up the site wasn't the brightest idea, but picking up the gunfight would be. Sour down for the count now. Exclusive forced back towards their offensive side. And aggression now starting to be felt here as Shark flies towards the opposition. It's a Sharknado as he finds a couple of kills. Veer now left up. It would be a 1 versus 4. All he's got to do is stop that bomb from being defused. Somebody's already on it, forced out into the open, and you're not winning that one. Brilliantly played, as Shark is the big reason why they're able to make that retake work.
It's the biggest adaptation out of everything. I mean, I know that we're only 2 rounds in, but if there's one thing you're always going to expect out of Tunisia, it's those very orthodox nades over the top. Let's push through line, play for the pick. The difference is that Shark with that R9 shotgun, to your credit, Brody, is the difference maker because he is that big wrench in the system. It's forcing Exclusive to take a chance. They're going to rush down B.
Exclusive. They feel like rushing was the right strategy back in round number 1. Kyrie not landing any of these snipes just yet. Shark up top is overwhelmed. Now Kyrie needs to go huge. That's brilliant for the first kill. You don't find the second. Help has arrived though. Gefiller is here. Exclusive need to get rid of these players around the backline before they get this rock down. Shot's not that great from Veer. Finally, Gefiller down for the count. And yet still, Animus linger.
So got the bomb. So the wrap over towards A is still in consideration, but Spy is the bomb planner. Oh, he's going to stretch it. Oh, if anybody slides around the corner, he'd be dead. And he exits. They could try, but Sao's holding the angle. Full 3v4 retake. Watch out for Saze on the flank.
Saze is not going to get here for a while, though. Kyrie and Marvel need to drain a lot of time with the clock, and if they could find some value, that'd be nice. There goes Kyrie. You know where Marvel is. He's just trying to play his life for long enough that Saze can get here, but that is just way too much to ask for. They know what's up as well. Saze read like an open book. An Exclusive, again, feel like swarming the site is the right way to go about this right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, don't give them a single chance just to set up anything at all. They just bum rush them down. You know you got these set nades if you are Exclusive, so play in towards those strengths. Animus are very, very good at playing reactionary Call of Duty, especially for Search and Destroy. Marvel's been a non-benefactor so far in these early 3 rounds. It's because of the rushing.
Here we go again. Same strategy. Adaptation from Animus here. Kyrie pushed all the way up. Will find one. Trades here from Caesar. And even that, to be fair, is actually a solid play from Animus. Yeah, you lose the numbers in that situation. Ultimately, it comes down to a 3 versus 3, but you've backed Exclusive away. You still have B-site control. And you've now drained 30 seconds off the clock in this round.
All the offensive players that are still alive, minus Neil on screen, are all the way back in their spawn. What do you do here? 3v3. I was hoping maybe you could wrap over towards B. Be brute forcing your way, and Saze is the only player over here. Looks like he's got an R9 shotgun. It's not the right weapon you want for that.
Honestly, at this point, I don't know Saze.
Yeah, why not?
This is an unlikely situation, but if anyone's going to pull it off, it's probably Saze. And they probably won't know as well, right? I mean, it's just one of those situations where you expect them to have a sniper at the back of the map. You expect Marvel to be the one maybe to make that adaptation, but no. Saze is going to be the guy. He'll play quietly. That utility should let Saze know that somebody's here, and here comes the pounce. Here comes Saze for the first kill shot. Second shot's not that great, but he's done the damage. Now Marvel playing again that same position. Gefiller on a very, very long flank. And Marvel over the top of the snipe is absolutely spicy. Neil now will get that bomb down. But he is sandwiched between these last 2 players here. Looking for some solid positioning. And they check it. Neil trying to play his life. But again, you don't expect Sage. And you certainly don't expect Marvel to snipe like that.
No, you do not. Great jump shot coming through. I mean, just the moment I was talking, it's like Marvel needs to find more influence. He's very, very good with the sniper. That jump shot. Okay, my bad. I will seal my lips. My bad, gangster. But we're all tied up going into 4 apiece. But in a retake that was asked for a clutch.
They have the bomb.
Not exactly what you want to see. These opening breakoffs need to be a little bit cleaner from either of our 2 sides. Spy is still sitting on a goose egg, looking for his first kill, but he's been doing a good job of being decisive, getting that bomb plan. We're back over towards A. There's a rush through mid that's starting to develop, and the bomb carrier is a part of that.
I think that here pretty good for Spy. Marvel really needs to try and play his life there. Saze is actually going to find 3! How has that happened? Saze gives him the chance back in towards this round. Veer trying to play his life, though. He's being peppered up, and despite the heroics from Saze. Oh, goodness me. Exclusive bullied out of that round. Saze does everything there.
I mean, it's funny because it's like, you thought maybe if you're Spy, I can maybe do the R9 shotgun play, and Sage is like, hey, I'm on A, by the way. Here's 3. Just immediate response. Just silliness. And the top 2 teams playing in the European Search and Destroy on Tunisia. Back over towards A. Nade ceremoniously coming through. Quick wrap through the middle of the map out of Shark, but the first blood there for Marvel.
That's the difficult thing in this situation now. You're starting to lose the trades. Neil trying to recover the round, and that is what you do kind of need, right? You need to win these opening snipes. Keep Exclusive away from the site. I managed to do it finally. Animus, I think for the most part of the half here, I'd be pretty happy.
Defend the objective.
Why would you not be happy? I mean, like, you look at this, it's Tunisia. It's a defensive side of map. You didn't only allow 2 offensive rounds to come through on a team that, honestly, on this map mode combination, should have your number, but has not been the case at all. Good patience being exemplified here from Animus. They get over towards the offensive side. They're leaving the bomb all the way towards the spawn as an option, just in case Marvel finds something that they could play with over by B. Same could be said for Shark as he's lurking through mid.
Yeah, they're not committing to anything just yet. Through the middle of the map, Shark hasn't been found out. They've got no idea that he's here. Of course, he would still need to push up the mid cart, so they do have that entry point covered. Shark is going to take Spy down. I think Spy actually just kind of waltz out into the open there. It is going to be Sour looking for the trade, but Shark wins that fight as well. Are you kidding me? And now players isolated towards the site. It's all falling apart here. The House of Cards is down. Exclusive down to 1 player.
And it's Neil with the sniper, and although he is quite good, it's asking a lot out of Neil. How about Animus now with a 5-2 lead, just 2 rounds away from taking the lead in the grand finals, just where the aggression was looking good for Exclusive. Animus, they posture up inside of the archway for A. They find that first blood plus the extra. The A bomb site was theirs the moment they spawned in.
It's brilliant defense for Animus, or offensive Animus, excuse me. Now looking for it again. Basic strategy here. Overwhelm Neil towards the back of sight. Neil having a back up. Veer will be in the cut though. Will find 1. Trade out from Marvel. Veer for a second. Surely not number 3rd. Will not find that kill because Sawo takes Gefiller off the board. And there is Neil finding even more value here at the start of this round. Animus have been met with equal force from Exclusive. That was the round they needed.
Gonna be the start of something great. I'll have to see. Dealing with the aggression, albeit finding trades there through the middle of the map. Exclusive just posture up. They hold strong. Veer's up to 8 eliminations now. 2nd in the lobby behind Shark's 10. How about the aggression on defense? Again, Exclusive are just kind of running at them, but the nades in the middle of the map, and it helps out Veer find first blood. Raid boss down.
That's probably the player you wanted out of the play, isn't it?
Totally.
It's entry player towards B. And Exclusive, you can tell kind of the reaction, the confidence now which they're pushing up the map as well. Don't over-aggress here. Says will take that freebie all day long. I mean, fair play. They bring
I heard you wagging his finger at Neil. I heard you wagging your finger. don't you overextend, damn you. Because now the B-bomb site is open. Here comes the rotation from Exclusive, trying to deny.
Exclusive still have some kind of bonus towards the back of this site. That nade will potentially connect. Actually, will not just fly past Caesar. And they probably wanted something before getting the bomb down. They don't have any mid-map control. They've got a little bit of time here to burn, potentially, for Kyrie to make that wrap. Nobody is necessarily watching this play. So for me, this round all comes down to Kyrie. Has to win this one. Does so against Sour. And in doing so now, he is going to pull a lot of players from Exclusive over towards A.
He sure will. What are you even supposed to, like, how are you even supposed to fully commit onto this, right? You're almost hoping for a far-fetched timing out of one of these 2 players. Bomb's going to get planted today, and all 3 players are more or less isolated from each other. Shark's still lurking over at B, and upon the exit, I imagine he might push through defender spawn.
Yeah, I think he just saw Caesar as well. Looking at the mini-map, doesn't matter. Player down on the defense here. Veer is gone. And these guys need to rush through for the 2v3 on the site. It's a big, big ask, and it's all falling apart. Wow. There goes Spy. Animus. So damn strong. And I said it. It was that one in the middle of the map. Clearance of the A site was everything that Animus needed to break that deadlock.
1 round away.
Objectives.
Taking a 2-1 lead here in that series, in the grand finals. And the aggression through mid did not work out. Nades over the top. They want to just bum rush this player of Kairu inside of arches. He goes 1 for 1 nonetheless.
And you still kind of take that if you're Animus, right?
Totally.
You can now push over towards B. Nobody towards the back line here. I feel like this is almost a little bit of an error from Exclusive to not have some kind of presence. Sour trying to hit back through the middle of the map. And Shark has his number. He's ringing it all day. Another kill now over the top here from Marvel. The retreat here from Exclusive back in towards B has totally fallen apart. Caesar can do naught as Animus continue to roll through this best of 7 grand final.
7-3. The total scoreline. Animus are the real freaking deal here, man. And especially going in towards a map mode combination that we just watched them lose to Vanquish. They took everything that they learned from that 7-5 loss and adapted it into this. They were way more patient, and maybe it could be the strength of their opponent. Maybe they were taking Vanquish for granted. I'm not too sure. I'm not going to DM them and ask them. I'm just saying what I'm seeing on the map, for crying out loud. They played so much more passive, just expecting for the overextensions to come through. And the overextensions constantly came through. I mean, the aggression on offense was great for exclusive for so many rounds. And then the moment that they saw it, maybe we should try that on defense just to set the pace, it was just too late. And the moment that you try to get all of those nades, the sets from the offense of Animus were already in play, just getting you so weak. But Says had the greatest adaptation of them all, in my opinion, Brody. I mean, on defense, to say, you know what, screw it. 2 rounds in, you guys are going to rush me. I got an R9 shotgun. He found back-to-back 3 pieces with a single gun and a monumental play at that.
Yeah, I think that's the name of the game in that search and destroy from Animus, not just from Says, but from the entirety of the roster. Adaptation. And they survived against exclusive in that search and destroy. Says with the R9 going huge, 11 frags to his name. Shark, of course, getting aggressive. The SMG, that is what he's been known for over the last couple of years of Call of Duty Mobile, really since his entirety of start of his career. He also finishes with 11 frags to his name. Just a great search and destroy from Animus. And now I think you can definitely tell from the midpoint of that hard point proper, Animus are into this best of 5. They are really, really feeling themselves here.
And now your advantage means jack squat if you are exclusive, because you come in towards this best of 7 with a 1-0 lead because you beat them 3-1 in the upper bracket finals. And now it's all chalk. You lost the first 2 maps. And I just like to go ahead and put a pin in this. And I know Lauren's going to secretly laugh because she is muted. But how funny is it that we just had back-to-back matches where the team that is coming into the final series just 7-0 their opponent, and then they subsequently won the next 2 maps. I'm just saying I'm a prophet. Don't call me one. I'm just saying I might be. Raid Control is up next, and candidly speaking, I'm looking forward to this one, especially because of the explosivity that we have on each of these sides. Got a lot of good SMG presence, especially from Shark. I think going up against the exclusive roster should be a big bounce back for them to maybe get themselves on the board in the grand finals.
Yeah, this Raid Control, I mean, to me, this has to be the map where exclusive come back in this grand final. I mean, you kind of almost have to have it in a way, right? It kind of feels like you've given a lot of momentum away to Animus over the first couple of maps. Like I said, I almost thought it was going to take a couple of maps for exclusive to get into this best of 7 anyway, just given the fact that, again, they kind of have been waiting around. I know, obviously, they can play scrims, they can play pubs, so, they can play ranked matches, but that still doesn't equate to coming hot off a previous series, right? So I kind of knew it would take a couple of maps to get into the series. That window of opportunity is starting to expire pretty damn quickly here. Like, you have to win this Raid Control, otherwise you're going to be deep in the doo-doo. And, well, then 1 map away from losing this best of 7 grand final, and history repeating itself, not in the exact same way. I think the last best of 7 between these 2 teams was closer in the season 5 grand finals, but still, it would be, I think, disappointing for exclusive to lose in the same way. I think if this happens again, if Animus do end up being exclusive here in this grand final, next time, like season 7, I think just exclusive, just throw the upper bracket final. Just go from the lower bracket, because it just makes more sense.
So you can avoid being in deep doo-doo?
Yeah, for sure.
Some sound analysis out of you, bro. Here comes the opening salvo over towards Ring. It's offensive first coming through for exclusive, and they actually find themselves a really good opening break-off, so they're going to get that first segment for sure.
It's now kind of that age-old question, right? How much do you want to invest in defending this point? Spy will go through. Brings it down to just 1 remaining player on the point. Over the top, Sour would take Shark out of the play here, so Animus do want to hold on towards this B zone, and they do exactly that. First wave of gunfights is pretty good, but again, in doing so, in investing so much into the B defense, you've got nobody over by A. Exclusive have free range here to hit this point, and they're almost immediately going to go for it.
Yeah. And there's no reason not to, right? If you lose the opening battles over by B, you will spawn parallel over towards A, so you need to start moving your way towards there. And I like the proactivity that's starting to come through from exclusive, right? Says he's trying to push all the way through. He wants to try to get himself all the way back basketball court. Maybe try to threaten from some of the spawns, but you got at least 1 player on the zone. That's going to stall the clock for now.
That's a slow progress. Sawo just flies straight out the window to take Kafula down. Marvel and Kyrie go at the same time, and Sawo converts for a double. How on earth has that happened? Sawo not done yet. Will finally fall after picking up 3, but he single-handedly, almost it feels like, takes down what would have been a solid A capture. Only 1 tick gone, and now Exclusive starting to fly up the map here. It feels like a spawn trap potentially being presented, and Caesar's trying to find the gunfights to put it together. Finding that third might have been the nail in the coffin of this round proper, but it might already be so. I mean, look at the lives.
Yeah, 13v7. You got the 2 segments being captured. It's a consolation prize as it currently stands. This is very still winnable. If you look at it from Animus's perspective, I mean, they're trying to get themselves over by ring, but I mean, you're setting yourself up the pinch inside of Art, and it's just easy pickings. You still got 3 players alive past the middle of the map, but it's 4v11.
Yeah, last 2 players here. Not really much you can do in this situation. Tell you what, to be fair, if anyone's going to do it, Marvel will definitely be one of the players, but still, he's not had the best fortune here. Just 1 frag to his name. Now we'll look to double that up at the very least. Shot whiffed on towards Fear. Nice quick scope for the first kill. 5 seconds, though. No chance in hell. Marvel is just looking for some kind of freebie here at the end of this round, and Exclusive won't even give him that. They are showing a lot of respect right now to Animus. And to me, it's that play call, right? Exclusive. It's so easy to see teams very often give up the B zone proper. Exclusive, they don't. They full send it.
Exactly what you want to see. You don't talk the zone, especially through the opening breakoff, right? You had so much presence through rock, you could just pinch through pillars. That's exactly what they did. Reposture themselves continuously, and now you got operators to pull going in towards the second round from explosivity that you had in the first. It's Veer for the War Machine, and they're actually taking his opening salvo towards A instead of B, and I don't think Animus were necessarily prepared for that as Veer is going AWOL.
Yeah, watching this back basketball. It's going to force Animus to try and hit this from either elbow or money side. Shark opens things up with the first kill on towards Caesar. That's going to open the door here for a potential hit from Marvel. He's tagged up, though, so Shark now needs to go towards the point. Is good for the first. Is good for Spy as well. Animus end up falling here. Marvel trying to play his life in this situation, but still, second tick is all that Exclusive are going to get in this situation. Now skills starting to come through from Animus as they stabilize.
Yeah. Starting to push through as well. A-Zone going to see the 2 segments being captured, but maybe trying to think about reverting the pressure. Make sure that they don't get spawn trapped. That's where you're seeing some focus going over inside of Art. Saze does have the Sparrow. You're here. You're not really thinking about challenging that one. He's going to get a challenge coming from the Gymnasium regardless. And all this hesitation is allowing Animus to posture up to deal with when the offense finally gets a move on. All the way past the pool side. They find the kills. They should get the 60 seconds.
They should. Yeah, that's a big shutdown from Neil. Not just to find Marvel, but also to take the Death Machine out of the play as well. That is A gone. Now for Animus. Potential hit here. Got to deal with it around the flank. Sawo going to bring that Sparrow out into the play. As you're losing teammates around the middle of the map, you kind of do have to start winning some gunfights. And unfortunately, that Sparrow will expire before you can really do anything of note with it. So, Exclusive now. Looking to try and hit this one from the front. You've got 1 player on the flank, but Sawo is dealt with. And now this has to be a full frontal hit from Exclusive.
And the biggest problem for Exclusive is where you try to pick where is your best option to work your way towards B. You have to do it cleanly. It's 9v13. Make that 7v11. Just as soon as the dust settles, numbers over towards the B zone are there for Exclusive. They never cleared Art. They never cleared Art.
That's tough. And you still aren't as well. Finally, they will go for it, but it feels like it's too little too late. Shark finally goes down. Saze is there. Good to pick up the trade, though. 7v2 now as Saze will double up. Last couple of players, what do you got for us? Fear and Caesar, now just the former of those 2 players, and they are overwhelmed. Animus holding strong there, made the right decision to cut ties over towards A. Just held so strong in towards B, and I think Shark's positioning was such a nuisance to Exclusive. They never fully dealt with it.
Kind of shades of that P2 in the arsenal out of Exclusive, right? I mean, you got all the kills from the front, but nobody cleared the main building that overwatches the entirety of the zone. That's tough. At least they have the segment lead, though. They did capture fully of the zone compared with the 2. Here comes Shark immediately, wants this offensive zone. The car bomb takes himself out of the equation, but you couldn't have asked for a better opening breakoff from Animus.
Yeah, you're okay with that trade.
Oh,
now I think this might well be one of those situations where you do not hit the point if you're Exclusive. I mean, look where they're playing this one proper. They're going straight for a spawn trap in this situation. But you know what I'm going to say? Feels like we kind of say it a lot here. If we had kind of a ring pull on our back, it'd probably be the catchphrase that comes out aloud. If you're going to go for the spawn trap, you have to get players in it.
Totally. And even through that opening breakoff, they captured the zone. They're still trying to play at least for the spawn trap. And nobody's in a position to be able to find the kills on the opposite side. Look at how many players are in blue across the map, and you got one player on the zone. The spawn trap, again, the Brody's point, only works when you find kills.
Now you're exclusive. I have to take Says out of the point. Says immediately pipes up and finds the first kill. He will get traded out though. Gafilla pushed forward in towards basketball. I think that he's been made aware of by Sao, who goes for the frag. Exclusive solid on the defense here. Says going to bring that Predator missile down to take Sao out of the play, and that's going to give them information as to where the police on the defense are from Exclusive, but you got a long way to go, and you start to win the gunfight. Shark doubles up inside kitchen. Are you kidding me? That's going to give Animus a chance off the respawn.
That sure will. You're only trailing by 2 lives, though, if you are exclusive. So a good wave of gunfights, you're right back into it. Got one player playing in the block here inside of the pool. Oh, Guthilla didn't finish his food. Finally is there. Says on the crossover by Open Stairs is there for the kill. You also got money window control now for Dead. Get on the zone.
Got to stack it. Can't do so, though. Still players from Exclusive over here being a proper nuisance. Gafilla going to take Sao out of the play. Gafilla doubles up, switches the Death Machine, and Says has the help. The Death Machine now can rain terror and hellfire upon Exclusive. Gafilla on the hunt through the smoke. It does not matter. He's finding every single frag possible. Second tick now through. Somebody from Exclusive, you've got to get on the point. You just can't do it. Gafilla's Death Machine is keeping you at bay. It looks like the third tick about to be through. One last effort from Caesar, and he cannot get there. Gafilla goes huge towards the end of that round as Animus take the offense.
Going huge is an understatement. I mean, finding a 2-piece hip fire with the Odin slide animation cancel for the Death Machine. I felt like he just kind of like hit every single button on his phone at the same time. But like, it was really, really cool. And it was the only operator required to be able to get that round win. So Marvel coming in towards this round. Animus can smell blood in the water. They want to extend their lead. Has a War Machine to bolster their defense.
Exclusive, they want to start this round strong. Potential flank coming through here from player number 1 in Says, while Animus are going to invest some operators towards his play. Actually, not that much there from the War Machine. Says now needs to go huge on the flank here. He's going to fall as well. Exclusive winning all the gunfights required here. The last hope to hold on towards his A zone is going to be Kairu. He can only find one. That is a pretty much perfect start from Exclusive.
Yeah, but it didn't need to be that early for the 60 seconds. Again, like, that's back-to-back offensive rounds now. That Exclusive just go over towards A. Animus were sitting there just licking things over by Ring, expecting them to come over there, and the War Machine found absolutely negative value, but it does set up the spawn trap. So I can see the vision for Animus, that you give up the zone to play for the future, and it's working out quite well for them so far.
Life differential starting to grow to an insurmountable heat here. 7 lives now the difference. Now make it 8 as Gafilla continues on his spree. Finally shut down there. Momentary spawn trap though might have been a little too damaging here for Exclusive. Kairu downrange with a claw can only find one. It's a big shutdown. Exclusive now get out of the spawn trap. But again, the damage feels like it's done here proper.
Yeah. 12v17. No presence, middle of the map. They're brute forcing their way all the way through driveway. Spies inside of Art. You got operators being pulled for Exclusive. They're finding value, but now it's just down to Spy. Dead from pillars. Say's got a Predator missile. 7v15.
Yeah, it feels like that Death Machine being out of the play here might be the dagger in this control. Surely Animus, do not chuckle this one. Shark inside Art, putting up some new pieces of work. As Shark now on the hunt for more kills, will get shut down by Spy. Exclusive have to be perfect from this point onwards if they want to survive in this one. Gafilla on the other side with the Death Machine. Already closed out one round. Why not call game on another one? If it's not him, it's going to be the rest of the squad as well. All down to 1. It is beautiful control from Animus on the last 3 rounds as they now take a 3-1 lead in this grand final.
Yeah, I mean, that is very, very tough, especially for how the opening rounds did start. I mean, you only allowed 2 seconds to come through for Exclusive. Really did feel like that they were about to be sitting pretty. I mean, I'm sure that they were going to lose a round in that control, but I felt like that was about to be their bounce back. It just simply was not. Every single decision that was made from Animus was the correct one after that round 1. And as strange as it is, as a Call of Duty analyst and a lover of Call of Duty Mobile, it is so unorthodox watching Control and then just chalking the entirety of the A zone to set up for the potential of a spawn trap. Now, luckily enough for Animus in that round 4, Brody, they did find the kills to set up that spawn trap, but it was a very stark difference comparatively to Exclusive in the round 3 when they were attempting to do the same thing. It's just the difference in between the proactive players in and around Kitchen, in and around Art, was just constantly a big problem. And that guy's name, let's Shark. And Says. Might as well talk about both.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? Whenever we mention the fact that you've got to get players in towards a spawn trap, ideally before you set up said spawn trap, right? It's
Absolutely.
a gamble, right? I mean, this is what we always talk about, right? We always say it, not that it's necessarily the worst thing in the world, but it is a gamble when you do it. And I think, that was just one of those situations where Animus, I mean, it's a gamble that ends up working out for them because they do manage to get a few players in towards said spawn trap. And then, obviously, what was it? A 7 to 8 life advantage after the spawn trap, after the fact. At that point, the damage just is done. There's not really much that Exclusive can do in that situation. And again, that is a shame because the way that Exclusive started that control looked super promising, right? I mean, we saw some great decision-making coming up from them. We saw great individual plays from the likes of Sawo holding on towards A, but those back 3 rounds, man, just so much left on the table there from Exclusive. You kind of... The usual suspects not showing up. Veer's had a phenomenal kind of tournament so far through Challenge Finals. He wasn't there really in that one. Sawo, who I've given a lot of love to, 12 and 25. Not the best performance at the end of it. But if we want to talk more positively, man, Say's at 30 and 14. How about that for a casual performance?
The unusual suspects on one side, and then the usual suspects. We're just writing sitcoms over here in Call of Duty Mobile at this point. Yeah, Say's 30 and 14. Man, what a performance. Same thing for Godzilla, 21 and 11. And I'm going to continue to hit this point going forward. When we were setting up this best of 7 in between both Exclusive and Animus, you go back to the upper bracket finals, both Godzilla and Shark, they were nowhere to be found in those respawns. And in a lot of those moments, we weren't seeing those massive plays. I mean, Godzilla was not making plays with the Death Machine yesterday, especially on the Crossfire, like what we just saw on the raid. Dude is definitely feeling himself. And as you were saying, I mean, the opposite side, well, we got to start getting warm sometime soon, because if it's not going to be in the control, you're going into a Slums hardpoint next year, and, well, let's call a spade a spade. If it doesn't happen here, GG's. You lost to Animus again.
Yeah, and it has happened more or less the same way again, right? It just, I can't believe this is happening, honestly. I mean,
Want to lead, by the way.
I can't believe it, but it's just like, what can you do? We will say we are going into a slums here, and this is something we mentioned coming into this one. The next couple of maps, I think, do at the very least bode well for Exclusive, in the fact that going back towards that upper bracket final, this is where we saw Exclusive take on Animus to their advantage. They won a round 5 Crossfire. They were able to take a 250 to 197 victory in Slums Hardpoint. So if there is a way back into this best of 7, if there is a chance for what is effectively a reverse sweep, because obviously they came in with just the 1-0, but we'll call it for what it is. It's
technically reverse sweep. The playing reverse sweep, yeah.
Exactly. It would be here. It would be the next couple of maps. So I'm going to go ahead and say I don't think Exclusive are out of this just yet. But man, these last few maps, I mean, again, from the midpoint and the hard point, I don't think we've seen much of anything worth talking about from Exclusive.
No, never since it was like 84 to 84 going in towards P3 on Arsenal, and that feels like it's at least 5 years ago, maybe a couple weeks. I'm not too sure. Time is of the essence for Exclusive to freaking lock in, man, because like this doesn't happen here. All the numbers are pointing for you to be able to at least extend this to a Crossfire control, which again, like I was talking about in the best of 7, you saw it a moment ago, the latter half of this best of 7 favors Exclusive. You just have to get there. Brody already said it. 250 to 197, this was the final venue for the upper bracket finals yesterday. 250 to 240, this was the map 1 that Vanquish won versus Animus. And Animus had a lot of questionable decisions, especially trying to break back in towards P3 from the front, and then trying to brute force their way back in towards the front for P4. And then they never really got a good footing inside of P1. It was the reason why Vanquish always held the lead over Animus. And if they do not rectify that issue coming into this, then it is most definitely going to a Crossfire control.
All right, well, we got to see some perfect hardpoint, I think, for Exclusive. If I'm honest, I don't want to see just Exclusive win this map. I want to see them totally dominate Animus, right? I think they need to make a statement. They need a big confidence booster. Winning this hardpoint and doing it in a dominant fashion would be exactly what they need. I mean, let's be honest. Let's just start with them winning the map, hey? Exclusive, if you want to start winning some gunfights, that is not happening here proper. Already off the rip here, Animus winning the majority of the trades.
Yeah, they are. I mean, such a Herculean opening break off. When it comes down to P1, especially on Slums, it's all about bricks control. You could play for the spawns later on down the road, but this is an SMG's wheelhouse. Caesar comes back in, takes down 2, Godzilla part of that. And you still got the favorite side of the map if you are Animus, not to mention 20 seconds off of P1.
Animus, now at the very least here, starting to get challenged up by that brick side. Gifilla trying to cut a couple other players off, but not able to do so. Marvel now. He'll be the next player at the backstop to try and deal with those players looking to filter in through Cafe side. And he is going to get overwhelmed. So now it's a race towards those back spawns. Animus looking to put players in. Up top in dubs. Trades now in favor of Exclusive. Hitting the front of this hard point proper. This is what they want because now they can get that spawn trap going.
Yeah, they really can. And this is where Animus were really in control in that map 1 versus Vanquish. It was always the P2. They finally got dealt a swift hand. So I got one player in towards the back. It's going to be Says. He's waiting for his teammates to maybe find a pick so he can work his way a little bit further forward. But I don't think Exclusive give a damn. They're finding all the kills inside the time.
I'll be honest, I don't like that push from Sauer whatsoever. He pushes in towards the back line. Yeah, he's looking for the kills, but in making that push happen, he actually spawns players out from Animus. I don't know. I think that could have been better from Exclusive. Either way, Exclusive now looking for the time inside this hard point, fighting this one from those back spawns. Okairu looking to find his way through. Trades now. Can Animus get anybody in towards the time? If anybody going to be filler, he's going to find a double. Next up to bat will be Marvel in towards the hard point, but he gets shut out as well. Exclusive are winning the majority of the trades here, and they will walk away with the majority of the time. Animus only a little bit disruptive. I'll be honest, bro, I think for the most part, this is the start I wanted to see from Exclusive.
Yeah, you wanted them to blow the brakes off of Animus. I mean, the opening set for P1 wasn't exactly that, but how about the break back towards P2 and maybe a little bit of a trip up coming through, but still towards P3, they have a 40-point lead. This is the turning point, though. You have operators online, though. Guthilla wasn't expecting for Salwo to be that close. Calls from Marvel now with the War Machine to hold things from the front.
Operators now starting to come out from both sides here. Salwo and Neil looking to use theirs to break in towards the time. Neil not going to find that much value. There goes Spy as well. That's a beautiful couple of shutdowns coming through from Animus, who will now look to get this time away from Exclusive. A reminder that Animus still have those back spawns as well. Now they need to get the kills, though, to hold on towards this time. Sawo starting to hit the front of the hard point. Couple of kills for him. Kairu laid down in wait, and he will strike for a couple more. Say's looking pretty good for the trades here. Animus are being removed from the hard point, though, so this is not the solid hold that they would want. Even this contest is a proper nuisance.
Well, P3 is going to be scrappy for sure. Maybe not as scrappy as P1 in the opening set, but will still be scrappy nonetheless. Look at those sticky spawns into the backside of Garage. Got to be careful, though. This is the turning point. Nobody's dead for Exclusive, so those spawns will not be crazily as we have seen before. Hill will pop. Animus will be in first.
Animus, this is the hard point. Potential full 60 for them. It's very easy to hold this one. And as you said, they do need it. Now starting to be contested through the front. Nobody in that front room here. Animus now going to invest the equalizer. Shark gets shut down off the back of 3 kills. That's not good enough. I know it sounds stupid because now Exclusive have some equalizers of their own. Caesar comes through for 3. They have broken in towards this time. We went from saying Animus needed this full 60, and now they might not have it.
And they might not have it at all. I mean, at least 40 walking away from this time would have been great. They overinvested operators because they had to back on P3, and it meant that Exclusive could just play reactionary with their operators soon afterwards. But the old-fashioned way might still be good for Animus. They're still finding trades. Marvel on the Sawu. Prize Fighters ain't going to be good enough. Shark does take down Caesar in the end, but the majority of times you're at 4 should be there for Exclusive unless Animus make this last argument for it.
Now, you might as well hit for the last 15 seconds. P1 is generally speaking one of those hard points that's super duper scrappy, right? Why not just hit for it at this point, especially with the 8 seconds grace period in this game. Gunfight's being won by Exclusive, so they will actually garner that 10 seconds of scrap time, and we do go into the second set with a solid lead that we wanted to see from Exclusive. But can they hold it? Opportunity now for Animus in towards this time to win the first wave of Gunfight, and they don't do it. Fear and Spy combine for 3. Now Exclusive are going to get a good look at this kill unless Kairu can come through for kills like that. Just as quickly as you feel like Animus have lost control, they're right back in it.
It's just not clearing all of the close proximity buildings. It is, again, I hate to continuously beat the same brick wall with the same wooden stick, but you gotta clear these corners in these buildings. These points of ingress are going to be biting you in the rear end if you are Exclusive. Luckily enough, you still have a 40-point lead. You gotta somehow break your way back through bricks. Still plenty enough time to fight over here inside P1, and Neil's gonna try to get it done with the Tempest, but he got shut down. Sets up Spy for 2. Exclusive trying to surge forward.
Can Exclusive do it? They'll take this 20 seconds if they possibly can. Sauer's going to invest the Purifier. Of all the heals to invest the Purifier, by the way. It's this one. He's going to use it to try and transfer perfectly in towards next, but gets cut down. Yeah, that Purifier probably was not the right play from Sauer in that instance, but it doesn't matter for Exclusive because they still maintain their advantage. Animus will be the first team to touch, over by New. Shark now starting to go off with the equalizers, but that's a big shutdown coming through. Say's now looking for the cross kills. He will only find 1. Death Machine on the other side for Animus. Gifilla looking for the frags. He's done this before. He is just turning through every single player. Animus off the back of that now starting to get more map control.
It just lasts for such a long time. Still has 32 bullets to spray through the bottom staircase that leads in towards P2. But Animus got the sticky spawns. They're still trailing by about 50 or so, and Exclusive are trying to break from the front. Predator missile here from Kairu is going to keep them at bay as he's now on a 5 spree.
How much more damage can Animus do here? They're starting to close the deficit between themselves and Exclusive. 25 seconds left now. More operators coming into play. The Sparrow and the War Machine out, and neither of them going down. Finally, the Saze with the Sparrow is out of the play, but Marvel finding more value. Couple of kills to him. Now a 3 spree from Marvel, and that's going to be it. They get all of that time off the heel, and all of a sudden, Animus are right back into this game. And now we look towards the rotation. Exclusive have to start winning some of these gunfights. Fear gonna get shut down. Shark looking to do some serious damage here. Has managed to waltz through. They don't know. And Shark gets the kill inside the kill. Are you kidding me? Shark finding more value. Animus have just broken through towards New, and Shark continuing on the spree.
That kill on a Caesar, that was the equalizer. You needed Caesar to stay alive just to hold it from the front, and now Animus got operators to hold from the back. They've broken up the spawns. They're starting to flip the lead, and it is happening, Brody. Exclusive now from the outside looking in need to get desperation to set in to find these kills. Spy, Veer for 2. They flip the spawns again. Still plenty of time to fight over.
And Exclusive are really being challenged right now. Gafilla comes through with a massive 2-piece nade, though. That's going to open the door here. A couple of players inside. What do you got for us? Spy Neil will find some value. Back spawns now here for Animus. Read is good from Exclusive. They're winning some of these gunfights. Sao in towards the kill, looking pretty good. Exclusive will want this back 20 seconds to start getting a solid lead in this game once again. Neil is going to invest the Tempest for it. 3 more shots left, and he's going to get shut down. Marvel, perhaps he can hold on towards the time, and he will find the kill against Fear. So, putting a stop to the bleeding ever so slightly here. Animus will be the first team to touch in towards New.
They get those rogue spawns, though. Watch out. Gafilla is playing for it. Is he going to be able to get that kill? No, spawn protection is going to be there. It's Equalizer comes out from Shark. He's dead as well. Look at the spawns happening over towards Garage. Exclusive will get the benefacting of that position. Also have the Death Machine being popped by Spy, just trying to keep them at bay as well. All of these kills are good kills as Exclusive are setting up for the initial 20.
This is the flip they wanted. This is the hard point where Exclusive can bring this one home. They won't be able to finish things here regardless of what happens, but they can do some serious damage. Animus, though, do not underestimate them. Shark's been the problem before. He's the issue, and he's going to get shut down through the front. Kairu can't find anything earlier. Soho completely decimates the lineup. Animus turned away from the kill. No entry for you here. And they're going to have to go back to square one. Hitting the front of the point again, but Veer is doing some serious damage with the War Machine. Everything is looking up for Exclusive.
And here's that Purifier as well. A really good hard point to maybe try to pop it there at the end, but Veer's just going to keeping everybody at bay. Animus are going to try to fight for the back 8 seconds, and it's all for naught. At 220 to 151, Caesar's got a Pred missile. Salvo with that massive spree at the end of P4 is putting Exclusive in the driver's seat to win map number 4 in this best of many series. Can Exclusive get a map win against Animus?
Can they do it? Can they find their way into towards this final? This looks like this could be the moment. Exclusive. They just need 20 more seconds. Kills starting to come through. Everybody from Animus being cut away from the hard point here. Sao on the hunt for more kills. Saves with the Sparrow not able to do anything, but nobody's in towards the time. Everybody's pushed out. Animus now in for the contest. 100 killer drone going to be out in towards the heavens. Animus trying to find their way through. Gafilla down for the count. There goes Kairu. There goes Says. And yet still, Animus are persistent. They refuse to go down.
I mean, Spy just found 3. Neil's there for the return. Veers in Co are finding a lot of kills via the nades, and they're keeping all of Animus at bay. Just need 10. They're in control of the time.
One more wave of gunfights. Animus, can they get through to the contest here? Kairu able to double up. Kairu finds 3 at the most pivotal of moments. Exclusive might not be able to finish things here, but a big rotational gunfight here from Sao. They might be able to touch first on New.
You gotta watch player number 1 in blue. Need to start pushing forward. It's actually Stace. He does find 2. Get anybody surge a little bit forward. You just need 5.
Capture the objective.
Kairu moving forward here. Has the gravity vortex gun. Here it comes. Flanking play from Gafilla as well. Gets found out. So now Kairu needs to produce something with his gravity vortex gun. It's simply not connecting. And on the other side, Neil and Spy are not missing. Exclusive are not done yet.
Okay, so even 30 points better than they did yesterday. Look at them improving on their own PRs. You love to see that out of Exclusive. So, hey, able to get themselves up on the board, an actual map win here in the grand finals versus Animus, a team that has plagued you ever so slightly, but you're not off the chopping block yet. You still need only one map if you are Animus to win grand finals here for Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. But Brody, We asked for a lot of these guys to show up, specifically for Veer. He was not having a great series. He was influential, to say the least, for this team. We also got to see Salwo in some of the greatest bright spots, everything that we were missing from the raid map number 3 in this grand finals. If those handful of sprees, 5 sprees, 4 sprees, he found another 4 spree later on in the map as well, I would definitely go on a limb and say that Animus are probably going to string together P2 going in towards P3 and then subsequently in towards P4. And we're talking about a very different stat line at the end of this game. But it's not the realm that we live in. Really wonderfully played out from Exclusive. Their team shots were definitely something to write home about.
Man, just that game, man. Exclusive, they had that lead early on, and you could almost kind of feel the way in which they were dominant. There was a point there you just saw where they were 70 points to the good. And then there was a point where Animus get, what was it, a full 60, I want to say, pretty much, on that PT rotation, and then Shark breaks for P3. I thought at that point, yeah, this is going to go awry for Exclusive, but they do manage to stabilize. They do manage to hold the majority of time, not just on the garage hardpoint, but then in towards P1 and in towards P2 as well. So Exclusive managing to hold on in this series, and we have a best of 7 grand finals on our hand. It didn't feel like it for a very long period of time there, but Exclusive are now in the game.
I mean, it legitimately didn't feel like it as a whole, given the tenure between these two teams in a best of 7 historically through the Snapdragon Pro Series. So, yeah, we're here. We're fighting. If you are Exclusive, this is what you want. It's Spy, 44 and 30, Sawu, 42 and 36. These are the people we want to see continuously popping off. Here, you can go as close to 1.0 KD as possible. That's him doing his job as best as possible. But everybody's sharing the legwork one way or another in and around the hard point. Exclusive are the team to play. And that sets themselves up wonderfully, especially for how things did go yesterday. Look, if you were able to win the slums yesterday in the upper bracket finals, surely you could do the crossfire again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, if they win the slums, right? I mean, surely the way that we we're looking at this is like, yeah, they surely can win the crossfire as well, right? That's the way this is going to go. But that crossfire was really weird yesterday. You know, as I remember it, I think it was a number of different situations where, you know, we saw rounds maybe not going the way that we expected them to. We did have to go all the way to a round 5. But I will say it did feel like Exclusive were significantly more convincing on their defenses. They got a couple of good spawn traps off. And if they can do that again, they will be fine and dandy. And then we'll be looking down the barrel of a Game 7 for our grand final. I kind of want it at this point, to be honest. I'm about to slap on an Exclusive jersey, mate, and we were already here. We might as well go the distance.
You have an Exclusive jersey?
I don't. I would want one, though.
Oh,
Somebody from
yeah,
Exclusive
me too.
a jersey. I'm an extra large. Go ahead.
True. Man needs a lot of fabric.
I do.
Lots of fabric. You know who also needs fabric? Crossfire. Can someone come through and just clean up this? What has happened? My word. I think that, especially for Crossfire, a lot of teams are still trying to figure it out. It is the newest control map that we do have in our play. We haven't seen it in quite some time, but the opening break-off over towards A, not a bad one. You're trying to get inside of top doubles, but just around the back of the alleyway is going to work just fine.
All right, well, I always say that these kind of openings here for the offensive side is pretty much everything to get in control of there. You kind of almost, as default on offense on this map, need to get A, and the way that Animus have already played this one, they've given up right off the bat. No point hitting in towards this one. Early aggression towards Neil through the middle of the map, though. Exclusive starting to get some mid-map presence for a potential transition in towards B. Would have been nice if Neil could have found a little bit more there, but going to get shut down. So Exclusive here. 5 life advantage. Now need to transfer towards B.
Yep. ATV 22. Animus did find really good exits, and this is where a lot of teams are kind of struggling to figure out how do you break inside of B. Look at how far back Marvel's playing with a sniper. He's going to watch all these players try to cross things up even before they can even sniff what it looks like inside a deli. That's going to stop him from getting inside a bus station, too. Yeah, good transition coming through. Exclusive. Thinking maybe we hit through the old zone this time.
Animus starting to get some more map control here. Probably kills coming through. Cairo and Says will double up. That's going to give them a chance here for even a potential spawn trap. 1 life advantage, but it's the map control that's daunting right now for Exclusive. They're ready for any potential push from Animus from afar. Shark now not just going to take down Caesar, but Neil as well. Marvel to take Veer out the play. It's all starting to fall apart here. Exclusive cannot get out of their spawn, and Cairo now looking to push the issue even further.
Yep. Trying to get a little bit further forward, find himself a little bit more kills, and all these kills towards the end for Animus should more or less win this round. It's going to put themselves closer to score to be able to get themselves some operators for the next offensive round. Is the benefit of starting on the defensive side here for Crossfire control. Or V12. Exclusive are just trying to find any consolation eliminations along the way. But I will say this much, very tip of the cap to how Raid did start off, right? I mean, they got the A zone, but it just seems to be Animus's MO. Like, just give up the zone, but don't give up these power resistance that we have, especially for Marvel. He's such a straight shooter, man. If you just have a boomstick that's watching the entire cross in the middle of the map, you get players just lurking around of the bus stop. Nobody's going to get on that B zone scot-free except for Fear, apparently. Oh, wait, that was close.
Tried it. Really trying it, mate. Honestly, we got close to a couple of snipes there, but yeah, it didn't ever feel like Exclusive could actually get across the middle of the map. Never could get through towards even a look at B. But I mean, look, it's not the end of the world, right? They did what they needed to do. I said kind of the default thing we need to do on offense on this map is get control of A, and they do that. Operators now starting to come out at the start of this round, though. A couple from both sides. Via firing from downrange. Marvel's still going with his War Machine as well, so you might be in a War Machine versus War Machine situation here before long. One of them probably is a Skrull, and now Says and Marvel are going to double up. Animus looking for kills here, looking for more, but that's a big shutdown from Neil. That's not the A start you wanted if you're Animus.
Here comes Guthilla. Realistically, been the superhero for this team of Animus with that War Machine being popped. Or Death Machine, excuse me. So many damn machines. But here comes the push coming through into the backside of A. There's just one player to be worried about. It's Sawu. And that's a real player to be worried about because he got the Sparrow pop, trying to slide back through. Finally dealt. But, I mean, Veer finds two on the opposite side. You should be able to recontest this pretty quickly if you're Exclusive.
I was going to say big shutdown coming out from Guthilla, but Veer immediately fires right back for a couple of kills. Exclusive refusing to give up control at this point. Animus cannot get through. Marvel snipes will produce at least one kill, but you need to get on towards the point here. Just over 40 seconds on the clock for Animus to get something done that they have really been struggling to do so far. And every single time, Exclusive have been reinforcing this A defense. They're trading out. And yeah, this is a 12 versus 12, but the map control has not been there for Animus. One last hit coming through. Caesar's double. Not a good look here. Guthilla has to find a couple of kills. Does exactly that now. We'll see Spy as well on the hunt for that final kill. If that kill comes through from Guthilla, it's everything, and he does. Now Animus on the point.
8v8 though. Gotta play this smart if you are Exclusive, and for Animus as well. It seems that Exclusive are going to be content. They're going to give up this A zone here, Brody. Try to go for a simpler setup. They had to try to break their last offensive attempt. Biggest difference is, I don't think, does Neil have a sniper out? No, he doesn't. So they don't have anybody watching that super long cross, and that's the biggest difference in the defensive setup.
For me, everything comes down to Says it. They know that these guys watching the door with the most attentive of eyes. Says ain't getting through there in a month of Sundays. He needs help, and it's going to have to come through that broken side. The longest game of chicken you will ever witness. Who will blink first? An Exclusive not looking to do so. Finally, peek out from Shark. Information. You know you got to push. It has to be soon, surely here, proper. Someone has to break the deadlock.
Yep. Just no team wants to give any easy advantage. You know, the moment that one kill comes through, all hell is going to break loose. And here comes the push. Guthilla wanted to be the one to start it, but only goes 1 for 1. 7v6. Just sub 40 seconds on the clock. And Animus got to start thinking, how can we stall out this clock?
Shark's doing it. Shark's moving forward here. Equalizer's looking to take Caesar out of the play. Does exactly that. They need to deal with him. He's attracting a lot of attention. 25 seconds. This is how you win. Get players towards the point, but the players inside here are keeping an eagle eye on that doorway. They win the trades. And now all of Shark's heroics here might be for naught as Veer brings out the War Machine. 3 versus 2. Shark's equalizer's now depleted. And I was going to say you kind of need to wait for Kairu to come off the spawn, but I don't really think you've got much of a chance in this situation. Got to go for the 1 versus 1. Shark taking long-range shots and not against the War Machine. You're not going to win that one. Kairu on the point. Stopping the clock with 7 seconds to go. Has too many fights to take. And Exclusive will win that round. Shark tried his best to break the deadlock. Finds a couple of kills, but he needed a little bit more help from his team.
And so segments are just going to be even off of both teams capturing the A zone. And yeah, I really did feel like that Shark there with the equalizer was going to set up something pretty, but good call from Veer. Don't give them an opportunity to be able to convert that round at all. Just shut it down where you can. Back over towards an offensive attempt here for Exclusive. This time around, Animus at the opening breakoff. They got a lot more presence at the backside of the alley here on the A control zone, making sure that nobody can get over here scot-free. But off the returning of the gunfights, should set up for a couple good trades. Nobody expecting the pinch. Sawu with the Sparrow at least takes down Guthilla, but it's just a solo player progress working here at A.
Taking A.
Sawu's the nuisance. You got to go and find him. Played his life long enough. Kairu now will need a little bit of help. Will initially find it. Kairu good for the kill on towards Sawu as well. So Animus solid on the defense so far, but Sawo goes out towards the middle of the map to try and regain some control. Ends up giving up A. Beer now through the contest spot. Will be in the second tick through, and I think Animus now, short of Marble, getting these shots from down long range, will have to give up control of the A zone. He's trying his life, but it's just not happening. Only finds 1 kill with the War Machine, and that is not good enough to stop A from going the way of Exclusive. So there's the standard start of this round, but Kafilla now starting to churn through players off the spawn with the Death Machine.
I've been a real problem with that Death Machine all Respawn series long, man. I have to really think about where he's going to be located at, but you look at the difference as far as the defensive setup is concerned. Marvel's not playing all the way back with the sniper this time around, Brody. Wants to try to get into the thick of it with the rest of his teammates. With those on this cross inside of Delhi, he's just going to be watching everybody go over towards the already captured A zone in towards top Dubs, where they're hoping to be able to clear away one last player. Would be Shark. They do so, but not before the rest of the teammates in blue find the trades required. 2 life lead.
Animus with mid-map control.
That was dirty. Oh no.
Movement. What was that? Absolutely despicable from Sawo. In the grand scheme of things, won't do that much damage. Animus able to stabilize here on the defense. Goodness gracious. This one's skates.
But me on skates, I ain't even playing the game.
Yeah, my head was all around the screen there for a second. My eyes were darting from corner to corner. Still Exclusive here looking for a way, and once again, we're in that deadlock here proper.
Yep. Something's got to give. Pin drop. Someone's got to find a kill. Someone's got to work their way forward. Trevor Sharky still hanging around the A control zone. They're aware of it. Yeah, big one for one. Yothol is going to take down Veer on the opposite side, and you know they're going to have to wait for that respawn to come back around. And even before they can try to get closer towards the B control zone, in towards the bus stop, Animus just pushed forward. Here comes Spy, though. Has the Death Machine. Could this be the answer to get onto the zone?
Here we go. Operators here for Spy, for Neil. Is it good enough? Kairu on the defense trying to hold through, and both of those players producing absolute nada. Gafilla and Marvel go huge towards the zone. 20 seconds now. Desperation starting to set in. Long-range shots from Sades and intelligence as well for Gafilla to act on. The smoke going down. Is the coverage good enough? Gafilla not holding his trigger, going straight for the gunfights. They just want to get this round done in the cleanest of fashion, and they will. Sades will invest the Sparrow, and maybe that feels like just a little bit too much to invest into the round. But it does not matter in the grand scheme of things. We continue to go round for round, pound for pound. A team takes A and get no more than that.
Yeah, it's just Crossfire, man. It's just so hard to get in towards that bus stop area. You can get inside Cafe, but like, how are you supposed to get over towards this B control zone where you have all these Odins just watching you inside of the broken bus stop building? So we've gone down to lives every single time. Both of our 2 teams, Brody, have only captured the A zone to your credit, but Animus, every single time that it's gone down to lives, have done it more dominantly. So right now, if it goes round 5, technically Animus are in the lead to get that round 5 defense.
Animus now looking to get offense going here. Solid start from Exclusive. Sour pushed all the way up, doing some serious damage. 3 kills in a row now. Getting himself in a power position that Animus are going to have to go on the hunt for long-range shots. The USS-9 is built for this. It's a damn SMG. Absolutely disgusting. Sao now on the hunt for more, and even if Sao doesn't find more value, he is being a nuisance, and yet he still plays his life.
Yeah, still playing his life. Paper Plane's going to take down Kairu, and he can still exist over on this side of the map. Says Marvel, trying to make an answer back. There's nobody watching that crossover by B. Watch player number 4. Kairu's already inside of the bus stop. He's trying to set up a pinch. Good pick up there from Spy to take him out of the equation, because if he got a little bit further forward, that pinch would have been a brutal 11v17. We're sub 30 seconds. If you get the full hold here, if 4 exclusive, you get the round 5 defense.
Sao's done so well. Sao's done absolutely everything. This must be a second 5 spree now, continuing on. That's 6 for Sao. Surely not number 7 for Sao. 8 for Sao. He's tearing through absolutely everybody. One last player left alive. It doesn't matter. It's dessert for Sao, who has eaten up the opposition alive. Kairu for sending on towards A. This is done, though. It does not matter. We go to a round 5 and exclusive. Get that defense down to Sao.
Just had to make sure they didn't fully capture the zone. It's our first full hold of this crossfire control. And would you have it any other way? Much like in the upper bracket finals, not even 24 hours ago, we are back. Round 5, crossfire control. Animus got to win an offense, and the opening break-off is abysmal. Finally, though, Sage, Shark, they get past the A lane, and they're able to get onto the zone, backed by a lot of kills in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with this one. They're going to force out utility early on from exclusive. That Predator missile is going to come down from Sao. Will remove Shark. We haven't removed Kafilla from the point just yet. Kafilla's a player that's been a constant nuisance across this series thus far. Finally does go down. Say's now looking to play his life. Shot's not that clean. Will take Sao out of the play. Trades, though, still favoring Exclusive as Neil is able to double up. And now this is the stabilization that Exclusive wanted. A minute burned off the clock in this round. Exclusive now starting to get players pushed forward here. Proper Animus at danger of being spawn trapped.
And if you're Animus, I continue to try to find a lot of these kills, just try to build up your bank of operators, because you know Exclusive are probably going to do the same thing. Never mind. Neil actually pulls out an operator immediately, the Annihilator, just trying to keep everybody at bay from longer lines of sight. He's able to do so. Has anybody been checking nameplates, by the way? Because Cairo is missing. I don't think it matters, though. He's not doing anything.
Yeah, I think they know and they don't care at this point. I mean, look at the life differential, right? Cairo can come back. He can get on towards one of the points and maybe force a couple of players back, but he's not doing anything. And as far as they're concerned, they don't care. They're burning through absolutely everybody right now. Finally, I think they're like, hey, I think Cairo is probably out of the spawn somewhere. We should probably deal with him at some point, but the damage is done. 15 seconds left now for Animus to pull off a 7v15, and they are not magicians. It smells like a Game 7. Exclusive have worked so hard to pull this off, to push their way back into this series in exactly the way that you and I said. 2 seconds on the clock. They will stop it. 4 versus 11, though. Feels like this one's done.
No. It's not. Predator Missile is going to get called in here at the end. Surely it should stop everything on the A zone. Maybe. Kairu's still alive, by the way. 3v8. 2 seconds left. Okay, no, it should be done now. Caesar's got an equalizer. It should be done now. I got real excited there for a second, but yeah, it's all over. It's all over.
There was some Predator missiles. I don't blame you, right? A couple of Predator missiles on the map. Maybe there's an opportunity there, but no, Exclusive. How about that? Control, by the way. If you've ever seen Control, it is a defensively sided game mode, just the way it works, especially the way the spawns work. Yeah, I know it's a shocker, mate, innit? It doesn't matter what COD we're playing. If we're playing mainline COD, any mainline COD for a matter of fact, or Call of Duty Mobile, it turns out that we're pretty much always going to a round 5 unless one team is significantly better than the other. And so, you know, in so many of these situations, it does just come down to one moment in the game where the defensive side can have a more convincing defensive win than the opposition, and that was 110% Sao in round number 4. 2 consecutive sprees. He did go down. I think it was off the back of a 6 spree in the first, and then something ridiculous. I think it was an 8 or a 9 in the second. To take out that many players in a single round, when there's only 30 lives on the board, by the way, I genuinely will be very happy to say that Sao is, I think, since starting casting Call of Duty Mobile, my favorite rookie we've ever seen in a single season of Snapdragon Pro Series.
I agree with that. Well, it's because you didn't get to enjoy the rookie year of Shark. That's probably why.
That's fair.
So, yeah, no, I agree. That I mean, like Sao has been a great pickup for this team. It just gives them a new form of aggression, and it kind of enables the rest of the team, right? I mean, like for Spy, who we've been singing the praises of this player for a very long time, had a very good map. That's going to be one of your duos throughout the entirety of the map for Salwu. And then Deer especially, I mean, at the end, I want to say halfway through round number 2, he was already up to 18 eliminations. He was actually leading his team until Salwu took over in those last few rounds, Brody. 28 and 27 out of Veer. We asked for this veteran player of Call of Duty Mobile to step up, and he does. 28 and 19 out of Spy. Salwu 36 and 22, and they got bodied so bad in that round number 5 that one player from Animus didn't even want to stick around.
I can't believe we're here. It was only 2 maps ago that we were looking down the barrel of Animus sweeping their way through this best of 7 grand final. And now we're at a point where Exclusive have, but I'm going to gas ourselves up a little bit here. We talked about this, that if Exclusive are going to get into this best of 7, it's probably going to be the exact same maps that we saw in that upper bracket final. You and I called this perfectly, mate. I mean, it feels like we know what we're talking about every so often. Kurahana Metropolis, one final map to decide who is going to be our European champion for Season 6 of the Snapdragon Pro Series in Call of Duty Mobile. Who's it going to be?
I mean, at this point, I feel like I'm just going to continue to be the prophet that I am. Hey, surely it's going to be Exclusive walking in. They're going to 7-0, right? Perfect 6-0 head. No, I'm just showing.
Maybe it's a valid... It's a totally valid thought process at this point, mate. Honestly, after what we've seen, I wouldn't be surprised.
And then they go play like another match after this, just like a show match. Like, and then they just win the first 2 matches, but then they get reverse swept. It would be perfect. But all right, Kurahana Metropolis. That we've had this in our map pool for a decent amount of time now. Funnily enough, I was just thinking about this the other day. How long have you been enjoying the beauty that is this map? Very fun for snipers. Set smoke nades through the middle of the map could set up a lot of aggression. If there's one player in particular you really got to be worried about, blocking away from the map too, that feels like it is eons ago. Think about what Saze was able to do individually. The adaptations out of Saze for Animus was so egregious that Exclusive just could not deal with it as a whole. Imagine when the rest of the team is all playing on the same exact part. Can Exclusive finally get the monkey off their back? Can they win a best of 7 versus Animus?
All right, we go back towards that Game 2 search and destroy. It feels like an eon ago at this point. And I think Animus just looked so much better, so much more well put together on their search and destroys. The name of the game was Adaptations, and they pulled it off in the late rounds. So excited to see what they're able to pull off here. Off the start, it feels like a bit of passive play. Exclusive now have to find a way to put a stop to them, and Animus are just waiting for some kind of aggression at the start of this round.
Yep. It's Karahana Metropolis, right? Kind of hoping that somebody's going to extend because, you know, you are the offensive team. You'd expect it to come through originally. Nice nade. Lands right in the back. Shark actually doesn't damage him, but it scares him away. So Animus are hopefully finding some information. Oh, Sawu, sorry, excuse me. Colors are hard. As they're starting to work their way over towards B through the cuts, this is where the majority of Exclusive defense is located at, Brody. I don't think that Animus are aware of this.
But if anyone's going to pull this apart, it's going to be Marvel. Oh, just about whiffs. Does not even take a shot before Caesar deletes him out of the round. And now I think for Animus, the focus here, trying to puncture a hole elsewhere in the defense. Look at player number 5 on the minimap, Shark. Looking to do it. Spy's keeping an eye on it with the R9. Is Shark going to win that fight? Yes, he will. Good start. That's going to pull apart the defense ever so slightly. 30 seconds on the clock, though, here. Animus have to go now, and Shark needs to go even bigger. You got to pull off for even more of these fights. That smoke's going to make things more awkward. It does not matter for Shark, though. These are Shark-infested waters, and he has been biting through the defense. He opens things up.
So a Shark in the smoke, man. Scary stuff. 1 for 1 in towards the back. Stays there for the final 2. Wow. I mean, they waited so long to finally make a move. The nade shrugs Sawu away from the middle of the window, and then they think that we can slow roll our way over towards the A bomb. They get blooded, and then they quickly pivot over towards A, where Shark says, screw it, I'll do it myself. Sets up Saze as well for that 3 spree lurking in towards the back. So Animus win the opening round. Not a whole lot to walk away from that. I mean, they didn't really give Exclusive anything within the first 60 seconds. You can't really adapt off of that.
No adaptations needed early on in this search and destroy, it would seem here. Animus are playing the exact same way once again. They're waiting for Exclusive to go over aggressive. Now, they should learn that Exclusive don't really do this. To be fair, last time they were the first one to shout. Exclusive won that opening blood. It doesn't look like that's going to happen again here proper.
Just have no reason to get overly aggressive, especially on Kurahana. You don't know what's waiting for you on the other side of that longer line of sight. Now, unbeknownst to Exclusive, Animus are playing this very, very passively. Saze is playing a very one-off angle with an Odin to see if anybody overextends from the lane. The rest of Animus are just counting all of their utility. What is left over? How do we get more information? Stun through the mid-stairs is going to cause a lot of chaos for Animus as they're sub 60 seconds now. They got to start making a decision. Exclusive are going to make it for him.
This is aggressive. For Spy and Veer. Surely they do not convert here. Spy able to find Kefilla. Animus slowed up and they get the hell out of dodge. How about that for a magic trick?
Brilliant.
Completely disappear. Animus now had to back away, and they're going to burn so much time in this rotate.
Saze? I wonder if he's going to hop up on top of this dumpster. I wonder if Caesar's going to check down bottom right. I mean, they're just so side by side with each other. Neil, Marvel go 1 for 1 in the trade, but numbers aren't there still. 3v3 finally over towards the B-bomb site we go. Got to lay the rock down.
And then Saze will finally activate as well. Not the biggest fan of that play from Sawo, by the way. No reason to put yourself out in the open like that. Backs away and gets clocked down for it, but Fear trades out. Good clear on towards Marvel. Somehow still alive in this situation, but not quite expecting Saze through the cut. Now down to Spy. 1 versus 2. Too many places to look. Saze will close out that round, and I do feel like, yeah, all right, Marvel finds a couple of snipes, but it has to be Saze for me that wins that one. 3 kills in that round, 2 towards the closing moments, but 1 through the middle of the map that totally unsettles everything for Exclusive on the defense.
Absolutely. I mean, even off of that bounce play over by the B lane from Exclusive, they find that pick, they get out. Felt like that was their round to lose, but still, Saze gets the job done. He's up to 6 kills through 2 rounds. That is massive. Exclusive are expecting Animus to rush down B. That's not the case at all. They have no information whatsoever, but the nade lands into Spy's lap. He's dead. Nobody across the A lane. This is the freeze plan I've ever seen.
Exclusive. Lost their one player over here. Now looking for some adaptation. I think maybe Gafula trying to put out an audio cue, trying to get any players in towards Shark for a freebie. Nobody even close, though. How do Exclusive play this on the retake? Early nades over the top coming through here. Should land onto Gafula. Nope, never mind. Second one. Nope, going to fly past Shark as well. So no luck for the utility. Going to have to hit this. You do, technically speaking, have a 3 versus 2 on the site. Marvel's relatively well removed. Long flank also starting to come through on the other side for Sage, but Marvel is doing a good job watching the cross towards the site, though. Gafula goes down. There goes Shark as well. There goes Kairu. All of a sudden, Marvel needs to go big with a snipe rifle. He's able to hit marker for the second, and Sage on the flank will come in just at the right time as well. Finally, it is Sage that gets there, and for the second round of the bounce, Sage has the final say.
8 kills now for Saze. Kairu still on a goose egg. Bill is still on a goose egg. Marvel, Shark combining for 7. Man. And I felt like with those 3 quick kills, it was going to be really, really good until I looked up at the clock and they only have like 12 seconds trying to move forward. It's the ever so slight hesitation that sets them up for the demise. If you are Exclusive, they need to have more ferocity towards their breaks. Or how about an opening break off? Spy just runs at them and it sets up Animus for easy early numbers.
Good trade, fella. Surely not more. Yeah, not going to happen. Caesar trades out for all that early aggression here. Comes down to a 1 versus 1. Animus going to have to pull all the way back for the bomb. And Caesar, I mean, he's got a lot of different positions he's got to look at in this situation. He's got a really long amount of time to try and burn off the clock. Shark also has a lot of different corners he's got to check. They're going to cut cross each other's paths sooner rather than later. Shark, keep an eye on all the different corners as he approaches that bomb. Caesar has already chosen his. There we go. Shark's now picked up the bomb. Where does he go with it? Does he go straight towards the B site? Yes, he does.
Oh, this timing is going to be so immense. Shark, he's got the USS 9. He might try to bait out the audio cue, but Caesar sub as well. His timing might not be that great. The problem is that Shark has way more to clear. Oh, he just pops the minerals. He thought that it was about to be just a full-on clear. He thought Caesar was all the way over at A. I thought he was just going to pop the sound cue and maybe hold up his gun. He was just trying to go for the full-on play. He had time to play with, but I mean, what a weird round for Exclusive to finally get on the board. They just bull rush their way through the B lane, and it just turns into the biggest mix fest since the Arsenal P1. Still comes out on top of the 1v1.
Yeah, I feel like they were just kind of trying to throw something different at this Search and Destroy. Right, I mean, like, after 3 rounds of opening bloods, yeah, and then losing kind of the late round plays, just do something a little bit different, and that is the right play call there from Exclusive, even if it does come down to a 1 versus 1 that Shark ends up losing. Big play from Caesar. Now we go back to a much more standard defensive setup here from Exclusive. Animus is going to try and find a way to penetrate it. Technically speaking, control over the B site is relatively weak. Neil and Sour trying to play on each other's backs. But you got to imagine Animus are going to hit this at the same time. Looking for all of these trades. Who's going to go first? Sage from the middle of the map gets cut down. Kairu, they're finally going to operate here for the first blood. Neil playing his life, and he takes one with him. Animus do get site control, but Neil getting that kill means this is a 3 versus 3.
Full on 3v3 retake. What late util did you possibly have in between Veer, Caesar, and Spy to maybe try to make this a little bit easier? Got a nade that's being cooked up here from Caesar. The mid scoop. It's going to land right on towards the bomb. Shark was 1 HP, but nobody was in a position to try to deal with that. The nade was just for nothing.
Not that great. And Marvel catches both players on the re-entry off guard.
Wow.
Spy then also taken down, rushes in to try and trade his teammates and falls right into the trap. Animus have looked so solid on their offenses. Exclusive. Again, it feels weird that the only round they've won is the round where they throw something totally unique and something that Animus don't expect at them. What was that nade? What was that nade?
I guess. 4v5 though, early numbers, and this is just even worse for Exclusive as the Animus now can just get aggressive in the middle of the map. Marvel is feeling himself up to 8 kills.
That big trade though from Caesar. Animus actually going to have to back away here. Despite having the numbers, they probably could have taken Caesar and Sour down. They were both weak, but now they hit the full redent. And Animus, I think, just playing this better safe than sorry. Get the bomb over towards A. As Caesar and Sour now look to re-aggress. There's going to be a long amount of time here before we see an engagement for any of these players.
Going to be body sacking together Caesar Sour, which comes worse. At least they can go 1-for-1. Guthilla! How'd he get away? He will get traded in the end, but it saves the R9 shotgun because, of course, it is. He was so monumental in the map to Tunisia. He makes it happen here in the round 6 for a 5-1 split. This is a worst-case scenario building for exclusives. They got themselves here for the final map in a grand finals, and they trail by 4 to their offensive side we go.
I feel like if you're exclusive in this situation, yeah, you got to find a way to push forward. Already losing some of the opening trade. Saze goes big with 2. Saze has had such a phenomenal role to play for Animus in this final search and destroy. And now he's got to be part of the play to close out round number 7 as well. Him and Marvel, who, unironically enough, are the 2 best performers for Animus in this search and destroy as well. They will play this one together. Exclusive going to be allowed to regain control of the bomb. And that's okay, because you can still play retake.
Yeah, why not? Got a sniper and an R9 shotgun. You couldn't have asked for a better weapon combination to do 2 different things at the same time for 2 of your best players in this map. Number 6. Here. Nope, not going to get it. I thought he saw the angle there for a second, but it would have been a really tough quick scope to be able to hit. 6-1, extending their lead by 5. Animus just need 1, and the aggression in the middle of the map is going to be a problem. I thought about it. That Saze was going to bring the R9 shotgun to play in the opening defensive run. He gets aggressive in the middle of the map. It's backed by sniper play. Animus in the driver's seat, looking for another chip.
Don't learn from history. You are doomed to repeat it. And Animus look to be doing the exact same thing once again here. Opening first blood, not going their way. Shark down for the count. That's going to give exclusive a way back in towards this round, and perhaps this search and destroy. Crossmax Smoker's going to get Goodfiller out of the play. And for all of this now, defensive A, reliant on Saze, who has been phenomenal, gets cut down. Finally, something positive to talk about for exclusive.
They got full numbers advantage. 5v1 now. Kairu, this should be another round on the board. He is dead. Here, big round out of him. And just ultimately, great job. Good nade placements coming through there for exclusive to fully shroud that entirety of an execute. You get the smoke through mid. I mean, the Odin can't find all these easy shots. You got the information, sure, but it was just a moment's too late. You got full coverage over by that bomb site. Helps out when Fear takes down Marvel for first blood.
All right, Animus still looking for the final round victory. They've played this a lot slower. I feel like Animus, for the most part, the rounds they do win is off the back of aggression. I remember it Saze in the first defensive round getting 3 kills, I think, with the R9 shotgun, something ridiculous like that. Not going to get a chance to do that here. Exclusive are playing this one passive. They are waiting for said over-aggression, and it doesn't feel like it's happening. Everything still relying on Shark here in this cut. That's where the bomb is going.
Still thinking about it. I mean, Shark just backs all the way up. Gonna play this one off angle. So all 10 players are live. This nade for Neil. It's gonna bounce right in towards the front. No, it just comes up short of its mark. Doesn't bounce in towards the cut. Shark can still hold strong.
Gotta go. Fierce Dash is out in the open. Saze takes that 3B all day long. And now for exclusive, this forces them to move forward towards the A site. They check the corner. Shark down for the count. Once again, down to just 1 player for control. It's Marvel, who can line these guys up. If I trust anybody with a Tundra, it is absolutely Marvel all day long. And he is ready to pull off a Marvel himself. Exclusive gotta go. 30 seconds on the clock for them to salvage this search and destroy. And Marvel only gets a hit marker, but he has help here alongside Saze. If it's not Marvel, perhaps Saze. He's gonna get hit marker as well. This is so damn unfortunate. Now potentially a flanking play coming through. Gafilla. Can he do anything in this situation? 3 versus 2, 16 seconds left. Exclusive have to get that bomb down. And I don't necessarily think they're going to expect Gafilla on the flank, but they do. Caesar takes him down. And now it's going to be 1 versus 3 for Kairu.
That bomb's going to get planted. Kairu is just going to hold his angle, expecting someone to over-challenge. It would be Salvo, but he's holding a sniper. Neil, sniper. Caesar playing close angle on the bomb. We're going to go in towards another round for sure, barring any crazy heroics. Let's see if Kairu can clutch it.
He spotted him out.
See a bump?
Oh, with the snipe. That's so unfortunate. Kairu, he's whiffing everything. Sour just wasting so much time off the clock. And Neil will survive. And I was so sure with Marvel keeping down long. that Exclusive were done for, but he hits a hit marker, Says hits a hit marker as well.
Yeah.
You can't get much more unfortunate than that. Hitting a different body part and Animus would win that round.
I kneecapped
We go
him.
again. Exclusive offered another lifeline here, proper.
He capped him, and it did not slow them down at all. That pick onto Shark here inside the cut was everything. And Shark is getting a lot of information. Leaf, don't hold this angle anymore, but he still holds it, still finds the kill. He gets away.
How do Exclusive come back from this? Shark now back to way. Those nades are going to land. It's going to send Shark out of position, but only lands. It's just a tickle. Loses a couple of HP. Not much more than that. Exclusive still need to do the same thing they did before.
Oof.
Get down long. Take Marvel out of position. You definitely are doing this on hard mode right now, but here's the flanking play. This could be it. Shark not going to get it done. Says finds the kill. Gafilla wins the trades out. There goes Spy. And Animus have done this before. From the losers bracket, Animus looking to get it done, and Kyril will solidify it. Animus are your Season 6 European Snapdragon Pro Series champions.
Anybody expected anything different? Probably not. Upper bracket final loss, grand finals bound. Only time to win is there. It took all maps required, but I truly felt like it was going to be another 7-0. Exclusive had some things to fight back. We talked about how the latter half of this best of 7 was better for Exclusive. Animus in the search and destroys were undeniable. Specifically out of Says, man. I mean, with those adaptations coming through with the R9 shotgun, sometimes with an Odin picking up some different kills of the USS 9, it just felt like that Animus always had the playbook available for them. They didn't have to do any hard reads, Brody. They were just playing really good search and destroy. I have sniper, you have close range gun. Let me watch you make this push happen. And more often than not, they were walking away with the first blood plus an extra. They always had map control.
Man. You know what? At least it wasn't a 7-0. I'll say that much. When they were 3-0 when they were 3-0 up, I was like, nah, this is going to be another 7-0. There's absolutely no way that history is going to repeat
He actually
itself.
did. No, he actually DM'd me that. He did think that.
I was convinced it was going to be a 7-0, but no. Exclusive, they managed to hang on. They get one defensive round, and then, of course, I think it was, a couple offensive rounds there towards the end of the game. That penultimate one, they definitely should not have won, by the way. But still, Animus are your champions ultimately, and you got to give them some love, man. Albeit it was that penultimate round where, look, they probably could have done better. Hit markers, it happens sometimes. But Marvel, 13-5. He's European through and through, Babel. He's back here in the region. And then Says, of course, 15-5. What a monumental performance from them to become champions.
I really felt like you guys jinxed it for like a split second when you were like, it's going to be a 7-0 to finish it. I swear, I was like, oh, please no. Please, this can't be what is happening today. But that was everything and more that we could have wanted out of a grand finals between these two teams. I mean, down to the wire, clutch plays on both sides of things. I mean, and we said, will the fact that Animus is coming off of a series already help them a little bit? And they looked really warm to start things off, Brody.
Yeah, I mean, you could kind of see it, right? I will say, like, even going back to the start of the series, like, I was kind of like, all right, Exclusive are actually coming out pretty hot into this one. You got to remember that they were pretty much even after the first set of hard points in Arsenal. And so it's like, well, maybe this isn't going to be a situation where the team from the lower bracket comes into this series hot, they get the first couple of maps, and we will actually see Exclusive just straight up sweep Animus in much the same way they did in the upper bracket final. But as we got into the second half of that hard point, as we got into what was an indomitable search and destroy, as we got into, I mean, what was the disgusting back to the rounds in Raid, it just felt more and more clear that Animus were the team that was going to win this grand final until those back three maps where I think Exclusive definitely had a lot more to say. Man, what a series. That was just one of the best grand finals I think we've ever had here in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, that was a one to remember for sure. We'll take a look back at our brackets so you guys can see the official visual representation of Animus claiming the title, the glory, the prize pool 4-3, coming out on top from the lower bracket to be the champions of EU. I mean, proper, that was a performance and a half.
Yeah, right, it was. You lost to Exclusive in the upper bracket finals, and as we were already projecting, this is par for the course. It always happens, and they always put themselves in a position that they have to go huge in the grand finals. But The reverse sweep versus Vanquish was something I don't think any of us was expecting for us to see how well-tested Animus could truly look on this fine Sunday.
All right. Well, one of my favorite things that we get to do on Championship Sunday at Grand Finals time is we get to bring in one of our players to interview. It's been a little while since we've had him on the show, but I am very excited to bring him back. Gathilla is joining us. Congratulations.
Thank you.
First of all,
thank you.
coming through that lower bracket. It's great to have you back on here. How's everyone on the squad feeling right now?
Of course, we feel good. Huh? It was hard. I'm not gonna lie, it was hard. Especially yesterday because we lost 3-1 and we were bad. We are not good. We were not consistent in the hard point. The respawn mode was really hard. But after the match, we review the match. We say, okay, we're gonna change something. We're gonna play maybe more aggressive. We're gonna just have more team play. That's all. And after the Animus talk, we. Like the last year, 2024, we were in the bracket loser, we come back, and this is Animus.
The added pressure.
I mean, that was something that I was going to ask, actually, is just like, was that something that was going through your guys' minds? Because you did, I mean, again, last season 5, you guys did lose that upper bracket final. And then you came back in, I think it was a 4-2 victory for you guys there. So you actually had to go even further this time around. Was that something you guys are thinking, just like, yeah, we've done this before, we can do it again?
You're right. Like we know we are better. We know, when it's the same with Vanquish. We were in 2-0. It was just before. It was hard too, but we know we are better. We know we can do it. We focus 2-0. It's nothing. 1-0 against Excel. It's nothing. We are focused. We know what we can do. We have a great player with the new player Kiryu. Kiryu was insane, and it was his first final. So congratulations to him, and of course congratulations to Marvel, Shark, and Says. They are great also.
Yeah, Gathilla, much congratulations as far as the back-to-back championships are concerned. My question to you, especially going back, I'm glad you brought it up, being down 0-2 to Vanquish. How do you rate that team, and how do you bounce all the way back to a 7-0 winning on firing range? And a follow-up question to that, are you the best dressed player in Europe? Are you? Because you look great. Just simply put.
Yeah, you know the answer. Yeah, we are the best team in SND. Because, with the respawn, there are the operators, there are some shit spawn. In SND, it's in the head, it's strat, it's team play. And of course, we are the best. We are in SND. We are too good. That's all. And of course, we just get confident. We know we can do it. So we work on the strat. We work a lot. We do VOD. We watched the Chinese players, the Indian players, of course, and that's working. We know how to set up the strat for SND.
I mean, I know it's far away, but you mentioned watching the other regions. Obviously, champs at the end of the year, and still another challenge season to go. But is the goal at the end of this all to prove that you're not only the best in Europe, but then really perform on the global stage as well?
Yeah, that's our objective. But sadly, it's hard because how we don't have organization. Every year we try to search some organization, but we don't. And if we don't have organization, we can't play 10 hours every day. So when you play against guys like Chinese who play the whole day, we can work through. We just work 3 hours. We play 3 hours for Scrim every day. It's not enough. So we would like to improve, to show Europe is good. Of course, Europe is good. We have insane players in the Excel, in the Animus, but I think we need more help, maybe from Call of Duty Mobile. I don't know, but we need organization. And if we have org, of course, we're gonna work and we're gonna give the best, of course.
I love it. Well, Gathilla, congratulations again,
Thank you.
on being the champs in EU for this season. Fantastic series. That was more than entertaining for anyone who was watching. So I hope everybody at home enjoyed that as well. Before I let you go, do you have any shout outs or goodbyes you want to do?
Thank you, the community, guys. Thank you to every supporter to the world community. Every year, they watch us lose in the bracket loser, but they stay in the chat. They still support, and that's insane. So thank you to everyone. Thank you for the cast, and see you. I hope for the World Cup for the United States. I hope.
Absolutely. Well, thank you again, Gathilla. It's always a pleasure to chat with you.
Always.
All right. So confirmed best dressed player. Confirmed EU's making a showing at Global LAN. Confirmed anyone who knows somebody out there in chat, they need an org. That's what I heard. Those are my big takeaways, okay?
I mean, I heard that Bobby Bucket's Dino Nuggets were recruiting for a team for champs. So, I don't know. I think there's a guy that you guys could probably go to for sure.
Actually, imagine, though. That'd be a great org.
I hope Bobby still has the stream open right now to hear that, because we're going to get a very angry DM. Just throwing that out there. But look, I think at the end of the day, like, if they don't find any representation, somebody's sufficiently dropping the ball. You are the #1 team in Europe. You got tested, a reverse sweep in the lower bracket finals after getting 1-3 yesterday. You talk about grit and resilience, that if they continue to show their prowess and they continue to grow more and more from coaching and everything happening behind the scenes, yeah, I'll agree with Guthilla. What I saw today was infinitely better than what I saw during the Swiss stage back at DreamHack Atlanta. So I need all of that plus some more on the international stage for them to be able to at least make it into a playoff bracket.
Man, what a day. We literally went the distance in all of our series. Like, Birdie, give me your thoughts as we wrap up EU now that everything has come to a close.
I'll say this much. I know there's been a lot of sentiment that, like, for Call of Duty Mobile, you want to be watching China Masters, you want to be watching Garena. And yeah, absolutely you do, because that's where the best of the best are playing. But I think if you look towards the grand final, you look towards even the matches before that, right? Even towards Vanquish, even towards Special Suicide Squad, there is still a lot of talent in Europe. And albeit, you know, it's unrefined at times, albeit there are still definitely improvements to be made. As Gifilla has literally just said, I still do not think you should underestimate these teams. Animus are a hell of a force to be reckoned with. And if they continue to stay atop the European scene come champs time, I seriously think people should not underestimate them on that global stage.
I love that. I love that. And what about you, Proper?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I was very, very happy to be able to see where Exclusive put themselves as well. Let's not forget they did lose to Queens to have to qualify for the subsequent stage. 0-2 after losing to Queens, and then they bounced back to be back in grand finals. They have beat Animus a handful of times. They came close to doing it today as well. I think that they're in the same boat with Animus. You got to go back, get the VOD going, watch some of the Garena and Chinese VODs, and start implementing some of that mess into your search in Detroit, because we've seen it. Sawu is nuts, man. I want to see more of that backed by Veer sniper rifle. There's no reason why they shouldn't be getting away with the same type of antics that Animus just did to them.
Yeah, I could not agree more with both of you. I mean, today was a phenomenal day, whether that was because of our players. I mean, the matchups were just stellar, full series across the board. So congratulations to every single team that even made it to this stage of the competition, because this was not easy to do. At the end of the day, though, it is Animus who are the best of the best, which means that our challenge season for right now in EU has come to a close. But if you want to stay up to date with everything we've got going on, whether that's the next challenge season, champs all the way at the end of the year, so much coming down the pipeline for Call of Duty Mobile Competitive. Follow us on social media, whether that's X, Insta, or Facebook. That way you can stay up to date on everything that we have going on here. Or you can join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, where you can join our community, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, and of course, continue to get all of your updates. But that is a wrap on EU. If you want more Call of Duty Mobile action in your day, we have North America later on today, which will also be crowning a champion. And of course, like I've said, more action to come for the rest of the year. But for today, that is a wrap. So obviously a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL for helping us put on the whole show, the whole season here today. Chat, thank you as always to all of you at home for sticking with us and watching through all of the action. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes at ESL, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.